Go. Hi. Sorry for the late start. It seems to be a tradition that we're always at least 30 minutes to an hour late on any start. Maybe I should start planning to tell the players we're starting an hour earlier than I intend us to start. So then when we're an hour late, we're actually on time. So welcome to the Sunday game. We are playing Pathfinder, first edition. And yeah. Do we want to do a quick introduction of GM and players and characters?
I think it's a great opportunity. My name is John Larson. I run a very small independent publishing company called Old Grader Games. Active duty military guy, live in Central Texas. And I'm super excited to be part of this this project with the Royal Dragoon Guards and the ExtraLife program. So looking forward to playing and hopefully running a good game.
Okay. Next.
I'll go next. I'm Eric Larson. John is my dad. I'm going to be playing a paladin in this game, hopefully playing as well as previous paladins that I've had with my dad. But yeah, I'm excited to take part of this.
Okay, I'll go next. Oh, and don't forget to introduce your character.
Did you Siri is the name of the paladin.
Okay. And then my name is Jessica. I'm playing Thalia Dashi. She is a witch with a raven familiar. And this should be fun.
Okay, I'll go next. Hey, my name's CJ. I'm playing Huan Lona. I am a half-elf rogue. And looking forward to playing. AKA the Druid. Go.
AKA it's Akka. Yes, Akka is the Druid. It's a Tengu Druid who is a crow. And I'm also the resident tech goblin. So I will do my best to multitask as I play the character and work on the stream at the same time.
All right, I think that just about does it. I think we'll get started here in a second. I just want to point everyone to the donation tiers to the left of your screen. There are some fun ways you can interact with today's game. And also, if you go to the Royal Dragoon Guard ExtraLife page, there's also a couple extra freebies that I was able to get, to include some signed copies of some games by Matt Finch, Ed Greenwood, and Levi Combs. So just, you can go take a peek at those really quick. So before we get started, thumbs up from my crew on ready to get going. Oh, bacon. Oh man. Okay. All right, so we're gonna get started right now. The untamed lands of the North are dangerous and profitable, with opportunities aplenty for the intrepid adventurer. In civilized lands, pickings are few. Local lords and city magistrates levy heavy taxes and procure a percentage of the profits. Out on the frontier, however, the strong, the clever, and the determined can still gain riches and glory. Ravenreach is one small outpost amid the wild hills and deep forests beyond the borderlands. The hardy inhabitants have hacked and hammered out a town, ringed it with a palisade, and raised a small keep and garrison under the leadership of Baron Bartholomew Blackraven, the illegitimate son of a wealthy noble. Though favored by his father, Bartholomew could never inherit. With his father's patronage and a royal commission, he marched into the wilds, seeking his fortune. There, he and his company slew the fierce dragon Merc on a high hill named Ravensrock. The location provided fresh water and a superior vantage point above the surrounding territory, which was rich in furs, timber, and precious metals. Soon, settlers made camps and homesteads grew nearby, gathering in the bounty of the land. Ravenreach was founded. Dangerous animals and monsters still ranged throughout the region, however. At first, Baron Blackraven and his men dealt with these threats. Before long, though, the settlements were too widespread, and the Baron was too busy administrating the growing community. Word went out and notices were posted in the thriving lands to the south to find stalwart adventurers seeking prospects. One day, a talented magic user named Minder arrived at Ravenreach. He impressed the Baron with magical skills and was promptly placed on retainer at Castle Ravenrock. In exchange for providing spells and potions for the Baron, he was allowed to pursue his own interest: trolls. This prurient fascination may be the downfall of the small community, unless you figure out a way to set things right. So what do we think? Ready to march into Ravenreach?
Sure.
I think so.
Always good to help.
So
How much are we getting paid?
you're just looking right now. It's a promise of payment, but no payment has been specifically offered. And you are a ragtag bunch of adventurers. Even the paladin has dented armor. So,
But we've been adventuring together for a bit. Remember?
yep, I think so. So this is a group. This is a good opportunity for me to try to impart a little bit of good role playing just out of the game really quick. So, Siri, tell me something that you know about one of the other characters in your group.
The druid sometimes will go off and just pick random plants. You know, we'll be walking down the pathway and it's like, ooh, and then walk off, and sometimes we gotta go find her.
And Juan Lona, tell me something that you know about one of the other characters. It can be anything. You're giving them a characteristic that they might not have had otherwise.
Me and the paladin tend to butt heads a lot. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, you are a rogue.
He seems kind of like a stick in the mud, and so I'm always poking him. Oh.
Thalia, what can you tell us about someone else in the party? One of your traveling adventurers.
The druid tends to follow me around because they assume I'm like associated friendly bird folk because I've got the raven familiar and tend to do feather accoutrements and stuff. And then because I pretend to be a druid, I'm like, yay, we're siblings.
And
Yeah.
Akka, what about you? What can you tell us about one of your fellow compatriots?
That is it Huan? Is that correct?
Well, yes.
Yes. That Huan will just kind of leave the party randomly if he feels like it's more useful to gather the gold than it is to help the party members.
Would you do that?
All right,
Somebody
so
has to keep us in armor.
that's true. So you guys are on your way to Ravenreach. Let me just give you a quick little description, unless there's something else we need to do ahead of time. The curtain of trees parts along the newly blazed forest path, revealing a looming, craggy hill ahead in the distance. Through the slanting rain and wind, you make out the angular outline of a keep atop the hill, Castle Ravenrock. As the road winds along a shallow river, the wooden walls of a small town emerge, and a sturdy timbered bridge leads to the gates. Guards regard you curiously, and one says, state your business in Ravenreach.
Yeah,
I'm working on it.
Well, we heard you had a troll problem and that you're willing to pay. So we're here to offer our services.
All of you or just you?
All
We'd
of
all
us.
of
like to
us.
help.
Well, the gate tolls 1 silver piece. You can pay me directly.
That doesn't seem right.
Well, it's either 1 silver piece or you don't have to come in.
I will pay him the 1 silver piece and then sleight of hand his own coin purse away from him.
All right, go ahead. I think you should make a roll against your sleight of hand. And I have a number in mind that you should try to beat. You can add your dex bonus to that. So if you look on the side of your character sheet, it'll tell you what the statistic is, and there'll be some pluses aligned with that. So under skills, it'll say sleight of hand. And then to the far left, next to sleight of hand, it's going to give you a number, like it's going to be a +7 or a +8 or something like that.
16 on the dice, so 22 total.
Okay. So you're able to pay him 1 silver piece and then slip his pouch away from him. And it's pretty much empty. There's two silver pieces in there. One of them is your own. So
Profit.
yeah. Does everyone pay the silver piece entrance or?
Yeah, I'll pay him the silver piece.
Okay. He does
In
look
that
a little
case, I would probably go last. But
he looks a little perplexed. He's trying to figure out where to put his silver piece. Since his pouch is no longer on his hip, he's looking around and he can't figure it out. But he just shrugs it off and puts it in a little pocket in his uniform cloak. So let me give a quick description of the town. It's a small frontier settlement with muddy streets, rough-hewn wooden buildings. There are 5 wooden towers and a timbered palisade that it's usually used to keep either the animals in or the monsters out, or wild animals out. And then up on the rock is Castle Ravenreach. It's a square keep. It's made of dark stone. It's got a bailey, looks like it's under construction. And it looks like the only way to get to it is by a winding road. And it's the only road that's not dirt in the town. So there's some cobbles and packed earth and stone that lead the way up. If you ask around, the town contains a brewery, a bar called the Dancing Bear, a stable and a blacksmith. There's also barracks and a trading post. And that's pretty much the town in a nutshell.
Mm-hmm. And where did we who had posted the thing about the trolls? Was it
It was the wizard.
the wizard?
Yeah, you just recapture his name real quick here. It's the Minder.
I say we go to a tavern to see if we can find this minder. See if someone knows where he is.
Just march up to the tower.
Tavern.
Oh, I thought you said the tower.
Do we
Oh,
just
that's
is there just
Oh.
a tower we could just walk up to?
yeah, just do whatever you want.
I like to gather more information about Minder before we just walk up to him. Though.
All right. Okay, so the name of the tavern is the Dancing Bear. It's very small. It's just got a few tables inside. It's got a bar inside. And I would say there's probably, 5 or 6 people inside. And a couple of them are pretty rough looking. So you guys have been around block before and have been in your share of rough taverns, but this is a frontier town, so now it's a frontier town rough tavern.
Right.
And even though you're fairly comfortable, it's you're wary for trouble, and as such, you see that there's three tough kind of looking guys that are sitting at the bar who kind of elbow each other when you guys walk. Not like elbow smash, but like.
Yeah, like, hey, look at that.
Yeah.
I lean over to Circe and I say, I don't think these people are very nice.
Circe or Thalia?
Thalia. Sorry. You're right. Circe is the
Paladin.
Still learning names.
And it's not Circe, it's Suri.
Siri, yeah. Just like
Siri.
the Apple phone.
Okay, Siri. Gotcha.
So when you tell Siri what to do it like you tell the Apple phone what to do. It's really hysterical.
Right?
Siri, tell me how much gold there is in this bag.
So you lean over to Thalia and say, what? Or perhaps we just need a chance to get to know them.
Maybe they don't like birds.
Ah, stroke my raven. That would be a problem.
So as you guys are standing at the door, you're greeted by a waitress, and she's just a human female. She looks indifferent, with the exception of the fact that you guys are strangers, and that's unusual for such a town that's so distant from other, inhabited communities.
Mm-hmm.
So she looks around and she introduces herself, kind of making a little sideways eyes at Siri, but introduces herself as Shirella and says that she's happy to serve you if you'll choose a place to sit, and then tells you that the place is famous for its 1 copper ale.
Is it
Which
good?
doesn't seem like very much fame at all, to be honest, but that's their claim to fame.
Right?
Is it near mealtime, or is it just kind of like middle of the day?
Yeah, I mean, I think if the other people in the tavern are drinking, I would say, it's midday. You probably have some road dust on you, and it probably is an appropriate time for you to eat.
Okay. Well, I will smile winningly and ask for said 1 copper ale, and then whatever they have on hand for food.
Okay, so most of the food is very hearty. It's local game, and as you sit down, you look around and you can see there's animal skins and horns all over the walls. You kind of hear some buzz of conversation in the background, and you hear someone say, "Oh, what about next week's arm wrestling? Oh, it should be fantastic. I wonder if Iggy's gonna participate this time." To which you see the bartender kind of chuckle and shake his head no, and he's a big guy, big barrel-chested guy. He's got huge arms, a big square head, bald on the top, very rough mustache and beard. He looks like he's probably I don't know, like an elderly athlete of some sort. Like he might have been somebody in his day, but the gray in his beard and the gray in his hair, and the paunch in his belly makes it look like he's probably hasn't done anything really active for quite some time.
Right.
There's a person asking if there's a dancing bear.
Like if there is a dancing bear?
Mm-hmm.
No, alas, no dancing bear.
Well, Akka will look at the abundance of animal carcasses on the wall and we'll turn to Talia and we'll be like, see, I don't think they like birds.
They don't. Yeah, there are probably some birds in there, and I think that the townsfolk are a little xenophobic, right? So they're a little bit wary of strangers, but they also know that there's a problem. So I think that they're both welcome and wary at the same time. Does that make sense?
Right.
But as you're sitting down and Shirella is organizing your 1 copper ales and whatever it is that they have in the back. One of the 3 kind of tough looking guys at the bar turns in his seat and looks directly at the group, and he says, "Hey, you don't look like you can do much of nothing." And then he kind of looks to his 2 partners, and they kind of like are elbowing each other like, you know, you really got him good. You got him good.
I can do quite a lot of things. Thank you for your concern, though.
Oh yeah. Is this a human ritual I don't know about?
Is this a human attribute? He then steps out of his chair and he says, "Which one of you wants to fight?"
Terry under his breath is just gonna say, just ignore him.
So this is
Just
a
to the,
human.
just to the group. Just ignore him.
I believe he is attempting to prove himself strong and manly by offering to fight random people he sees. I do agree that it would be a best idea to ignore him.
Oh,
We do not need to stroke his ego.
okay.
He can do that himself. And then I will head towards the table.
The one who's been talking kind of looks perplexed. I think he's probably used to fighting. Like he's super surprised that not one of you is rising to the occasion. And he kind of shrugs his shoulders. He looks at one of his partners, and the guy sitting next to him says, "Come on now, you can do it. Don't let him talk you down like that." And then another one on the other side says, "Yeah, Braun, don't let him talk to you like that." So he kind of looks like he's bristling up, like he's like shakes his arms out, and does his neck, and he starts heading towards your table.
You said they were like rough looking guys. How big are they?
Human, average size. They're looking, I don't know, they look like thugs, really.
Okay, I will look at them with like this cold, dead look in my eyes, going for intimidation here. Which one of you is paying me to kill your friend?
All right, roll on your intimidation.
17 on the die, so
He doesn't look like he's.
23.
Yep, he doesn't look
23 total.
shaken. He doesn't look shaken, but he does look a little bit put off. And he turns to look at
23
his.
total?
Yep, nope, I gotcha.
Okay.
He turns and looks at his partners and kind of shrugs his shoulders again, and they're like trying to, go on. And he kind of shakes his head, and he comes and sits back down, and you hear laughing from the other 2. Like it was a failed, whatever it was is failed.
Akka will kind of look at the glass that they've been given and will tilt their head multiple times as they try to figure out the best way to put their beak inside of the drink.
Like the stork drinking out of the plate. Well, they're served in little wooden cups, so you can slip your beak in and able to participate.
Because I think birds like lap it up with their tongue.
Yeah, because
Right.
we don't really.
Yeah, you might have to snap at it. So the drinks come to the table and the food comes to the table, and you're otherwise unmolested. If you want, you could probably try to talk to some of the people in there, or try to get maybe some information out of Shirella, she does seem like she's interested in hearing what you guys have to say. So she asks about how the road was from the south, and whether or not there was snow yet, or if there was anything of interest happening in the southern towns.
Just trying to figure out who might have the best charisma. Like, who should be the one who takes the point on the conversations with things? It would not be my character. I have an 8.
I think it's probably me.
Even characters with bad charisma can still have conversations, so don't be afraid.
Well, yeah, have conversations, but
As far as
Maybe-
convincing and stuff like that goes, then I can probably take
okay.
over.
Especially Paladin, which means out of all of us, you're the one people will feel most comfortable talking to.
What? You talking to the big large bird?
Right. They could talk to the big bird. They could talk
Like
to
the
this
big bird.
shifty looking thing.
Well, big-ish compared to a bird.
So yes, we're gonna go with the paladin.
Or the one with the raven and, feathers and like, hello.
So when Sorella comes back to the table, and she's asking about our trip, the trip was nice or fine. There was nothing that really stood out. But we're here because we heard of a request from a certain wizard about issues you were having here. Do
Well,
you know anything about that?
no, I know that Master Minder makes magic potions for the Baron. And I heard that he tests them on the castle guardsmen without them knowing. I see them come in every now and then, and they're covered with boils, or their skin has changed colors, or their hair is out in patches. But other than that, I don't know much about the rest. I know that winter is nearing. That's why I asked about the snow. And if you plan on staying, you should probably provision yourself for the winter. I don't think that you guys have really felt cold until you've felt cold in the borderlands in the Northlands.
Well, I appreciate the advice. Do you happen to know where this minder is and if we could get in contact with him?
Well, I think that it's best to start with Captain Thorn instead of with Minder. He's the captain of the guards. You might be able to find him, but I don't know. Maybe you could check with the guard at the gate. Maybe they can tell you where he's at.
All right, so we're looking for guard of the gate to find the captain to find Minder.
Did you say something about a potion?
I'm sorry?
I heard potion? Potion?
Yes, the Minder makes his own potions.
I make potions.
You might be very useful to the Baron, but I don't. What are you?
I'm a bird. Bird.
Well, I've never seen your type. You probably are okay for the cold. I hear feathers are warm.
Yes, they are warm, but hard to put clothes on.
That's true. Well, I gotta get these Gredis brothers out of here before they cause trouble. I'll be right back, she says. And you see her, she goes to the back of the bar and she starts gesturing at the three guys at the bar and tells them they need to leave. And they start to fuss her a little bit, but they know that Iggy, the bartender, is back there as well, and it looks like he could probably take somebody on and throw them out into the dirt. So they grumble, they finish their drinks, and then they head outside, but not without a backward sneer at you. And then they're out the door, and you have the place pretty much to yourself. There's a couple other people in here. If you wanted to try to sit and make conversation, you could. Again, everyone's interested in news from the south.
Okay.
Yuri's just gonna eat.
Yeah, I eat and I kind of keep my ears open, listening for concern talk, you know. If all they're talking about is like arm wrestling and, you know, crops, I'll ignore them. But mostly I'm listening for something's wrong in this neck of the woods, sort of.
Sure.
Feel.
There's two different tables that have different folks at them, and the common one is winter. You know, I hate to say winter's coming, but it's approaching. It's imminent. How's that? Winter is imminent. And then another one talks about, you know, monsters on the road. And it's kind of an argument between two, you know, it's like, oh, the Baron, since he's been here, it's been a lot safer than it used to be. It's like, yeah, but there's still monsters on the road. Hardly anyone comes here. How did these guys get here, you know, unmolested? So, and then Iggy comes up and asks you how the drinks are and the food.
Akka picks up the cup with their beak and kind of tilts the head back a little bit as it tries to get the last drops of the liquid into its beak. But it seems to be having problems with that and just ends up splashing the rest of it onto its face.
Well, it looks like you've had a decent meal. There is a place with rooms. It's a little expensive, you know, because rooms are at a premium and it's starting to get cold. But you probably, if you shared rooms, you could probably get it for a week at a time. But it's going to cost you 10 gold. It's not my place, but I recommend it. It's okay. And listen, if you're going through the wilderness, you got to be careful.
Is there a shop nearby with provisions?
Shop with
Winter
what?
Gear, weapons.
Oh yeah. There's a place in town that it's Selfridge and Sons. It's a trading post. The guy's a pretty decent guy. It's a small place. Him and his two boys run it. They have a lot of mining equipment because that's usually who comes to town with the miners. But they got other stuff too. There's other places. There's an alchemist in town, but he's a kind of a crackpot. I don't know if I'd put anything in my mouth that he brewed up. And then you've been here, of course, the Dancing Bear. It's my establishment. I won my fortune as a wrestler in a community not too far from here, and bought this place. I almost wish that I didn't, though. It's such hard work. It's hard to make any money.
So how do you make money?
Well, the 1 copper ale is pretty good.
Oh.
And I own the place. It's not like I have to, you know, our taxes are low, but you know, if anyone wants something to eat or drink and they don't want to make it themselves, they come to the Dancing Bear.
Well, you should get more bears.
I should get more bears. The other thing is, though, we don't always use gold and coin. You know, that doesn't work very well up here. So other things like, you know, if you have something that you make or something that you can do, you can trade that. Sometimes horse hides, cattle, other things that are hard to get, leather, worked metal, sometimes you can trade that. But even gold dust, if you had gold dust, since we're a mining town, we recognize the fact that gold dust turns into gold when it's smelted properly.
Oh.
But anyway, just be careful if you're going out in the wilderness. One of the miners was torn from his saddle and ripped in half, I hear.
That sounds unpleasant.
I wouldn't want to have it happen. Anyway, I had to go back to work. It was nice talking to you. Come back anytime, especially if you want to arm wrestle. We got a tournament. 1 copper piece to the winner.
Do you wing wrestle?
He doesn't know how to answer that. He doesn't want to say anything because he doesn't want to offend you, or get eaten or have you mess up his place.
Okay. So everyone has drank and supped. Do we want to go find this captain now?
That would seem like a good plan.
Yes, let's go back to talk to the guard to see if we can find this captain.
So you guys pop out into the street, and even though oops, sorry, did I miss something?
I was like, you want to go back to the gate guard? Or
Shirella said that we should talk to the gate guard, did she not?
I think we were supposed to go talk to the captain of the guard. And I really don't want to talk to him again. He seemed kind of shifty.
Of all the people to talk about shifty, fine, we'll find another guard.
All right, so you guys, to keep the fratricide down, you guys walk outside the dancing bear, and the weather's turned just a tiny bit. It's it's just as gloomy and misty as it was earlier, but there's definitely a bite in the air, and everyone can feel it. So even your southern traveling clothes recognize that there might be, if you plan on spending much time outside and wandering around, then you're likely to need some additional equipment. So just to keep that in mind. And as you step outside, you can see from across the road, you can see the three Gredis brothers kind of eyeing you again, trying to build up some sort of courage to fight you or to irritate you. But before anything comes of it, a kind of a gruff looking dwarf, I know, gruff, walks down the street. He's got a human behind him. They're both wearing the livery of the guard, the same type of tunic and cloak that the guards at the front gate were wearing. And he's walking in with purpose towards you. Not with anger. He's just earnest. That's all.
As they get closer, Siri will greet them and say, "Hello, you seem to be members of the guard. Can we talk to you for a moment?"
The dwarf looks at his buddy and then looks down at his uniform, then looks at you like, "How did you guess?" "I'm Haro. I heard you're new to town."
That's correct. We're here to talk to Minder eventually.
Well, I guess why do you want to talk to him? Are you looking to grow a beard or have your hair fall out, or maybe you prefer the color purple on your skin?
Yeah, mostly we were told you had a troll problem.
Both of the guards look at each other. Haro strokes his beard. Yeah. Okay. Why don't you guys rest, and then tomorrow morning I'll meet you. We can meet anywhere in town you like, and then I'll take you to go see Minder. Well, maybe Captain Thorn first, but then Minder afterwards.
How about we meet outside the dancing bear? We're familiar with it.
Okay. And then, like mid-sentence, you hear his vision looks off into the distance and he yells, "Hey! Hey!" And then him and his guard buddy start running, and the Gredis brothers take off.
Wait, I wanted to know about the purple skin.
Goodbye.
So you're left kind of standing in the muck on the muddy road, or the muddy part of town, and now's a good time for you guys to kind of organize your thoughts and maybe make a little mini plan, and then we'll get right to it.
We need to arrange lodging for the night and probably some warmer clothing.
Sounds like a good idea to me. Stop by the trade shop, see if we can find some warmer clothing first.
Right. And then was the inn an inn and tavern, or was it just an inn?
Yeah, so Yeah, I'm sorry. There is the trading post is one, and there's some, but look, well, I guess you'll have to suss that out a little bit more. The Iggy wasn't super descriptive as to where you could find lodging, so you might have to ask her.
Okay.
There are people in town. That it's not a very big town, but there's a 300 or so on and off. So there's buildings and that support these families, and there's different races represented, primarily humans, dwarves. Occasionally you'll see some gnomes walking around, and a handful of other races. So you don't feel entirely out of place. Like I said, the xenophobia of the town is mainly aimed at bandits, wild creatures, monsters, things like that. So seeing somebody new, you're kind of a curiosity. People are looking at you and not disinterested. So I suspect if you were to walk up to one of them and ask questions, you probably would be successful. Bless you. And
Bless you.
Sorry.
It's only 2 that time.
I know.
Do we know where the trade post is?
Yeah, I think you're gonna have to ask. I mean, we can just rush through and say, hey, you asked and now you know where it's at. We could do that. So
Yeah,
after talking with some of the villagers, I'll give you in your various different conversations, you each pick up a little bit of information. So I'll go ahead and relay that information now. Let's see. You hear that the cold weather is coming, and that winter is really harsh here, and the town has to buckle, kind of button up and buckle down in order to keep safe. You hear that Baron Blackraven's a firm but fair ruler, that he doesn't really get into the affairs of the villagers or the town folks very much. He keeps to himself, but he doesn't make himself a nuisance. You hear that, contrary to that, you hear that the Baron doesn't care for the common people at all. And one man complains that he was, put into the stocks for 2 days just for stealing a chicken. I mean, a chicken? And then last, you hear again about the old Levy, the alchemist, that you have to, he's probably past his prime as a potion mixer, and gets his measurements wrong sometimes. And then last is that in order to find a place to sleep, the only empty rooms are like little cabins, and they're set into the hillside inside the palisade. And you have to go talk to Dieter about that.
Dieter.
And you also hear about the Gredis brothers. There's 4 of them altogether, and they are always causing trouble in town.
4 of them, and we only saw 3 of them?
Correct.
Okay. I still think that we should find the trade post, maybe get some warmer clothes, and then find this Dieter, see if we can find some lodging for the night.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so like you guys, or like Iggy said, the Selfridge and Sons trading post, you find it easily. and like he said, it's very small. He's got his two adult boys helping him, and he greets you and he says, "Oh, the roads must be safe. We have visitors. Come in, come in, come in." He's very welcoming. He's got a big smile. And he introduces himself as Menace.
Menace.
Yes.
But you can just call me Selfridge if you want, whatever is easiest. Me and my boys, we all answer to the same name. No need to commit it to memory unless you can't commit Selfridge to memory. Come in, see what we have though. You guys don't look like miners, but can I interest you in some mining equipment? Got pickaxes, shovels, rope, candles, lanterns.
I think we're good on the pickaxes.
You have all the pickaxes you need.
All of them, yep.
Aka will go poke one of the lanterns and be like, I don't often use extra light.
He's thinking extra light. He doesn't know what you're talking about, but that's okay. I'm sorry.
I was gonna say Aka has low light vision.
No, I know that. Yeah,
Okay.
but he doesn't. Yeah, he doesn't know what you're talking about. He's like, he doesn't understand that. So he does say, well, we do have torches if you don't like lanterns, and candles, of course.
No?
I think mostly we're looking for some warmer clothing. I sort of pick up my silk shirt that I'm wearing. It's a bit nippy.
So, no, I can't. I don't know how you Southerners survive the winter. I can't imagine. What is this thing they call t-shirt? I don't know what that is. And he snaps at his boys and tells them to go bring out the winter clothing chests. Now he looks like he's dressed in like a pelt of some sort, maybe deer with the fur on the inside and the skin portion on the outside. He's wearing a long shirt underneath, no hat, but it is, for him it might be mild, but for you guys it's definitely cold. So the two brothers or the two sons bring out the big trunk. He pops it open and it's kind of it's not the best gear. It's definitely used. It's kind of mixed matched, but it does look warm and it's all serviceable. So as you inspect the different items, the trousers are intact and look like the seams are going to hold it. The cloaks look like they're, have some sort of waterproofing wax or tallow on them. And a lot of the other accoutrement are fur lined or trimmed out in fur, or have like a leather or fur embellishments. So the thing that shocks you the most though isn't the quality or the quantity, but it's the cost. And so if you guys are buying winter clothes, you just have to add 50% to the cost, and you can take it right out of the player's guide if you want. And I know that we didn't have any starting gold or anything like that, but just be thoughtful that you don't have a ton of gold. So let's it's cost you quite a bit to get up here. So the equivalent of 100 gold is what you guys have on you right now.
Okay.
As a party, as a group.
So probably just enough to buy us winter gear and then kind of.
Yeah, maybe some
Right.
rooms and some other things. I mean, you guys don't have to pool your money, but there's only 4 of you, so.
Well,
Okay, if we're going by cost, normal is 8, so 50% extra would be 12 gold a piece.
Yep, that is good math. And I'm glad you're doing it, not me, because it is not my thing.
That was before Common Core, so I actually know how to math.
I just asked Eric, he's good at math too. Okay, so he does have some other things there. He's got it's got traps and has a lot of things for snares. And he asks you if you're going to go hunting and need any of that stuff.
I don't believe
Mhm.
so.
So I need someone to give me a perception check. So check your character sheet and roll on your perception. In Pathfinder, they have something that's called aid another. So if two of you want to make a roll, one of you makes your roll, and then if it's successful, you give a bonus to the person who's making the check.
I can make
So can you guys sort out who's going to be doing that?
Siri's not super perceptive, but he's also not
Good, I've got a +8.
I
bad
can
at
plus-
it.
Okay.
I've got a +7, so yeah, just you're better.
Well, no.
I can aid.
Akka has a +15.
Okay, well
Oh,
that
wow.
sounds,
Okay,
that
never
seems
mind.
very perceptive,
We put the bird on watching for
Bird
things.
eyes.
right?
Okay,
I think
and
as a
then
druid, I
I
only
will-
need to like meditate.
I will aid Akka on
Okay,
perception.
so if you're aiding, make your roll and tell me what the result is.
Okay. Okay, so I got a 24.
That's awesome. Okay, Akka, make your perception roll.
27.
Okay, so you easily, as a matter of fact, that there's probably no one in the room that doesn't see it, but when Selfridge the Elder says you need anything for hunting, he's got the most telling eyebrow raise ever. And you can tell right there, he's not talking about ermine or beaver pelts or weasels or anything like that. He's talking about something else.
Oh,
Hmm.
we are here to get the, what is it, ogres?
Rolls.
Rolls.
What would we be hunting?
Well, I would say there's a troll that is like no other. That's what I hear.
Well, there's the question.
Does
What are you trying to
anybody know
offer us for this
anything
hunt?
Well,
about trolls?
I just know that it's different. Listen, I probably spoke out of turn. I didn't mean to get your attention. I'm sorry. And his sons are kind of like elbowing him, like trying to get him to shush. Like he's already said too much. But what he does say is, listen, go find Captain Thorn. He knows everything that you need to know. And if you need something for hunting, you come back and see. And then he snaps at his kids and they start putting some of the stuff away and he goes off into the back room. It looks he looks embarrassed, like maybe he's old and he's not, paying attention. Anyway, his sons are very polite and they continue to offer things for sale until you say no.
Out of character, real quick, how much would our characters know about trolls? Like nothing, or would we know their basic strengths and
Yeah,
weaknesses?
for sure. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, and I think so. That's just out of game really quick. There's if you not to metagame, but if you know it as a person, then it's possible and probable that you would know it as a character. Does that make sense? So if you know that trolls are susceptible to fire, like you as a person, then your character probably knows it too. Because these are heroic, people. These are people that are adventurers. They're, even commoners might know that trolls are susceptible to fire. So this is just, I think that's a good rule of thumb. So if you know it,
Okay.
unless it's something that's very obscure, and then I might make you roll on it. But like for that, I don't even think it's a knowledge check. I think it's a common knowledge. So.
Well, technically, from what Akka knows, everything is susceptible for fire if it's hot enough.
Don't ask me how I know that.
No, that's mostly why I was asking, because I did not want to metagame and be like, okay, I know trolls regenerate and they don't like fire, but does my character know that sort of thing?
Yeah,
So.
that's a great question, and I think, well, let's find out. If you start to burn the troll and it burns, then what a lucky duck.
Yeah.
Forgot to make up.
But would that mean that we would have the foresight to bring fire type stuff with us?
All right, so what are you guys gonna hang out in the provisioners, or are you gonna go do something else? Because these two boys, they're getting to be quite the salesmen, and they're gonna find your weakness here pretty soon, and you're gonna end up buying some gold mining pans and you'd be sorry.
No, we probably need to go find the tavern, or not the tavern, an inn.
Or ask them where the inn is.
Right. So so they kind
Dieter.
of look disappointed. They say, "Well, your 10 gold pieces are not going to be as well spent there as they would be here, but go find Dieter." And we don't really have an inn; we just have some cabins. We don't get visitors very often, and he has some of the extra land and the extra buildings, and rather than let families that are expanding move into him, he keeps them for himself so that he can rent them out. But Dieter, I don't even know where you would find him. I mean, but if you go and look on the north part of by the Palisades, you won't be able to miss the cabins. There's about 10 of them, and they're all kind of built into the hill. And then the boys look like they're going to start putting their stuff back together.
Well, let's head towards the cabins. We're gonna find Dieter anywhere. It's probably with his property that he refuses to give up.
Yep, no problem. And as you're making your way, it's pretty easy. Like I said, the town's not giant. And as you're making your way, you do hear some, you see trappers and miners walking through the town. For Akka, can you make a knowledge nature check?
Sure thing. Two.
22. Okay, so you recognize all of the animal furs that are coming through. It's like I mentioned earlier: beaver, fox, ermine, mink, muskrat, raccoon, and they all look like they're in pretty good shape as far as the fur density and the thickness and the luster. And so the way that these trappers are carrying these furs, you can tell for sure that these are trade goods, and that this is something that probably would be valuable in some other way. You don't feel like you need to have any, but you just recognize that this is what the provisioner was talking about when you said there's other trade goods.
Gotcha.
Oh, not the provisioner, Iki. Sorry about that. So as you make your way through town, again, the trappers and the miners of all different races, like I mentioned earlier, and you do hear kind of like, oh, these are, oh, look, here come the strangers. Oh, look at the Southerners. Oh, they're going to freeze to death. I hope they're here to fight monsters, because I don't want another winter of having to be locked into the Palisades.
And then if I have to overhear any of them say that they look cold, I will fluff up my feathers.
I think that when this happens, I think that you're going to get a lot of interesting and divergent reactions. So if your intent is just to say, oh, look, no, I'm plenty warm, some people are like totally shocked, like, oh my gosh, what the heck was it? What just happened? Because Tengu are not a common race, and Tengu in the Northlands also not common. So as you make your way through town, unless you're choosing to do something different than what you've discussed, you soon come into the area where the town starts to slope upwards. And as promised, right before the palisade, there looks like there are 10 kind of ramshackle shacks, little cabins. You can see little chimneys and smokestacks coming out of each one. Each one has like a little porch with a chair or a stool and a table. And the doors look pretty solid. None of them have windows. And sitting near a large spruce tree, whittling on a piece of wood, is kind of a grizzled, slender, man, and he looks up at you with a little interest, but then goes back to his whittling.
Is this the who is this again?
Dieter? Looking for Dieter.
Yeah, Dieter would be the one who is the man. And as you guys kind of are looking at each other, wondering, wait, what was it we were gonna do? He kind of sighs and stands up and he says, I suppose you want one of the cabins.
Cabins
Yes,
are nice.
we're
But there's
good
only,
for lodging.
each cabin only has 2 beds. So some of you are gonna have to sleep on the floor. We're all full up. Somebody make a perception check.
Barb.
Actually, you can all make a perception check. It doesn't matter. Just tell me if someone gets more than a 15.
Isn't
Not
Aka's
15 on the die, just 15 altogether.
bonus is 15 though, so
33.
All right.
23.
There's nobody staying in these cabins. You would be able to, at the very least, you would think that if the temperature was low, there would be smoke coming out of the fireplace chimneys. So, anyway, just a little, bargaining chip. And he says, "Hey, you all have to squeeze into one, and it's 10 gold per cabin."
It's like there's no smoke coming from any of those stacks. I'm gonna wager they're empty. Want to try again?
Well, though, I got lots of furs in there. Of course, why would you need a fire with everyone warm all the time? How about 2 cabins for 8 gold for the week? For the week, not overnight.
2 cabins for 8 gold, you say?
For the week.
For the week.
$7. All right, 7. But that's my last offer. And then he goes back to whittling.
I think 7 sounds fine
Okay.
for me. For 2 cabins for a week.
All right, so he
Done.
so he leads you to 2 of the cabins. They don't look like they're the best, but they don't look like they're the worst, right? So it looks like he might be saving the better cabins for someone who's willing to pay 10 gold for the week, but it is what it is. He says that he leads you inside, and it's just like he described. Each room has 2 beds in it, separated by a low table. There's a wardrobe and a fireplace, and looks like the only table the only like a dining table as opposed to some other table is outside, along with the stools. In short order, he has a boy brings some small stacks of wood and a little bucket of coal, and a tinder box so that you guys can start a fire. The beds are sparsely treated, I guess. So there's a cover and a blanket of sorts and a couple hides, but there are no piles and piles of fur. So that also was not true. So that looks like it's, you've secured your lodging. He tells you that if you want, he can send his boy to go get food from the Dancing Bear, or if you want to do your own cooking, you can do so over the fire if you like, just so long as you don't make a mess. There are no dishes or utensils or anything like that. But if you had that as part of your kit, then you're more than welcome to do that as well.
Right.
And if one of you remembers that at Selfridge's place, there was he did have some sort of provisions in there, food and such. So if you wanted to do it on your own, you totally could.
What time is it at this point?
It's, I don't know, I say that probably took you 2 or 3 hours. So you're, just like I said, it's not really a big town, but in order to collect this information and to have your interaction in the dancing bear and such, it probably took you about 2 hours. So
Right.
you have two cabins and two each with 2 beds. There's 4 of you, and just out of game, when I made up the pre-generated characters, I just made some assumptions about race. I'm sorry, about gender. So if I assigned you a gender that isn't the gender that you want your character to be, female or male or whatever, just let me know.
Well, I imagine that Akka and I share one cabin,
Okay.
being that
The 2 druids.
right.
Oh,
Well-
and hysterical that the rogue and the paladin who don't like each other are staying the same.
Well, we're also
I approve.
Just stay away from my stuff.
Right.
who would
Well-
want your stuff? It's too big for me.
I think all of the others have tried to share a room with Akka before and have decided they would rather take their chances with the other players.
Got it.
Akka's a bird. Akka
Yes.
rests. Akka roosts.
Yes, she roosts in the room, and feathers end up places, and
Yeah. Oh, molting again. Okay, so
stick them in my hairpiece. I'm like, oh,
right. So Dieter gives you a key to the room and tells you that he needs it back when you leave. Otherwise, it's a gold piece charge. And let's see. Hold on a second. Juan, I need you to make a perception check.
Okay. 21.
Okay, so you notice that when he takes the key off the key ring, he might still have a key to that room. So there's 20 some odd keys. He hands 2 keys. There's 18 keys or so. Anyway, maybe nothing alarming, but
don't leave anything valuable sitting out.
I don't mean to give you a red herring, but I mean, that's not uncommon in keepers keeping more than
Yeah,
one.
that's actually fairly common that way.
But you notice that for sure, that even though he says, I have to have that key back, he still has a key. I guess that was the point. That was the point.
It also means he has keys to all the other rooms, which means I might be able to borrow one and check out the other cabins at some point.
And to be honest, now it just confirms the fact, or likely confirms the fact, that the other cabins are unoccupied.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So did I make a correct assumption on how you guys are going to sort out who sleeps where?
Yes. Akka
Yeah.
and
Yep.
Amelia will sleep in the one room. And
Okay, you guys essentially have the afternoon to yourselves. We can fast forward if you want, or we can go into detail as far as dinner and that sort of thing goes.
Akka will make her allotted. There are a lot of potions. Sorry, Akka's doesn't have a gender. This is playing female characters.
Mm-hmm.
So Akka will make their allotted number of potions.
Okay.
And I think
Series. Sorry, go ahead.
they can make 5 potions a day.
Nice. And then is there a particular, I'm going to give a couple suggestions as far as how how you might want to spend your time. If you want to, you can do some more exploring in the town. For Siri, from asking around that there is no Temple of Lawful Good. So if you wanted to try to see what kind of support you might get for starting something like that in this town, you could do that. Let's do Akka, can you do a knowledge? Do you have knowledge local? I don't think you do. You have knowledge nature and knowledge
Geography.
Yeah, so So who has knowledge local? Can someone roll a knowledge local for me?
I don't have knowledge local. I've got Arcana.
I've got knowledge local.
Okay, so go ahead and give me a roll really quick.
All right. 20.
Okay, so you remember that there's an alchemist in town, old Levy, and
Mhm.
you know that Akka is interested in potions, and that might be a good, if she had time to kill, that might be good. She might be interested in that.
Okay, I will remind Akka of that.
Okay, and then as far as everything else, I think that's probably it for that.
I think Siri is probably just going to tend to his horse, clean his armor, and do some prayers for the night.
Clean his armor. Noted.
Huon's going to wait for the sun to go down and then wander about town, just not really casing the joint, but seeing what's
Just
what
casing the
around
joint.
town, what looks valuable, which houses look to be in the best repair.
Yeah, I think
Seems
that
to wander drunkenly from the tavern.
I think, yeah, so there's, if you're interested in doing anything of a questionable nature, questionable in a lawful good town anyway, then you have to let me know. Otherwise, you notice that there are plenty of houses that look like they're in better repair than others. Everybody has valuables in their own right. Like I said, money isn't the only thing that's here. So there's, a bunch of different things that are like that. So
No, tonight I'm just seeing what's what.
okay, so my suggestion really quick, it's almost 12:30. Let's take a quick 5-minute break. Can we do that?
Yeah.
And then when we come back, we'll get started. So I can continue to share my camera if everyone needs to jump off. Otherwise, I'll see you in 5 minutes.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, thanks everyone.
5 minutes. We will be back in 5 minutes. Hi, we're back.
Yeah.
As we took our break, the intrepid adventurers were in Ravenreach. They just secured some lodging, local lodging, and they have a afternoon and evening to burn before their meeting with Haro, the Dwarven Guard, and then they'll have a chance to meet with Captain Thorn, who hopefully will introduce them to Master Minder and get to the crux of what it is they're here in Ravenreach to do. So, what are we doing?
Like I said, Aka is
Right.
Huon spends the afternoon cleaning equipment and repairing weapons, and then the evening after the sun goes down, wandering through town, just seeing what's what.
Okay. Siri, you said you were praying and managing your equipment.
Managing equipment, tending to my horse, and probably going to sleep earlier than most.
Okay. And Thalia, that leaves you.
I'm probably going to wander around town for a little bit. Seeing if there's any places that sell magic books or anything that looks interesting.
I think the only thing that I mentioned earlier that might be interesting is the fact that there's alchemist in town.
Right.
Otherwise, there's not a lot of, it isn't big enough to have, a lore shop or a magic shop or anything like that. There's a blacksmith, there's a wheelwright, a grocer, common, a tanner. There's very common trades, I guess, are here. And the only one that might be of any, magical, issuance would be the alchemist.
Okay. She may pop her head in for a second, but she doesn't tend to do the alchemy as much as Aka does.
Okay. Yeah. So when you get inside, it's kind of is a little bit not smelly, but it's a little.
It smells like herbs and alchemy.
Yeah, it's not the best. But he does look like he's surprised to see someone entering his shop. He asks you if you're interested in homemade and homebrewed potions, which he is an expert. His fingers are stained orangish yellow. It looks like his beard is in patches, but maybe just because he's old as opposed to he's got something weird going on with potions. You see a bunch of roots and herbs and other vegetative bunches hanging from rafters. You don't really know what a lot of them are, but if you wanted to make a knowledge check, what do you have as a knowledge-based skill? Like Arcana. You can do an Arcana if you want. Yeah, Arcana or Nature. I don't know which one you have as higher, but you could pick one or the other.
They're even. So.
Okay.
16.
Yeah, so I don't know. Most of them seem to. I mean, some of them might have magical properties as far as if you were to mix them in a potion, it'd provide that potion, additional potency or things like that. But otherwise, they're common. For a fact that these are things, roots and herbs that could be just found in most everyday place. And some of them, you think to yourself, I would never put that in a potion. What in the world is he using that for?
Right.
So that's your perception.
Okay. Yeah, then I'll kind of poke around. Well, thank you. I'm not interested in. I just wanted to look around since we're new to town.
I do have some healing potions. If you're interested, I brewed it myself.
I think I can.
Listen, for 5 gold, that is a deal for a healing potion.
I do not carry the money for our group. Perhaps in the morning, if we find we need one, we can come back. Thank you, though. I will pass that along.
He rummages through some of his stuff, and it looks like he's gathering together the tools necessary to brew a bunch of potions. He's got a big grin on his face. He looks really happy that you're going to come back in the morning and buy all of his potions.
I didn't promise. I said perhaps you might come back.
Oh, you'll be back, he says, and then he gets back to busy. He's whistling to himself. Kind of a tuneless whistle. It's a lot of spit at the same time. So can't make out the tune, but it's definitely not musical by any means. So
right.
Anyway, so there's nothing really else of interest in the town. You suspect that the keep is going to be the place to be. There's also the barracks, but it looks like it's kind of busy. It definitely looks martial. So there's the guards some of them are drilling inside. Others are practicing their swordsmanship. They're making repairs to different parts of the wall. Not that they're damaged, just periodic maintenance type things. And so you don't feel like it's, it doesn't feel inviting to you. I mean, you could go up and pound on the door if you wanted to, but it just looks like it's, it looks like they're busy.
Yeah. No, I head back to to go find something to eat and then head back.
As you're wandering through that part of town that is in between the Dancing Bear and the cabins, there is the boy that you recognize that had the firewood earlier. He's got a big basket that he's kind of lugging in front of him. He's not a small boy, but he's just an adolescent. And he's carrying this big basket, and he's got a pack on his back, and he's heading towards the cabins. And it doesn't take you very much perception at all to realize that he's carrying a lot of food in his arms. So it looks like Dieter might have commissioned him to go get the food for the rest of your group.
Ah, okay. Then I guess I'll follow along.
Awesome. Well, he'd
yeah. If it looks like he's struggling to carry things, I'll offer to help.
no, he says he gets paid to carry, and that's if you take it from him, he's worried that Dieter's not going to pay him, and even though he'd rather not get paid than get beat, he just would probably rather keep carrying it himself.
Of course. Hard work for good pay. I understand.
He tells you that there's he's worried at night that there's some mischief around. He said he's been out in the woods and he's been seeing strange things in the trees, sticks tied together in strange ways, animals turned inside out, trails that were once very clear choked with thorns and barbs. And he thinks that he leans in and he says, "There's a cult." And then kind of gives you the "please don't say anything else" look.
She didn't lean forward and say, "There's a witch around."
Yeah, I hear there's a witch, and she's got a giant bird that walks around and talks.
Okay, I'll has there been any particular area? I'll lean forward and continue to whisper at his level. Have there been any particular areas where you have seen the twigs bound, or the overgrown paths, or the strange markings?
Yes, once you leave town and go into the woods, you can't miss it. It's where all the blood is on the grass and the foul smell. Go ahead and make a sense motive check. It's going to be one of your skills. If you don't have it trained, you can still make it, but it's at a -4.
Oh, no. Wait, is trained mean it's got the box filled in?
Correct.
Okay. So -4, but then plus my 1 from wisdom?
Right.
Okay. Natural 20.
He's just pulling your leg. He's just trying to scare it. He thinks it's funny. This is like the boy who cries wolf. You don't think that there's any cultish activities going on. This is, I mean, you walked into town, you didn't notice any of that stuff. So
Right.
anyway, he's just a kid. He's trying to impress you, or he's trying to build up his importance. You know, the next words out of his mouth, you expect him to say, "But I can lead you through the danger for 1 silver piece." But
Right. Well,
Yep, go ahead.
I was gonna say I continue to kind of let him tell his tales, and oh, really fascinating.
He does mention that that the cult worships a troll, but even that that seems like he latched on to hearing the word troll and now is trying to tie that in. You don't think that you don't think at all that there's a troll worshiping cult in the woods.
Okay. Well, I'll just chat with him until, we get to where we're going.
Okay. So in fact, he does walk to the cabins, and him and Dieter both knock on the doors of the 2 cabins, and they offer the food. You remember from talking with Shirella earlier that the food is only a silver piece, and it looks like Dieter only is adding 1 silver piece total to bring it to you. So otherwise it's 4 or 5 silver pieces for what looks like to be a hearty dinner, and there's even a skin of the 1 copper ale. You probably have like 7 coppers worth in the skin, but seems legitimate. And there's wooden cups and wooden bowls, and even a fork. And I don't know, Akka, how you go with humanoid or more human-like food, but there's meat and broth and bread. So I don't know if you're a carrion eating Tengu or if you're a vegetarian Tengu, but you can choose however you want.
Yeah.
So the food's in front of you, and unless you choose to do something different, the meal's quite delicious, well worth the silver and a little bit extra for.
Ate all the things.
Yeah. Crows are omnivores. They eat all the things.
All right,
Okay.
so all the things are consumed. Again, if I'm rushing the story along and you need to do something different than what I say, then just stop me. We'll backtrack a little bit. Otherwise, I'm going to keep plugging away. So it comes close to dusk. Dieter checks in one more time to make sure you don't need any additional firewood. Tells you that the town is generally safe, but you never can tell. He says that the Gredis brothers are always out looking for trouble, so better just to steer clear of the dancing bear and whatever. So he bids you good night. The boy brings some extra wood and piles it outside, and then it looks like he goes off in a direction that's not in any, I don't know, just in a random direction. He doesn't look like he has any purpose, but off he goes, and then the boy follows behind him.
Okay.
Like I said, as soon as it's, dark out, I throw on the heavy cloak that I just bought with my winter gear and head off into the night.
Okay, so I just need you to make a couple stealth checks for me. I know that your stealth is really high, but if you roll a 1, it's still a 1.
Right. First stealth check is a 32.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Second one is a 33.
Okay, so you're able to move from even in the light of the moon, and it's still kind of overcast, but you are you are a shadow in a puddle of shadows, and you go from doorway to corner to alcove to shrubbery undetected. And so, is there anything in particular that you want to try to examine or figure out, or do you just need to have a better, kind of lay of the land and know where to hide if something, if something happens, or what would you like to try to?
I said general lay of the land. I said noticing which houses are more affluent than others, seeing if there's any, people wandering around drunkenly that could be easily pickpocketed. Yeah.
Okay, so that's fine. So let's do a perception check, or do you have knowledge local? Whichever one's higher, you can use whichever one's higher.
They're both 7, so.
Okay, yeah, go ahead and pick one and make one.
Okay. And on as well. 16.
Okay, so you feel like you have a pretty good idea of where the different buildings are and what they're used for, but you can't really tell like who might be living in them or anything like that. As far as the people wandering about, it was like Dieter said, there, it's usually pretty quiet, but when you get near the Dancing Bear, there's some ruckus and some loud voices, and there's two of the Gredis brothers are outside smoking on their pipes, and they're standing with a third guy who looks like he could have a familial presence. So you think if you were to see that other guy in the daylight, you'd be able to recognize him.
Okay. Yeah, so I don't cause trouble. I just notice.
Yeah, I think that if you with that perception, you're super sneaky, but it's just too unfamiliar of a location for you to feel like you have the good, like I know where everything is. I know that house is going to be a rich house, and this house has contraband, and this house has magic, and this house, whatever. But you have an idea that during the daytime you could get around. If you were in trouble, you could find a place to hide. And if you can figure out kind of which houses are occupied and which houses are abandoned. And other than the guy that was out with the Gredis brothers, there's nobody of interest that stands out in your mind.
Okay. Once the town goes quiet, I will pack it in and go to bed.
Okay. Siri, make a perception check.
19.
Yeah. Sometime in the middle of the night, you awaken, but you're not really sure why. You don't feel like there's any threat, but it seems like the room suddenly got darker all of a sudden.
Okay.
And then you go back to sleep. So in the morning, you guys wake up naturally. So nothing startles you awake, or no one's pounding on the door, or nothing happens in the middle of the night to irritate you or to aggravate you. So you feel very well rested. So first thing in the morning stuff, what are you guys interested in doing? You have probably, I don't know, maybe an hour before you're supposed to meet outside the Dancing Bear.
I will spend that hour communing with my familiar.
Okay.
Go to the Dancing Bear for breakfast.
Okay, so that's heading early. I think that's fine. So is anyone else going along? I'll just ask everyone else what they're doing.
Go ahead.
Yeah, Siri, what are you doing?
Okay. I'm going to do some short praise and then head to the Dancing Bear as well.
Okay, who won?
Juan was heading to the Dancing Bear early.
For food.
Oh, got it. I'm sorry, who did I miss?
Akka.
Talia?
I'm
Okay.
communicating with my raven, Akka.
Okay, got it.
Aka's going to the.
Yep, I'm with you. Okay, I got it. I just didn't see who was talking. I apologize. Okay, so those of you who are going to the Dancing Bear, Iggy seems pleased to see you. He kind of looks side to side and he kind of shrugs his shoulders. Shirella comes to your table and says he thought you guys would have been beaten up. The Gredis brothers have been talking about how they want to beat up the newcomers. I guess they didn't get a chance. Anyway, I'm glad to see you're back. And she says that the breakfast is really simple. It's a bread pudding. And when she brings it to you, there's fresh milk on it, cinnamon, some dried fruit, some nuts. It's actually pretty tasty. Ooh. And they have a special drink they serve in the morning. It's called 1 copper ale, and she offers that to you as well.
That a 1 copper drink.
Copper ale.
Yeah, the 1 copper ale is their specialty.
When Siri walks in the door, I'll kind of give him a puzzled look and say, "Are you missing a dagger?"
Siri, are you missing a dagger?
Don't believe so.
So Siri pats his hips and his waist and wherever else he might keep a dagger. He's got a very perplexed look on his face.
Is that a pointed comment, Huon?
That seems like a poke to me. I like it. Keep it up.
Well, to me, it makes me wonder if perhaps Huon has said dagger.
Well, Siri's confused because Siri didn't have a dagger in the first place.
So I think the correct answer is mission complete.
Yep.
So eventually,
I just sort of laugh and eat my breakfast.
Oh, yeah, perfect. I think that's perfect. Good interplay there. So unless there's something else, you guys all eventually make your way to the Dancing Bear. You're all sitting at the table. You're enjoying your spiced bread pudding with dried fruit, nuts, and whatever else I said. And in walk 4 rough-looking gentlemen that have a strong familial resemblance. And you recognize the 3 Gredis brothers. And Juan, you recognize the other person from the night before.
Akka points at them and says, "Look, the ogres! Or are they trolls? I don't remember which." So
these guys aren't taking any guff, it seems. Iggy comes immediately from behind the bar, and he's got his fists balled up. For any of you that are familiar with ham, his hands look like 2 giant hams. And he tells the Gredis brothers, he says, "Get out, not in my bar, or you're going to have me to deal with." And one of the brothers looks out and says, "I'm not afraid of you. I could beat you if I wanted to." And Iggy says, no, you can't. You need to get out. And so again, the 4 brothers, they're kind of, they're a little not confused, but they're confounded. They're defeated. And one of them looks like, Siri, go ahead and make wait, do you have a knowledge? No. I'm trying to think of someone just make a perception check really quick. It doesn't have to be Siri, just whoever. Or all of you. You can all roll it if you want.
27.
Okay, so it looks like one of them's trying to draw what would be a weapon from behind his back. But right about that same time, Haro and another guard walk in, and the 4 Gredis brothers give him a nod, like a tip of the cap, and "Oh, hello, Haro. We were just leaving," and then they kind of squeeze past Looks like crisis was averted again. Haro says, if you're done with your breakfast, I can take you to meet Captain Thorn. He's waiting for you.
I'm done eating.
Yeah, it's up to you. I mean, you guys have seconds and tell him to jump in a lake if you want, but so he turns and he starts heading out, and he's heading towards the barracks. And Talia, that you recognize that he's leading you to a portion of the barracks that was closed and you didn't have a lot of observation on. It looks like it's the walls are stone. The door is pretty heavy, and it looks like if it were compared to the rest of the barracks building, it would be some sort of administrative office, maybe. Anyway, so Haro goes to the door. He opens the door. He leans in and says, "Captain Thorn, here are the newcomers." And a man stands. He opens the door opens his room with a wave. He invites you in. There's a low bench, a stool or two, and even a box. And he gestures for you to sit down.
Go stand in the corner. Stand off to the side.
Like, you guys are so difficult. Okay, so that's what you said, not me. I don't care.
You go stand, or you go stand on a chair.
Right.
I'm gonna go converse with your raven.
Right.
Funny. Like, wait, what's going on? So he introduces himself. He says, "I'm Captain Jeremy Thorn. You can call me Captain. You can call me Sir. You can call me Captain Thorn, or even Jeremy. Unless it is employment you're looking for, then Captain Thorn would be appropriate." He says, "I don't suppose either one of you or any of you are interested in going on trail patrol?" He looks at you hopefully. He says, we're massively understaffed. And
We're a troll.
he kind of like slumps his shoulders and he goes, yes, that too. It's not my favorite, but I've been charged to find hunters to get this dumb troll. All right, fine. Even though after you're done catching the troll, hopefully you will agree to join the wilderness patrol. He's a ranger, and you can look around the room and you can see all sorts of accoutrement for someone who has a life in wilderness. As a matter of fact, it looks like he's probably a little less at home inside than he would be outside. And he tells you that this is the Ranger Guard's chapter house, essentially. And he's only in here, periodically. Otherwise, he's ranging with the rest of his rangers. He tells you that, he's going to bring you to the wizard, who is looking for a troll, and he shakes his head and he says, "Again." And this is not the first group of people that he's brought up there to do this thing. So he says he's willing to stick around for a couple of quick questions if you like. Otherwise, it's best not to keep Masterminder waiting.
Well, that is what we are here for, is to help you with the troll problem. Also, if there's any elements around town that you would like taken care of quietly, I can provide a service for a modest fee.
Are you talking about the Gredis brothers? No, they're harmless. Unless you think getting clouted on the head with a club is harmful. I mean, I don't know. You look like you're capable. What is it that each one of you does? I guess I should probably know who you are before I take you any further. He crosses his arms in front. He doesn't look like he's mad, but someone give me a sense motive check.
Not me. I am not good.
Well, you can all
I'll
do
do
it.
it.
You can all do it. Just some of you might be successful and some of you won't.
Yeah.
14.
21.
Okay, so for those of you who got under a 20, he does look a little aggravated, but not like mad. He's not mad at you. Just kind of, like he would rather be someone else. But for those of you who scored over a 21, I think it's like he's a little worried that this troll business is something that he doesn't want to have anything to do with. But again, he has his charter and he has his orders, so he's gonna take you up to go see the wizard. But he still wants to know who you are and what you do. He looks expectantly around the room. He's got his eyebrows raised.
What was the question?
I'm going to roll a d4 and I'm going to pick someone to go first because he's going to.
Okay.
Aka had a question.
Okay.
Of
Yes.
the guy.
So what is the wizard? Why do we have to go see the wizard again?
Did you say lizard? No, wizard. I just don't understand what you're saying. I usually read lips and I can't understand. You don't have lips. So no, though the wizard is looking for a troll. I'm supposed to find people to help him find a troll. You seem to be those people, but I still don't know who you are.
Oh. Well, I am Thalia. I am a druid.
You will get along very well with the wizard.
And this is Aka. They are also a druid.
Well, it seems like nature abounds, and he kind of scoffs. He's definitely a martial guy. I don't think he's distrustful of magic, but you can tell that he's looking expectantly at Siri like, oh, please.
Please don't be enough.
Please don't be, yeah, please. Please don't be a bard. Please don't be a bard.
Captain, I'm Siri. I'm a holy knight.
And he does look very pleased. Like, oh, all right. And then he looks to Juan and he goes, okay, 1 out of 3 so far.
My name's Huon. I'm just your average all-around problem solver. And your appropriation specialist.
Just make sure you're not solving any problems in my town and we'll be okay. He gives you the
only if
I've
I
been
get
around
paid
the block. Got it. Noted. All right. Well, follow me. And he gets up. He adjusts his cloak. It's easy to tell he's armed with a long sword. Even in town, he's got a couple of daggers. His boots are worn but fine. His cloak looks again worn but serviceable. And his uniform is just a little different. Where the guards were wearing russet and red, he's wearing gold and green. Anyway, so he leads you up the paved path, paved being with stones and packed earth and cobbles, like mentioned before, and slowly kind of walks up the winding pavement to the keep. And as you guys are walking up, he says, Masterminder resides in the keep, but spends most of his time in his workroom. And then he leads you down a series of descending passageways near the keep. So the entrance is in the wall, and instead of going in through the keep in the main entrance, he goes down. Mm-hmm. And then he pauses at a guarded door. It's a guard that you don't recognize, but is in the same color, russet and reds. And he lets Captain Thorne to the door. Captain Thorne knocks, and you guys can tell right from that just brief opening of the door, it's a very large room. It's kind of dark and dim. It's filled with curious and arcane objects. If any of you want to spend time examining the room, It would probably, I could probably tell you what some of the things are, but it would probably be recognized as being rude, bad first impression.
Just wander in and poke at his stuff.
Yeah, like, hey, what is this? Hey, this is cool. Kind of like the kid in. Oh, never mind. I'll tell. Can switch gears. Switch gears later. I get distracted too easy, right? Several tables are cluttered with scrolls, tomes, notebooks, odd items. There's a large bookcase and scroll case sitting along the walls. There's a gray-haired man in faded red. He's squinting over paperwork with a magnifying glass. He looks up from the five of you entering the room and says, yes. And about the same time, it's not hard to notice, so there's no need for a perception check, but there's a black bird on an ornate perch who squawks loudly when he says yes.
And literally the other two birds in the room.
Yep. I thought that might be funny.
And squawk back. Like I make eye contact with Thalia's bird, and we have a moment, and then we squawk back to it.
Right. I think so. During the duration of this encounter in Master Minder's room, there is an uneasy interaction between the two actual corvids, and then for Akka, you pick up snippets of, oh yeah, well my master is better than your master type of arguing between the two ravens.
Okay. Yeah, when they first call, I kind of look over at my raven, who I need to name at some point, and I'm like, would you like to go make a friend?
Yeah, so the Masterminder's raven is aloof, like most ravens, or many ravens are, but also curious. And if you wanted to spend some time trying to do your mind meld with your animal companion, you could probably figure out exactly what was being said. And it probably would glean some information about Masterminder, but you're having a hard time paying attention to two conversations at the same time.
Yeah, no, I let my bird just, I let him figure out whether he wants to be friends or not.
So in the pause, Captain Thorne says, here are the animal catchers you requested, and he kind of says it with not a sneer, but like he's not being derogatory towards you. He's just how he's interacting with Masterminder. He said, you said you needed to capture a wild beast, so here they are. And Masterminder looks at you doubtfully and said, these are it then. And that's what he says. He has it's a generally unfriendly attitude, which is surprising, right? For someone who wants some help, you would think that he would be more kind, but he seems to be very gruff.
Yeah, he's probably gotten used to people, all promises, no.
Right. So he says to Thorne, he doesn't, he says, okay, goodbye. And he kind of waves him off, and Captain Thorne gives an exaggerated bow, like way too much for somebody. Siri, you can make a nobility check.
Yeah.
Just tell me what the result is.
Oh goodness. 6.
Yeah, even so, this wizard's not any royalty whatsoever, and you can tell that Captain Thorne was being patronizing. So anyway, so he leaves, and you're in the room alone with the Masterminder, who kind of has a very curt conversational tone, and he gestures around his room and says, this is the beast you must capture. And he kind of points to a giant skull. It's black with fearsome teeth. It's the size of your upper torsos. It's pretty big. And if one of you wants to do a knowledge nature check, you could, but while you're contemplating this skull, the Masterminder says it's one of the most dangerous creatures in the region.
Okay,
And-
Akka did a nature check.
Okay, tell me if you get over a 13.
I got a 20.
Well, there you go. So this is a troll's skull.
Oh.
He says, you must bring the creature back alive. And he seems to be very insistent on that part. And then he's looking for a map. He says that he knows that there's a troll that lives out to the west, about a week's march from Ravenreach. So
Okay.
he tells you that the creature has regenerative abilities. He tells you that they have extra human strength. He tells you that they're savage and have a high morale. What else does he say? And he offers you 2,000 gold pieces for delivering a live troll. Now, so Juan,
How much?
What was that?
2,000 gold pieces total. So Juan, I need you to make an appraise check,
To bring the troll back alive.
Okay.
and then tell me what your result is.
Bringing the troll back alive?
Yes, 2,000 gold.
I rolled a 1,
Well,
so 5.
it seems like 2,000 might be a lot, or it might be a normal amount for bringing a troll back alive. You can't tell.
Right?
It could be. It's one or the other, and you don't know.
Are we having
I was
a troll?
apparently not paying attention at all, so
Like what,
it's kind of
2,000
like
what?
absentmindedly go, okay.
Yeah, maybe you heard silver pieces, maybe you heard platinum pieces. You really just don't know.
Yeah. It's like,
So he asks you, what else? What else do you want from me? What else do you need? And again, he's still searching around his papers. He's surprised. It's like he's surprised you're still here.
Do you have a suggestion as to how we are to bring this creature back alive?
You are the adventurers, not me. I just need him for my research in order to protect this region from trolls and troll kind.
Well, where are you going to put the troll once it's brought back?
Well, I suspect I probably have already thought of that and probably already have a place for the troll. Listen, 2,000 gold is a lot. And then need this troll for my research. And again, it's for the protection. Are you animal hunters or not?
sounds like an awesome deal. We should do this.
Or it sounds like a terrible deal. You don't know.
Yeah.
It's one or the other. Either it's awesome or it's terrible.
So where exactly is the troll?
So he's looking for a map. That's what he's trying to do. So he says, if you come back, I'll have this map prepared for you. If you come back this afternoon, I'll give you the map. It's about a week's march. You don't even have to have horses or anything. The weather is so mild these days. You can just make your way. You can grab the troll, you can march him back here, and then I'll pay you your gold.
Easy peasy. No problem.
That's what I think.
Sure, capturing your troll. Easy.
The bird is
The witch is concerned.
Yeah, he doesn't share any of his other details with the troll. So no matter how much you guys ask, or even if you were to try to magically compel him to tell you, he doesn't share that information. But he does tell you to come back. He says, get yourself ready for a week's long trip in the wilderness and then come back.
Okay.
Also, aside for Talia, because of the fact that the wild shape that my character takes most often is going to probably be a crow,
Mm-hmm.
just because that's what they know the best.
Mm-hmm.
They will occasionally borrow your bird
and pretend that I am your bird.
Oh, okay. That's fine.
So like my wild shape can only last for about an hour or so, but like I would pretend like your bird would take off and then I would take the spot where your bird last landed or whatever.
Right. Or you can, be
Because
like,
people probably won't be able to tell the difference between the two of us anyways.
right, unless they know animals, a blackbird is a blackbird.
Yeah. So
Or if you want to go fly and do something, they'll be like, oh, it's that druid's bird again.
Yes, exactly.
Okay, makes sense. You get to pretend to be my bird, and you get to help me pretend to be a druid. And we're all good.
Yep.
Awesome. Okay, so the guard that's outside the door, he's standing and waiting, and he points the direction of the stairs. When you were walking down, there were no other offshoots or entrances. This is absolutely Masterminder's personal space.
Mm-hmm.
And you weren't able to examine the room much more than what you were able to see just in the short time there. In speaking with your familiar, Talia, you're able to discern that the Masterminder's familiar was kind of aloof and felt very superior and could tell that you weren't a real druid.
No, that's fine.
And the raven droppings smelled bad, so that's how that was the insult your raven gave to the other raven.
I comfort my raven then that it had to deal with such a rude feather fellow.
Nice. I like it. Okay, so you have the majority of the afternoon to provision. You can settle your rooms since if I am assuming you're leaving it sometime soon before the weather turns.
Yeah, and if it's going to take a week for them to get
Precisely.
back.
Yeah, precisely. So that's that's kind of like your marching orders, and I'll give you guys a little bit of time to come up with a little plan, and then I will be right back. So feel free to talk your plan amongst yourselves, and then we'll sort it out when I come back. Sound good?
Sounds like a plan.
Not like an official break, an unofficial break.
Right.
Okay.
Planning away from GM ears.
Yes. Yeah. I'm turning my ears off. Okay.
So,
Okay, well,
anybody have any how we're supposed to march a live troll back into town?
well, the thing with trolls is any part of them that's not burnt will eventually turn into a troll. So technically speaking, all we really need is like a hand.
Oh, and just not burn it.
Yeah,
Huh.
just cut off a hand, keep the hand, burn the rest of the troll, and by the time we get back, it'll have regenerated. And so, hey, here's a troll.
So if we kill it, we can bring the dead body back, and then it'll just regenerate to being a live troll.
Yeah, we just have to keep it dead until we get back.
We'll
But
just keep stabbing it.
It's aren't they big?
They
That's
are
what-
big. They're a large creature.
That's what we have him for.
I don't think the horse would appreciate pulling the troll behind it.
I will
I
talk
was
to
saying,
it.
like, if
I said, bringing it back alive is not the trouble. Keeping it dead till we get there, that's the trouble.
I just keep a sword in its heart or something, right?
Well,
Just leave it there.
It's going to be safe here. That it won't go on a rampage and start destroying the town.
He assured us he had an appropriate place to store it. He
No.
said he had thought about that and that he would have a spot for it.
And to be fair, that's not our problem. If he wants us to bring a live troll back into town, we're getting paid to do that. I'm happy.
I don't know if the paladin's super happy about that logic.
You weren't reassured by his I have a place? I'm sure I thought of a
Yeah.
place. I thought of a place, so I have a place.
I think that If he doesn't have a place, I'm killing it. For good.
Well, we just set it. It'll already be dead. We just set it on fire.
Make sure we get paid first, though.
Oh yeah, for sure. You can go get paid while I kill it.
Get paid first and then kill. You don't want to. You never want to walk away from a job without getting paid first, even if you kill the person who's giving you the job.
What is that? We don't need the entire troll. All we need is a hand. It'll regenerate by the time we get it to him if we're going for like a week.
Does it
funny.
regenerate that fast?
Huh?
All right, you guys are taking a chance.
It'll eventually regenerate, right?
Or
end up
we
with
can
2
take the
trolls that
entire
way.
thing and keep the sword in its heart or something. We just got to make sure once it starts twitching, somebody twists it. You know?
Yeah.
That's true. Yeah, that is a point. If we cut the troll into pieces, then the one piece we leave will regenerate into a troll, and the one we take to town will regenerate into a troll. And now we've given the town 2 trolls.
Okay, so probably just try and keep it at one piece, and then do something like keep a great sword in its heart,
Yeah.
and then just turn it whenever it's being not nice.
So then, do we need to pick up an extra sword, one to leave in its heart, a holding sword?
I think we can probably just leave my great sword in it, if we need to, because I've got my long sword and shield as well.
Okay. Just wanted to make sure you would not be left weaponless.
Mm-hmm. So,
All right. How are you guys
That's,
feeling?
So do we need
we
a
didn't beforehand. The trade post guy said to come back for the hunting stuff. I don't know what he was talking about, but it seems kind of interesting.
Okay,
So we want to
so
go talk to him.
And then Akka wanted to swing by the alchemists.
yep, super smart. So let me just do this in little pieces really quick. First of all, as you guys are walking around, there you notice the Gredis brothers in 1s, 2s, 3s, and 4s wandering around in different configurations. Again, kind of giving you unkind looks, but otherwise harmless. Dieter seems. Oops, I'm sorry. Dieter seems to have heard that you guys are planning to leave soon, and tells you that he will refund your money as soon as you get back, or give you 6 more nights on the house, so to speak. He sheepishly looks at you and says that he's already spent your money.
Sure.
You see Haru a couple of times walking around, and he seems friendly and pleased to see you, but doesn't stop for any conversation or chit chat. He's busy. And let's see, if you go to Selfridge's place, whoever's going to Selfridge's place, he seemed to think that he has a net and a trident in his back room that he thinks will be helpful for catching the troll.
That looks big enough.
It's probably not good for hunting trolls, but it's
Maybe we get some
unusual.
rope.
It's unusual. I mean, he might not know what it's for. I mean, he knows what a net is for, right? The trident's a weird spear, but maybe he thinks it's a troll hunting kit.
Right.
Sounds like something for fishing.
I will check it out and do an appraise on it to see if it would actually help us at all.
Yeah, I mean the net possibly. It's not giant. It isn't gladiator equipment though, so it looks like it does probably belong to an adventuring group. And when he sees you looking at it, he thinks you're trying to look at it to see if it's worth anything, and he says to you, "Listen, the group that was here before you, the man who was part of the group, he said this was what they were going to use to hunt a troll."
Clearly, it didn't work out for them, though.
Well, this isn't the actual one. I saw what he was using, and I made my own to be close to it. So I'll give you a discount at half. So three gold for the net, and I'll throw in the pointy fork thing for free.
So, I have a question.
Yes.
During one of those times that the Greenwich brothers are kind of circling us and trying to give us kind of mean looks.
The eye.
The eye. My herbalism is in its like third form, quote unquote, and it says that I can make a potion as long as it's something that I could potentially cast.
Right.
That's what it said. That like from any castable spell.
Ooh, nice.
Because before it said just druid spells, but now it says any castable spell. I don't know what would be specifically more castable than just druid spells.
Yeah.
But can I drop a subtly, very subtly, can I drop a potion of itching curse onto one of them?
So do you have access to that spell? I think that you read it right the first time, that it's a druid spell, then you can make the potion for it.
Well, it originally was just druid spells, but then it changes to any castable spell.
Right, but it might be any castable spell for you, as
Yes.
opposed to any castable spell, unless.
Yeah, castable spell for me.
Got it. So if you can cast that spell, then yes, you can make a potion, and I will give you a chance to make those guys itch.
It's a first level druid spell.
Yep, get them.
I'm going to accidentally, like if he bumps into me or something, drop one of my potions of itching curse onto him.
Got it. So like spilling a drink at a busy bar, like oops, sort of thing.
Yes.
Okay, let me do something really quick here. All right, so do you have stealth available as a skill? If so, can you give me a stealth check?
They should. They get.
I'm sorry. Do they have a? I apologize.
I was gonna say. I think that as birds, we might get.
So it'll be on your character sheet.
Yeah, Tengu's +2 to stealth.
Yeah. So and your stealth is pretty high. So I just want to make sure that they don't catch you doing it.
19.
Yeah, you're able to get it. Go ahead and roll a D6 for me. No, a D4 for me. Sorry, D4.
3.
Okay, so in the different configurations, you're able to get 3 of the brothers with one of your potions.
Cool.
Of itching. And
nice.
In the rest of the afternoon, for those of you who are watching and keeping your eyes out for the Menace brothers, it appears that 3 of them have gotten into some nasty poison ivy or some sumac or nettles or something, because they are scratching at their skin. They can't reach their backs, so they're each helping each other scratch their backs. It looks incredibly uncomfortable, especially since they're wearing, fur vests and boots and such. You suspect if they, didn't have as many clothes on, they might be able to satisfy that itch a little bit better. Otherwise, they are uncomfortable. Is this something that you wanted anyone else to see, or just it on your own?
I don't care if anybody knows. I was just tired of them mean mugging us.
Got it. So if any of you were paying any attention whatsoever, the Tengu walked over to not interact with the small knot of Menace brothers, and a few moments afterwards they were itching madly. So you can draw whatever conclusions you want. Okay, so let's do the Selfridge. Finish up with Selfridge. Is there anything else you guys are doing with that? I suspect you already have bedrolls and tarps and tarpaulins and tents, fire making equipment. You probably have a small store of rations available. So
Yeah.
Some extra rope.
Yeah, maybe some spare rope. And I don't know if anyone has any sort of mountaineering experience, but when you guys came into town, you did notice that
I did grab a climber's kit.
Yeah, so that's probably pretty smart too. And Selfridge recommends having at least 2, but if you have 1, at least you won't get stuck on the mountainside with no relief. And so you get it throughout the day with Selfridge, with buying, whatever extra supplies you need, extra rations, and the climbing kit or the mountaineer's kit, you spend another 7 or 8 gold. And then, unless you guys have something else to do with Selfridge. Okay, so over.
When I was wandering around last night, did I notice where the brothers
Good question.
lived?
Well, they were out when you were out, so there's not a really good chance for you to find out. You could probably tail them if you wanted to, and see what you could find out. But otherwise, yeah, you could probably ask around, and I think someone would tell you. But otherwise,
no, I was just, while I was wandering around at night, did I notice? If I didn't, then I
I
didn't.
don't think so. Maybe, but I don't think so. And then let's see what else. Oh, we're going to go to. That's funny.
I keep forgetting I'm wearing makeup.
Oh yeah.
I'm just double checking my notes really quick here. But you wanted to go to the alchemists.
Yes, briefly to talk about potions.
Okay, so his name is Levy, and he has arrayed in front of him 10 questionable looking potions. If you make a knowledge nature check really quick. This is for Akka, right?
Yes.
Yeah, just make a knowledge nature check.
24.
Do you have any alchemist fire? Or...
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
So you can tell that out of these 10 potions that he has arrayed in front of him, some of them might be really good healing potions. I mean, just by looking at the consistency and the viscosity and the hue, it looks like they're very similar to healing potions that you're familiar with. The other ones maybe not as much.
I point to the actual good healing potions. And
Did you say the obvious ones?
Was that the ones that I can tell are good healing potions?
Okay, there's 3 or 4. So just to be clear, from what you can tell, they look like they're good healing potions.
Well, remember, I also make potions as well.
Yep, I do remember. So by just by looking at them, you can't tell anything more than what I told you.
Okay.
Short of having them in your hand and maybe popping the cork and taking a sniff and a little drink, you won't be able to tell if they're how authentic or how potent they are.
Okay.
And he might not let you do that without buying them.
Right. I asked him what his prices are for that.
So he said he'd sell you all 10 for 15 gold. But if you just want 1 or 2, I have to charge you full price, 5 gold pieces. And for a healing potion, that is a good deal.
Is that what he says to me?
Yes. And in talking with Talia the night before, if she chooses to relay information she found out, that was the same price that he gave her for the same type of thing.
Mm-hmm.
So he's not gouging you just because you're different.
Do we have any? How much money do we still have? Because we've been spending money on things.
I think if you think about the 60 gold piece realm, that's probably pretty safe. I think you have enough.
All right. Well, I might grab some potions just in case, because I might run out of my own stash.
Okay. So how many potions do you want? You want the whole lot?
Yeah. Well, just give me all the good healing potions.
Right. Well, even the potions that are bad looking might still have benefit.
Okay, so is it 15 gold
Yeah,
for
so
all?
it's 15 for all, or if you just want to buy the 4 that look like healing potions, then it's 20. So actually you're making it's better to take them all.
Yeah, if we get all of them for a cheaper price.
Now
Yeah,
you
okay.
can keep them separate if you want, put 4 potions in one pouch that look like healing, and then you can figure out the other one some other time. Or maybe you won't be able to figure them out, or maybe they're nothing. I mean, it's hard to
All right.
it's hard to tell.
There
Or
could be scummy pond water.
Yeah.
I'll do.
Does anyone else have anything they need or want to do?
Does
Do
the
we?
alchemist have any alchemist fire?
Yeah, not in this small town. And if he had some, this is what your opinion is. It might not be alchemist fire.
Right.
Yeah.
First off, did y'all see the note in the Zoom chat?
I do. I'll draw that up later so that we can have that available.
Okay, cool.
It's 4 potentially good healing potions and then 5 questionable potions.
6 questionable potions. And again, just to be clear, the 4 healing potions might be questionable too. Just
Right.
want to,
They look like
I might not say that again.
Well, I mean, like
Yes,
I said,
ma'am. Yeah, no, you're right. That's the right way to sort them out.
and then I want to do the quick call out for the donation of $25 from Ed. Thank you, Ed.
Yep, and I'll make sure if you're not familiar with Bill Webb's Dirty Tricks, Bill Webb is a game designer from Necromancer and Frog God Games. He's a very prolific dungeon master and game creator, and he created a deck of many things type of artifact called the Deck of Dirty Tricks, and in it are some beneficial and some non-beneficial. This happens immediately, or this happens at the choice of the draw. So because it is a random thing, what I'll do is I'll work with CJ offline. We'll draw a card together, and then that card will be in Juan's repertoire for use as per the card. Does that sound good?
May I
Sounds
put in
good.
a request though that
Sure.
Juan does not decide to play solitaire with the Deck of Dirty Tricks.
Yeah, we'll get one card, and like I said, we'll make sure that it fits what we need for the campaign, because some of them are, instantly a red dragon appears. So I mean, some of them aren't going to be appropriate, but we'll make sure that it fits. And in the spirit of it being random, we'll try to make it as random as possible. So
Yeah.
does anyone else have anything to do tonight? It's
What was that?
probably
I think so.
it's probably too late to get going. It's maybe mid afternoon by the time you're all done doing this thing. So
Do we want to try and chase down a cart to pull the dead troll?
that might work. So in asking around, there are roads that are that go in and out of the wilderness. So the track between here and wherever there is might be suitable for a cart, certainly a small one. Otherwise, you're right. That's probably lugging an alive troll might be a complicated process if it's going to take you a week to do it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm no expert, but that seems like a good idea for me. So if you guys wanted to get a cart, you can get one. You can either rent it or you can buy it. The renting of the cart includes a small fee for in the event that you don't bring it back. And Lecter is the guy's name who's the wheelwright, and the Carter, and he says that the cart is 7 gold, and if you want to rent it, it's 7 gold, of which 5 of it you'll get back when you bring the cart. And then I suspect, yeah, you're probably gonna have to get a draft animal to pull it.
Probably.
We've got the paladin's horse.
Yeah, we can use my horse.
Yeah, sure. Just itch him up. And that would be the other thing is, do you want to? It probably would only save you maybe a day's journey since you're pulling the cart. But if you were all to get horses or some other mounts, that probably would save you some time. But that's up to you.
Considering we traveled here, did we walk the entire way, or we
Yeah,
would have
it's-
had mounts already?
Nah, I don't know. What do you guys want to do? Mounts already? Sounds good. Okay, so you guys have mounts already. Probably cost you another gold altogether to stable them while you were there.
Mhm.
And then you'll still have to get a mule or another horse to pull the cart. It's not a full-blown wagon, it's just got two wheels, but like an extra long bedded chariot is what it looks like.
Okay.
It's the El Camino of carts.
Perfect to pull a large creature.
Okay, so
It
let's
might get its head and shoulders in it.
I'm assuming you guys are going to get a start first thing in the morning. Is there
Yeah.
anything that you want to do between now and when you wake up? We don't have to fast forward it, and we can role play as much as you like. Otherwise, we can advance to whatever encounters may occur between now and the morning and
I
wake
find
up
out where the
nice and
brothers
fresh.
live.
Okay, you're able to find out there, and they actually have families, so they each live in their own little house. They're not too far from each other, but also not right next door. And in asking around, they're just mean, bullies. They're used to either getting their way or fighting to get their way, but they don't always get their way. So it's kind of like they're frustrated a lot. And there's no way by looking at their houses to tell that they're poor or they're downtrodden or anything like that. Just seems to be like they're unkind people.
Well, someone should fix their opinion about things.
Huh?
Someone
And
should fix them.
should be better people.
I'm sure they've been told that. That doesn't mean they're going to change.
Let me rephrase. We should have enthusiastically remind them to be better people.
All right, here's what I want to do then. Let's do this. I'm going to go around the table and get everyone's last piece of input. Then I think we should take our lunch break if that's okay. And then when we come back, we can get on the road to go hunt this troll.
Yeah. That sounds like a plan.
Okay, so let's start with you, Thalia. What is it that you want to do between now and tomorrow morning when Thalia wakes up? You want me to come back to you?
Well, she doesn't really have anything she wants to do. Rest. Eat. Maybe see if she can do research on a troll.
Sure.
Yeah,
if you want to make a knowledge nature check, I'll give you some additional information if you want.
Yeah.
So go ahead and do that really quick, and then I'll let you know.
28.
Okay, so you know that trolls are largely solitary, but not always. Sometimes they operate in small little packs, maybe up to 4. They generally don't coexist with other creatures or animals because they're savage and hungry all the time, but it's not uncommon or not unknown for them to work with other animals if it's to their benefit, but it's only to their benefit. So they don't hang out with other animals just because they like the company. It's only because they're serving a purpose. And that's what you're able to tell in your research.
Okay. Another that, then she's just gonna, eat, rest, and prepare for the next day.
Okay.
Akka is going to wild shape into a crow.
Okay.
And is going to go around and talk to the other birds that are in town.
Okay.
And will, and I can roll a persuasion, or I could use my wild empathy to make them basically, anytime the one of the brothers does anything that is mean, I would like them to poop on their heads.
I think that's appropriate. If it's so, most of the birds are very simple, and they have just a few driving emotions that manage their will, if you will. When they're hungry, they want to eat. When they're in danger, they want to fly away. When they're cold, they want to get warm. When it's time the season to mate, they look for a mate. But they seem to think that you get a sense from them that is humorous as much as birds can find things funny. So yeah, so I think that if one or two of the birds were to poop randomly on one of the Reddish brothers, I think that would be mission complete.
And then once I get their cooperation, I turn back into my half birds state.
Okay. Awesome. Is that it for you?
Yes.
Okay, Juan, what about you? Anything other than what we've already discussed?
No, I think I'm good to go.
Okay, boom. Siri.
I think Siri's going to partake in a few more copper ales than he has previously.
Good.
He won't-
Get liquored up right before a big trip. Good thinking. That's very paladin-y of you. Oh, my kids are the best. They're bringing me
Paladins
lunch
can
now.
drink.
That's good timing. Look, I got peanut butter and jelly and hot and spicy bugles. Okay. So I'll just do a quick sign off for me, and then if you guys want to do a sign off for the project, that's awesome. So when we come back after lunch, the stalwart group of adventurers will undertake the difficult and daunting task of capturing a live troll for the local wizard for use in his personal private business. So that's it for me. You guys can determine when we're coming back and just let me know.
Break. They're generally going to be about a 30-minute break. So that means we should be getting back around 2:30, assuming we don't have any technical difficulties slowing things up. So definitely be sure to tune back in for that, to watch as we try and deal with this troll. And remember that if you think things are going too easy, you can donate money to the GM to help make things more difficult. If you think we're getting our butts kicked, you can donate money to us to help us out.
Awesome. All right.
3. Oh, we're live. Hi, we're back.
Funny. Hey, so I just wanted to say really quick, thanks to Ed for the nice donation. I've worked with Juan to make sure that Bill's deck of dirty tricks is being executed properly, and we'll see what happens if the situation presents itself. Hopefully we'll get a chance to use that dirty trick. So where we left off before we took our lunch break, our group of adventurers have taken a commission from the local wizard, Masterminder, who wants a troll for whatever reason, some secret that he's keeping to himself, but for the betterment of the local area, he wants a troll, and he's hired the group of adventurers to go collect this troll. So Minder, before you leave, he did find a map. His runner brings you the map, and it essentially shows the town that you're in, Ravenreach, and a little trail leading off to the west, and then it has some other little things annotated on there. One of the things that he annotates is a creek. That in a handwritten scrawl he's written Lost Creek. There's also some marshlands that have a do not enter handwritten sign on. And then he marks some ruins, and then the big X on the map says Wyvern Mountain. And that's where we're at.
Wyvern Mountain sounds intense.
And so it's the next morning. The town hasn't really come out to see you off, but there's notable town folks that you recognize who are interested in your departure. Not very many people head west. The last people that did head west didn't come back from the west, so they're interested to see what you're up to. Iggy has packed a lunch of some sort, some fresh vegetables, some bread that's probably yesterday's bread, and a clay pot that is tied and stoppered. And he tells you that there's some stew from last night in there. Has a couple withered apples. Again, it's fall, but the apples are growing just fine. And he gives you kind of a pat on the back and wishes you great luck and hopes that you come back soon.
Toodaloo.
Right?
All right. Any last, before you depart the gate, any last anythings?
Last words of encouragement.
Yeah, well, obviously you can always turn around, but once you get going, we're going.
Going.
Okay, good point. So on your way out, Haro gives you a hearty wave, and then as you turn for one last glance at the safety of the palisades, you can see him stroking his beard and kind of scratching his head. So that being said, the early autumn weather is rainy right now, so you guys are dealing with a little bit of rain. Everything's a little slippery. There's fall leaves on the ground, and you guys are headed into the wilderness to look for a troll. Akka, when you're maneuvering around,
Yes.
you notice a variety of different birds. There's starlings that are in the area. There's some magpies and other corvids, to include crows, and at least one raven. And every now and then you'll catch sight of a hawk and some other raptor type birds.
Okay.
Some songbirds are chirping and chittering and that sort of stuff. Otherwise, the bird activity is low. If you make a knowledge nature check, for me really quick?
Everything. Just give me 1 second.
Yep.
24.
24. Okay, so while you're whether you're on horseback or not, every now and then you'll stop and periodically pick some wild edibles. You also have access to some mushrooms and other fungi that might be used to you in your potion design, and some heal-alls and irritants, if you will. So I suspect you have room in a bag or a pack for those things.
Yeah.
When you stop next to put these different potions together, you will have a full complement of and variety of items to choose from to make those potions.
Okay. I mean, yeah, Aka basically has like a herbalist setup pack that she carries that they carry with them.
Sure, like different tubes and test tubes and
Yeah.
pinchers and yep, I understand. Yeah, plenty of that going on. Thalia, you in communing with your familiar, you kind of get the same sort of feel that Akka has in that there are a variety of animals that acting just like animals would act in the late or the early autumn. So those mammals that hibernate are looking for food. Insects are starting to become dormant. Amphibians and reptiles are not generally present.
Right.
But occasionally you'll see deer grazing and other omnivores, possums, raccoons, and that sort of thing. So it's just kind of business as normal. And again, these are not like highly intelligent creatures. So when you get a feel for what they're saying, and it's like, ooh, I'm hungry, or ooh, I'm sleepy, or whatever it is.
Yeah, not a whole lot of
No, ma'am. And then Juan, occasionally, can you just do a perception check for me, please?
Sure. 22.
Yeah, you're pretty sure you're not being followed. I don't know how frequently you turn around and look, but the feel that you got from the town was maybe you're part of the town is excited to see where you're going and what you're doing, but none of them are excited enough to follow you.
Right. Well, if we're going after Troll, I didn't figure anyone would want to follow us.
No, unless someone's going to cut the latigo on your saddle, and that would be the Gredis brothers. But even so, they didn't come out either. So, and then Siri, give me what do you have? Knowledge, nobility, and what's the other one?
Knowledge, religion as well.
Oh yeah, can you do a knowledge religion check?
Yeah. Total 20.
Yeah, there's nothing religious out here. So just thought didn't want you to feel left out without rolling. So there you go. You now are completely successful.
Sweet.
Okay, so there are locations on your map. The X, however, is on Wyvern Mountain. So my question to you is, how direct of a path are you intending to take to Wyvern Mountain? And if you intend to make any diversions, where might you go?
I mean, we don't have anything that we really need to do.
That's true.
Yeah.
So
Let's go get this roll.
there you go. I think I like it. So I need you guys to kind of identify an order of march, who's doing what. So 3 of you can be mounted and 1 of you could be driving the cart, or you can walk, or however you want to do it. Just gotta tell me what it is.
Well, as this is woody type area, I suggest like our druid who actually kind of knows woods be in front.
About the druid, yes.
So Akka, how good are you? How, in your experience, how well do you think you are able to ride a horse?
I have horse riding.
Oh, awesome. Well, there you go. So it's not awkward or weird for you. It might be awkward or weird for someone unaccustomed to seeing a giant bird riding on a horse, but
Right, because it's less like riding the horse and more that the bird is just perched on the saddle.
you're squatting over the back.
A hook or something that I could put my talons in.
Yep, I'm sure. The horse is a little bit spooked, but you said you have ride, so
Yes, I do have ride.
I think that's okay. So Akka in front, then what? Who?
I
would
would
think.
probably be in the wagon.
Okay, so Thalia is driving the wagon, or
Is
the
there a skill for
cart, rather.
Okay.
Yeah, do you have handle animal?
No, so I am not driving the car.
Well, I mean, you can. It just means that if something spooks it, I mean, anybody can sit there and go.
Would you like me to do the cart?
I don't have ride either. I don't do horses very well.
Again, the same thing. If you just because you don't have ride as a trained skill, it doesn't mean that you can't ride. It just means if something happens where you need to have your ability checked, your skill checked, it just means you don't have a high thing. So, in my opinion, if you were to either drive the cart or ride a horse, it wouldn't matter unless something happened to the horse. So.
Well, I mean, I could just ride in the back of the cart.
Okay,
And
that's fine.
Can drive
Sure.
the cart. And imagine if anybody's going to ride the horse, it would be the paladin who owns the horse.
Probably.
But we all have horses.
Oh, that's right. We all have horses, don't we?
Yeah.
Because we didn't walk here.
That's right. I forgot about that. We established that.
Yeah. So let's just say that everybody is proficient enough to sit down on a saddle while something underneath them is going clop, 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 clop forward.
Right.
And in the event that you guys get chased by something and it requires you to make a skill check, then we'll come to that bridge when we cross it. Talking about trolls and bridges, right? Okay.
Right.
Okay, so Akka in front, then who?
Siri, do you want rear guard or do you want second?
I'll take the rear guard.
Okay, then I'll ride second.
I'll ride in the middle.
That's the best place for the wizard.
Yeah.
So Thalia, just for the sake of argument, let's assume that you are in fact in
Driving
the cart, yeah, and that your horse is tied to the back of the cart, and that in the event that you need to ride a horse, you'll be able to climb out of the cart, untie the horse, get on the horse.
Sounds like a plan.
Awesome. Okay. So as you're going along, the first night or the first day is uneventful, other than what I've already mentioned. As it gets close to dusk, you have the materials and the resources to build a fire, to set up a shelter against the weather, and to prepare a fairly decent meal because you still have fresh ingredients. So this is a good opportunity if you have something you want to do or need to do. You can just let me know what those things are so I can annotate them.
Akka will start going through the things that they have collected during their travels.
Okay.
And we'll, take the kit out and start kind of pre-crushing them or pre-soaking them or whatever they need to be done for the kind of potions that they make.
Okay. I think that is a good plan. Anybody else have anything specific to add to that?
I think I'm good.
Yeah. If I haven't communed with my raven yet, I guess try and commune with my raven.
Okay.
I'm going to go do a walkabout in the woods near the camp to make sure there's no
Bless you.
dangerous animals or whatnot nearby.
Okay.
No trails.
Okay. I'll give you. Do you have a survival? Do you have survival as a trained skill?
No.
Okay. I'll let you do a knowledge local. but at a -4.
Okay.
Can I assist?
So 9.
Yeah, you can assist.
Uh,
I'm doing what I would do in a city, except for it's the woods, and I don't know the woods.
Aha.
18 on survival.
Okay, so that's good support. You're able to tell that in the area that you're looking in, there isn't really anything of importance that would suggest that there was somebody out there or other habitation. I mean, you've passed areas where there's been grazing, but it's hard to tell if it's a pack animal or a herd animal or some sort of wild game animal. So nothing fancy, but it does look like it's pretty safe as far as, I mean, you don't see any troll tracks, for example, and there's, no, human, fire pits. But this close to the town, it's still, there is evidence that it's not completely wild. So
Right.
nothing recent, nothing imminent, nothing emergent.
Okay.
Cool. Okay, so as it gets closer to evening, you guys will have to choose and how you want to sleep. Does that make sense, what I'm saying?
Yeah, the sleep order for
if you want to keep watch, I mean, like I said, you're not too far from civilization, that there isn't a reasonable expectation of some sort of protection. I mean, not all animals are habituated and are still afraid of people.
yeah, but we always good to stand watch because you prepare for the unexpected.
Yep, I do not disagree with you. I just want to make sure that I'm not telling you to set a watch.
Yeah. As they're starting to get their watches set up, Akka will clack their beak and will basically make a pointed comment about the fact that no one else seems to, besides maybe the other druid, quote unquote, seems to know what they're doing in these woods.
Yeah, for Siri and Juan, you hear some very snarky squawking about your lack of woodland woodcraftness.
Well, I'm a city rat, so
Funny.
I don't do woods.
Let me have if you're going to set up a watch, let me have it.
Okay, first question.
Yeah.
I'm an elf. Do I have that whole? I don't have.
I thought you were human. No?
I am an elf.
Okay.
No, elf.
Since I am an elf, do I have that whole 4 hours of meditation?
I think that's for Pathfinder as well.
Okay. Then
And if not, guess what? Let's make it so.
it is now. Okay. Because then I don't have to worry about, for sure taking a top or bottom, so I get the solid 8.
Yep.
Who else has spell casting that would need to?
Not at the moment.
Well, yeah, I know none of us really used our spells yet, but
Well, we all have some sort of spellcasting ability, but no one's used it yet, so it doesn't matter tonight.
Yep, you guys can do what you like.
But I'll take one of the middle watches so everyone's solidly asleep when I'm awake.
That doesn't sound mischievous at all.
I'll take the last watch since I usually commune with my raven right when we're waking up, so I'm already awake. And then I can commune with my raven after the watch is done. So who wants first watch?
Okay.
So I've got last. Who wants
Akka?
one of the middle?
Mm-hmm.
A watch. Do you want first watch or one of the middle watches?
Probably one of the middle watches.
That leaves
Okay,
Siri
Siri, that's you.
as first.
Okay, so as you drift off to sleep, the sounds of the autumn wilderness lull you gently. The rain is a comforting pattern of pitter-pat on your tarps and tents, and you pass the night uneventfully and wake up well refreshed, if not a little bit hungry and a little bit chilly. And as you get your camp set up for departure or taken down for departure and consume a small breakfast, Aka, you can make a knowledge nature check.
Okay. $36.
36. Wow. Okay, so it is no surprise to you the number and frequency and the general size and weight of every animal that passed by your camp at night.
Okay.
So deer passed by. There might have been some small omnivore like a little badger or a mink, definitely mice, squirrels, chipmunks trying to look for little scraps around your tent area, but nothing that appears to be menacing or dangerous. I mean, all animals can be dangerous at some point, but nothing.
And they're in Aka's attempt to teach the city slickers a thing or two. As they go through, we'll point to like a pile of something and be like, "Oh, this is that," or point to like, be like, "Oh, this is that."
Yeah. So you guys are all getting a very national park of the Lost Worlds or the Lost Lands ranger briefing on all of the things that are in your area, the strata of the rocks, the flora and fauna, the age of this particular pine cone.
Yes.
So yes,
I'm kidding. That's a tree. That's a rock.
You said 4 things about a tree. Why didn't you just say tree?
Right?
Yeah, your knowledge nature is now at a 1. Okay, so as you take off throughout the day, Thalia, make a perception check for me, please.
Okay.
If you will.
Perception. 23.
Okay, so through your connection with your familiar, you feel more than see a recognition of Minder's Raven somewhere in the distance. So not following you, but just kind of ranging about.
Okay.
So you feel it more than see it. You don't hear it. It's just kind of like a tickle, like, oh, well, Minder's got his Raven out.
Right.
Sound good?
Yeah, I may send Raven, my unnamed Raven, still, to go try and see if what Minder's Raven is doing.
Okay, so just know that what works one way works the other way. So does that make sense? So if you're aware of his Raven, he might be very aware of yours.
That's fine.
Okay.
I just kind of want to know what his Raven is doing out here.
Okay.
I'm
All
not
right.
entirely trusting of that guy.
Yeah, I mean that doesn't surprise me. He's kind of a wild card right now. I mean, as you think about it, it's probably his gruff nature that put him so far out into the wilderness. It's less about his talent and less about his capability and even his potential. It's more about he just didn't get along with people in more polite company, so he needed to be somewhere rough and tumble. He needed to be somewhere wild, someplace unpolished, and he's not. He's a little bit. I mean, who knows? He's focused on his own thing, and that, when you have a singular focus, it makes you seem, not kind, not cheerful.
Mm.
Okay.
Mhm.
So you guys are on the road again. If you have any changes to your marching order or anything else you need to or want to be doing, I am going to make the assumption that you are just going to keep moving towards your goal.
Yeah, I don't think there's
Yep.
anything else. Yeah.
Okay, so let's have Akka roll a d10 for me, please.
Grabbing a D10. Yes, Aka's sort of acting as the guide, pushing them through. 6.
Day passes uneventfully, but you do notice as you're walking, probably the biggest maple tree you've ever seen towers above some of these other deciduous trees, these other hardwoods. So the giant oak trees and all the fruit-bearing trees are tiny compared to this giant maple.
Okay, I'm gonna walk up to it and I'm gonna cast Plant and Voice on it.
Okay, so just to be clear, because it's so giant and you notice it, it's about a mile away, not like you're walking past it. So you see it at a distance. Yeah. So you can still go to it if you feel like it, but it's going to take you a mile out of your path.
Oh, okay. I'm tempted to go see.
I mean, you all see it. You all see this giant tree.
Right.
It's a big tree.
There's no X on it on the map.
It's a tree. Moving on.
Well, mainly I was thinking because it's older trees that maybe it has knowledge. But if everybody else seems to be content with continuing, then Akka will continue what they're doing. And just kind of keeping it in mind in case we pass by it later.
Yeah, if your path led closer to it, it definitely does seem interesting, but it doesn't draw you. It's not so mysterious. I mean, you've seen big trees before. Just this one's a little out of place. So, okay. So as you guys carry on, Akka, make a knowledge nature check, if you will, and Juan, you can make a knowledge local at a -4 if you want.
Okay.
Siri, you can make a knowledge nobility check if you want.
Yeah.
Yeah.
See if that big old tree is a duke or something.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, 7 total. I know nothing.
Okay.
22 on the knowledge nature.
Okay, so you're able to collect a wild variety of edibles and other useful plants, and put them in their respective places in your pack. And then Thalia, if you'll make a perception check for me, please.
Okay. Ooh. 27.
Okay, so you get the sense that Minder's Raven is looking for trolls.
Looking for what?
For a troll.
Oh, okay.
This Masterminder has a singular focus right now, and it comes through. The other Raven is oblivious to yours and flies about his business, just keeping his keen eyesight open for a troll.
Okay.
In case it actually does matter, I rolled a nat 1 for that nobility check.
Yeah, there's a mushroom in front of you that you're pretty sure is a princess.
Sweet.
Yeah. You're pretty sure. I'm no expert, but I'm thinking you're pretty sure. Okay, so unless you guys unless you have something different to do, again, you're digging into your stores and your resources to make a fantastic, delicious trail dinner. Okay, I'm ready. Who said I? Oh yeah.
during one of the times, so we have a break, Akka will use their previous knowledge of creating potions to test safely the questionable potions to try and figure out what they are.
Yeah. All right. This sounds good. So just a tiny in-game break to do this really quick. I need you to get out percentile dice for me, okay?
Percentile.
And I need you, let me just make sure.
Okay.
And then I need you to roll it, I don't know, 6 times. Tell me, actually, I'm sorry, did I say percentile? I meant a 20-sided. That's my fault. Yeah,
Oh.
sorry. I know everyone got excited to roll a percentile.
Okay. So 20 side dice?
Yeah, please.
Okay. First one's 11. Second one's 5. Third one's 12. A 6. 16. A 4. I think that's all of them, right?
Yep. Okay. So and then the 4 that look like healing potions are for sure healing potions. But
Okay.
whether or not what their healing capacity is you won't know until you drink it. So it could be a potion of superior healing, or it could be a potion of here you go, have half a hit. But you just can't tell without drinking it. And then 5 of them look like it's just water and maybe some roots that might make your teeth less sore if you were to drink it, but it's definitely not healing potions.
Okay.
And one of them is for sure probably not safe to drink.
Okay.
It smells foul. Yeah, the fumes sting your eyes, and when you touch a little bit of it to your tongue in whichever manner you're testing it, part of your tongue goes numb.
Okay. So with the 5 that are mostly water but still potentially usable, Akka would put those aside as potion components.
Okay.
The one that's not safe to drink, that's a weapon now, and she will use it at her discretion.
Nice. I like it. Okay.
So, sorry, Akka. I'm used to playing female characters, but Akka doesn't have a gender.
That's fine.
So that's the Akka's special thing. Does anyone else have anything? Okay, so the night passes. Again, Akka, you recognize that there's animals that have passed through the area. One not in any time during the night did any like human pass through, no tracks or anything like that.
Okay.
Talia, nothing special has tingled your spidey senses yet, and same with you, Sirius. It seems to be going well. So, Juan, can you roll a d10 for me? You guys are on the road. You guys moving along.
Six.
Okay, and while you're walking in the distance, you can hold on a second. You see what looks to be some sort of landmark. It looks like it's maybe a ruined tower at some point. It looks like it's made of some sort of rock. If you wanted to ask one of the nature aligned people what it is, they might be able to tell you. Otherwise, it just looks like for you, it looks like maybe like a tower of some sort. Siri, you can see it. It looks like it has a martial capability, so like a watchtower or a guard tower of some sort. And Thalia, this is from what you can tell. If you make a successful perception check for me, please.
Okay. 14.
Okay. You can't tell, in which era it might have existed, but this looks like Elven masonry to you,
Ah,
as opposed to not.
I'll just point out and go, that is Elven.
It's about a mile away also. Again, it's not on your map. You think that at one point you guys think, hey, something like this should have been on the map, but maybe Minder is so focused that he did.
Right. He only put in the stuff that might
stuff-
relate to the role.
Yeah. So
The fact that it's Elven, Akka clacks their feet and ruffles its feathers as it makes kind of a cawing, cackling noise.
like you love elves.
More of like a bird laugh. You know
Oh,
how birds laugh?
yep.
Yeah, they make like that kind of like noise.
Yeah.
Because the fact that it's funny that the elf literally just pointed at something and said, "That's an elf thing." And Akka, as much as like Akka like wouldn't have known that, it was funny to her. To Akka, yeah.
Right.
Wait until the paladin says, "Oh, look, a paladin thing."
Exactly. Yep.
Well,
That's a religious symbol.
Druid has been going through the forest pointing at trees going, that's a tree.
Yeah, the ranger, the rogue has been looking at the tree and seems to not know what's the right tree.
I know. She was just taking the lead from you. You said that's a tree. So she said that's elvish.
Okay.
And then, the paladin will go, that's religious.
Oh yeah.
And then the rogue will hold up like 1,000 things and be like, and these are mine.
Okay, so the afternoon, evening passes. This is probably your last chance at having fresh from town type of foodstuffs. Akka could probably supplement your meals with fresh edibles from the woods, but it's not like any of farm grown stuff. So it's
It's just
definitely
fine.
has a-
Karen did bring to us. It's not fresh.
funny. So that's the how many days are we at now? That's 2 days, second night, same watch order.
Probably, unless we've used spells.
No, nothing.
I
I
think
mean,
we're
unless
good.
you have, I didn't bring it. So
I don't think we
the
have.
second night goes uneventful. You guys wake up, break camp, break your fast, and head out. Thalia, roll a d10 for me, please.
A D10?
Yes, ma'am.
I don't have one of those up yet.
Uh,
Ooh, looks like they're going to like me today.
None of them.
None of them, usually. 8.
And the day passes uneventfully. On the wind, you guys can smell swamp in the distance. For those of you who have an affinity to nature, it seems fairly obvious. For the city dwellers, it seems like you might be smelling sewage, but it doesn't smell like habitation to you. It just smells like gas.
Okay.
So if you look at your map, you'll notice that you're not too far from the swamp as identified, along with
The
the
place that says don't go here.
notation that says do not go here.
Perfect. That's exactly where we're headed.
Okay, so nothing wrong with your day. The cart's still in good shape. The horses graze peacefully. The next day and night pass uneventfully. And then Siri, roll a d10.
rolling a d10. 7.
Okay, so nothing super exciting, but you're getting close to the area that's identified as Wyvern Mountain. And about halfway through your day, so maybe when you're, breaking for lunch or a snack or something, Everyone make a perception check really fast.
Everyone?
Yeah.
22 for Siri.
26.
18.
I promise I can math.
You can math. Is it the same as you can fly?
Yep.
I can math. I can math. I can math.
$34.
Okay. Nobody is surprised when a man of indiscriminate age walks into kind of your circle where you've chosen to stop and rest. He's covered in a combination of pelts and leathers and furs and scraps of cloth, pieces of armor. He's carrying a longbow across his back and a staff in his hand. He's got a hat that's kind of a dumpy, pointy, floppy on the top hat that kind of dumps over. His beard is filled with sticks and twigs and what might be food. And he's got on his shoulder, he's got a couple traps, and then he's got a string of animals that look like they've been recently killed. And he seems pretty surprised to see you. But he's like, "Hey, what are you doing in my woods?" And he gives you a mean look.
Traveling.
No one travels in these woods.
Oh.
I
You do.
Well, you must be nobody to me. Why are you here?
Because we're traveling.
We're commissioned for a job.
I think you're in the wrong spot. So I need everyone to make a. What should we do? Let's do a diplomacy check. If you have diplomacy, that's fine.
I'll do that.
Some of you might, some of you don't.
I do.
I will stand back.
Oh,
Let the other
Me
people
too.
talking.
got a +8. Still only 15.
You said if we don't have it as a skill, we're at a -4.
Now, is there an asterisk next to diplomacy? I can't remember.
Yeah, there's a star.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
the asterisk means that you can use it untrained, but the
Okay.
penalty for using it untrained is a -4.
Okay. To add to my -1.
Excellent.
And a -5.
Nice.
Maybe you shouldn't try to be diplomatic with
Yeah.
this guy and let those of us who, can.
Well, but everyone
Got
gets to
it.
make their, everyone gets to kind of have their rapport, right? I don't like you. He points to the elf. I don't know what it is about you, but I don't like you.
I am sometimes strange and off-putting. I am familiar with this. It's okay.
So what did everyone get other than Thalia, who got the
22
opposite of
for
getting?
human.
Right?
Siri, you said 15 or something?
Correct. 15.
All right. So he looks at all of you kind of up and down. He looks at Siri and recognizes that you have some sort of martial capability. He respects that, kind of sticks his lip out, nods. He looks at Thalia, the elf, shakes his head like this, and then looks at the Tengu kind of.
The Tengu got a 19, so
And clacks.
Yeah. Nope, I'm with you, but still
I
not
know.
enough to persuade him. He's a hermity mountain man, but he looks at the half elf and Juan. He's like, I could talk to you. You look like you've seen some things. And then he walks up to where you guys have made your little, not camp, but where you've stopped to rest your horses and rest yourselves. He plops himself down onto a rock and digs into what must be a bag, but looks just like one of the other furs that he has strapped to his body, and pulls out the saddest looking apple you've ever seen and starts munching on it with his scraggly, rotten teeth. All right. So what are you doing out here?
You said he's munching on an apple?
Yep.
And you said it looks pretty rotten?
Just wrinkled and old. Just not the freshest thing.
I'm going to cast Purify Food and Drink on it.
So he sees that you're doing something, because all spells have that component. He kind of looks at you funny, but mid-bite, he ignores the rest of it, because you're just a bird, right? So, I mean, who knows?
Yeah.
You might be flapping your, who knows what you're doing. So he bites in a second bite, and it, looks at it. He's like very surprised that it's super delicious, and he feels, like a, it looks like he's, straightened his back a little bit, and he's got a little twinkle in his eye. So you can tell that whatever it was that happened with this apple was a positive thing. Mm-hmm. And he doesn't know that you did it, but he seems to be in good spirits. And he says, so one of you said you got a job?
Yeah, sort of a hunting expedition in this area for one of the locals in town. What can you tell us about this area?
You're hunting for a local?
Oh. No. Well, we took the job from a local in town.
So what's the local doing now that you took his job? What's he going to do? How's he going to provide for his family?
Waiting for us to get back.
We'll give it back to him when we get back.
Got it. Yeah. I understand. Okay. So what you're saying is someone hired you to go get something. Okay.
Yes.
I got beaver pelts. I got raccoons. I got a mink, 2 ermines, some otters. What are you supposed to be hunting?
What do you know about trolls?
Ooh. Well, I know you're not supposed to eat them. Like, are you hunting
around here?
Are you hunting a troll?
Yes.
Well, trolls are dangerous, but I like you, not her, but I like the rest of you. So I'll tell you what. If you feed me some of that delicious town food that I know you're packing around, because you townies like to eat that town food, I'll show you where the troll lives.
Sense motive?
Well, my name's Jarl. Jarl. And these are my woods, so I know everything there is to know. And then he kind of leans back, tosses the apple core, and then within maybe a minute, you can hear snoring. Like right in the middle of the day, right in the middle of your group, just snoring away.
Oh.
So.
We have yet to feed him the food, though.
No. Maybe he's just taking a nap.
Yeah, I don't think he cares.
He's an old guy. Who knows? You guys have given him such a strong feeling of safety that all he wants to do is rest right now.
I mean,
I dig out a blanket and I go and put it in him and tuck it in, pat his head, and go back to work.
I don't like you and you're still.
Clocks their
asleep.
beak again and kind of goes, I know this is his woods, but I might be able to hold my own in a contest of knowledge.
I search his bag.
Ah, awesome. All right, so Thalia, roll.
Bad rogue.
Yeah, the serious scolding the rogue. Thalia, roll a stealth check for me, please.
No, that's
You mean
Juan.
Not yet.
Juan.
Thalia, you roll one first.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Natural 1.
A natural 1. When you put the blanket onto Jarl, he wakes up and he starts flailing his arms around. He's like, "Get away from me! Some kind of witch or casting a spell on me or something to curse me. Get away from me!" And then he kind of rolls and faces the other direction. You weren't able to put the blanket on him in a stealthy manner. It woke him up, is all. I know.
Okay.
I'm sorry. Don't take it personal. He's just an old mountain man.
The grumpy old man. I'm
He's
used to it.
He's just an old mountain man. Okay, Juan. It was a good thought. It would have changed his perception, but
It's fine.
yeah, sorry. Juan, let's have a stealth.
Hmm. $31.
All right. Well, you're able to find what probably is his. I don't know what he keeps his treasures. Were you looking for anything in particular, or just want to kind of know everything there is?
Kind of like, I guess, get more of a sense of who he is. So,
Got it.
you know,
So the exact
if it's
opposite.
just like, uh-huh.
Yeah, the exact opposite experience than Thalia. So where she barely rested a very thin blanket on his body, and he jumped up and freaked out. You've got your hands in every single one of his pockets. You're got his boots off and shaking them out and putting them back on. You're going through his hair and his beard and all the other things, and he stays fast asleep. He appears to just be a trapper, mountain man, kind of a cantankerous old guy.
Okay.
There isn't
Nothing's.
Yeah, he's not got like piles of treasure on him. He's not, secretly wearing false ears and hiding his horns or anything like that. So seems to be exactly what he is.
Okay. That's
Are you
kind
guys-
of what I was trying to get a sense of. Is
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
okay, is this an actual mountain man, or is this like some wizard or something in disguise here to
Yeah,
mess with us?
there's
So,
nothing that he has that would indicate that.
Okay.
Julio, are you guys gonna park it here tonight, or are you gonna wake him up and try to keep moving? According
What
to
kind
the
of time of
map,
day is it?
well, it's noonish. So according to the map, you're probably still a day and a half away. So if you were to travel for half a day, you would make the Wyvern Mountain, or what do I call it? Something.
Well, we were paused for a noonday meal, so we might as well, stop
Yeah.
and cook and
Okay.
if the smells of food wake him up, he gets to eat. If not, oh well.
Okay. All right. So you guys decide to make a hasty camp. It is absolutely the last of your town goodies. Your town goodies are gone. So now you're on trail rations, supplemented by whatever Akka chooses to share with you. Technically, she could keep it all, or they could keep it all to themselves, and you would get none. But I think that they are probably more helpful than that.
Yeah.
Sure. At some point during the evening, Jarl wakes up. It tells you that this mountain, this Wyvern Mountain, was named that way because it used to house a flight of wyverns, and that Lord Blackraven and his companions came and killed them all a few years ago. And since they're gone, a troll took up residence there. Now the troll's no longer in fear of the wyvern, so it can kind of do whatever it wants. That's pretty much all I know about it. I know that there's a waterfall that's used to be a shrine, but I don't go there because the troll. And then unless there's something else that you guys have to do specifically, he eats whatever food you give him, and then he promptly just plops back down and falls asleep again.
Well, we can leave him there and move on.
So just in case I didn't say it out loud, he did offer to guide you to where the troll is.
Yeah, but he's asleep.
But it's getting close to being nighttime in the afternoon. Did I advance time too fast? I guess I thought that you guys were gonna wait until morning to take off again. I didn't realize you were gonna take off that afternoon still. I'm sorry.
I mean,
Well, I thought we were just pausing for, lunch and then heading on. But if it took us that long to, make food and eat, I guess
No.
we'll sleep here and then head off in the morning.
No. So you're
Bracing a troll at
Yeah,
night's bad.
you guys are more than welcome to leave him sleeping and make your way towards the X on the map. He may or may not wake up and catch up to you. He may think that his obligation to provide you a guide service might be over since you guys didn't feed him. So
We didn't feed him.
maybe put him in the cart.
no, I know. I'm going back in time, CJ, just because I thought you guys were spending the night in that location, and he was asleep. So you wouldn't have cooked food because it's a lunchtime as opposed to a dinner time. So you wouldn't have made a hot meal. You would have eaten, their rations. So you guys just collectively tell me what you want to do, and I will go backwards in time and adjust the narrative. So the choices are spend the night here where you guys had lunch, wake the guy up and make him go with you for half a day until you reach a more natural sleeping place, or just leave him behind.
I mean, I'd like to cover as much distance a day as we can, since it's like a week's travel as it is.
Yep.
If we, stop, for lunch and then end up camped there until night, and then
You're right.
We've wasted half a days of travel time.
Yeah. So now the question is, do you want to leave him behind or do you want to wake him up?
I'll wake him up and ask him if he wants to come with. If he doesn't, then he can stay.
Well, we don't even have to wake him up. We put him in the back of the cart.
So we're just gonna kidnap him then.
Not kidnapping.
Oh.
He's already offered to help us.
If we feed him, we haven't fed him yet.
All right. So while you guys are discussing this, he does wake up on his own. And he says,
Okay.
what are we waiting around for? Let's go get us a troll.
Oh.
And then he starts marching ahead of all of you in probably mountain man fashion. He's walking like he's a speed walker. Your horses are having to kind of canter to keep up. From behind, he looks like a patchwork of furs. They're all kind of jangling behind him, hanging at different lengths and different colors and different bulks. It's a little unnerving.
It's like Nick's.
I was just about to say, it reminds me of Nick's.
Okay, now you guys arrive to a natural camping spot. He shares with you a delicious meal, and he shares with you the why Wyvern Mountain is named such.
Right.
I think we're caught up, yeah?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sounds good.
Okay, awesome.
I think
I didn't mean to
Siri-
railroad anybody. I just misunderstood what you guys were doing.
I think that when Siri hears that Lord Blackthorn got rid of all the wyverns and then just didn't come to deal with the troll who is supposedly weaker than the wyverns because he was afraid of them, that Siri needs to have some words with Lord Blackthorn when he leaves back.
All right, I'm sure you're just the guy for it.
My phone activated because I said Siri so much.
Perfect. I convinced, so just out of game, I convinced my 11-year-old daughter to name her character Alexa, and it was pretty funny for the same reasons. So what does Alexa do? I do not understand what you're saying. So anyway, that's always funny. Okay, so does anyone do anything special that night? The Jarl, the Mountain Man, is now in your party, or at least he is temporarily. Whether he is for a long term is up to you, but he continues to give you information about the area. When you mention to him that you pass by a large maple tree, he volunteers that the maple tree is sleeping, and in the 50 years that he's lived in the woods, has never been awake, but thinks that someday it might wake up again. And then, I'm sorry.
No, continue.
And then when you guys mentioned that you passed by what looked like an elven-made watchtower, he said that he never goes near that place. The animals don't go near there, so there's no reason. He says, I don't think it's because it's haunted or anything. It's just there's no animals, so there's no reason for me to go. I'm not scared or nothing. And then for the swamp, he says occasionally he'll go into the swamp for in case the traders want lizard hide, but it's so hard to catch the lizards. He'd rather just deal in furs.
Right.
So
I mentioned to the trapper with the same kind of clack clack of my beak as I usually do, because if the tree was awake, I could talk to it.
maybe, but it's asleep. So I don't know. Some people sleep really soundly like I do. Like I fall asleep, I never wake up. And then he looks at Thalia thoughtfully, shakes his head.
I just smile at him whenever he looks at me and gives him a wave.
So he kind of like shrugs. Maybe you'll win him over someday. Today is not that day. So he kind of.
I'm used to it. Most people don't like me at first glance.
So he shrugs and tells you that when you guys wake up tomorrow, you'll be close to the trolls, where he thinks the troll is at. And he knows that it's the troll's hunting grounds because there's no animals in the area that aren't mauled if he finds them at all. So he's tried trapping in this area before, but in the last couple of years, it's been unsuccessful. So where he was once very successful, now he's not successful at all.
Mm.
So he's suggesting that he sleeps very soundly during the night and sometimes during the day, but this night he seems to be more restless.
Is it just because, does he say why?
Roll a sense motive check and I'll tell you.
I'm not good at that. 12.
Yeah. So, you get a feeling he's just apprehensive. Trolls are dangerous. And I think that someone who spends all their time in the woods recognizes that. So you think it's probably just nerves.
Okay.
Nothing fancy. But he is awake periodically. And at least at once per shift. So if you guys are awake during shifts, at least once per shift, he pops awake and he looks around, makes eye contact with whoever it is that's awake and on shift, and then kind of nods, calms down, and then falls back asleep.
Okay.
So unless you guys are doing something during the night passes uneventfully, and you wake up in the morning. About half day's ride to where Jarl thinks the troll's lair is. And if it's okay with you, if you guys want to set up a strategy, we could take like a quick break.
We just came back from.
Yeah, we can strategize on screen.
Yeah.
Yep, that's fine. Is it okay if I stand up though? That's the question.
Okay. Yeah. If you want to go stand up and move around while we strategize.
Yeah, perfect. Okay, thanks. Yeah, I didn't want to take a break. I just needed to get up for a second. So.
Yeah, not a problem.
Okay, thanks.
Mm-hmm. So, once again, how do we take on a troll?
Well, I have I finally have my spells and potions laid out. That's a thing.
Woo. Any ideas?
Well, I can use the forest to help us.
Okay. I've got Hold Monster, which will keep it from doing anything for about 5 rounds. Give us some time to beat on it before it can beat on us. Thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, with that and my use of the environment to slow him down, we should be able to like at least prevent him from moving very much. So if we can prevent him from doing actions,
That leaves the two of you to beat the out of him.
yeah.
Self-censor.
I said if we could just kill it, that would be one thing.
Well, we can. We just kill it and put its unconscious dead body on the cart and drag it back. Take the sword out. Give him a dead troll. Tell him it'll be alive in 2 days. Get paid.
Skedaddle.
Skedaddle.
Skedaddle before you lose control of it, and then get
Yeah.
another call. Hey, we have a troll rampaging through our town. Can you come help?
Right.
That's not. Oh my god! If Akka gets a request like that, Akka will definitely be like, "I told him."
We asked if he had a secure place to put his troll. He said he did. He said he had a troll holding cell. We believed him.
I don't believe him, but I don't care either. So
I'm hopeful. I don't trust him, but I'm hopeful that he's not lying about that because that would be really dangerous to other people.
Well, regardless about what the actual things he wanting to experiment on.
Right? Anything to add, Siri? Any thoughts for troll butt kicking?
I just realized my mic was up, so I was muted this whole time.
Oh.
I think that as far as troll butt kicking goes, Siri is maybe not excited, but for sure ready to be right up in his face.
Okay.
So.
Well,
you can be in his face. I'll be at his back.
Oh yeah.
I can boost to smack him things.
Another thing that we gotta make sure of is that preferably it's just one that we're fighting, because while it's rare, it was said that they could be in groups of up to 4.
Okay, so we have just arrived at the mountain.
Are you asking?
Yes, clarifying
So,
where.
Yeah. So you're about half days. I don't know. It'll take you from morning until noonish in order to get to where Jarl says the troll's lair is.
Okay. So do we want to, when we've moved a little closer, have the rest of the party wait and have those who are a little bit more sneaky not it?
Yeah. Full plate? Half plate, sorry.
All right, well, that leaves me.
I was about to say, as I look directly at Juan.
Ewan.
I don't know why I keep wanting to call you Juan. Ewan.
I do too, so I'll change that.
Not the Spanish elf.
You are Juan. Sneak closer. And see if it's alone, what it has weapon-wise, how bad it smells. You know, the important things.
I'm pretty sure it probably will smell.
I know.
Very stinky.
Scared. Is the bird stealthy at all?
Well, it's a bird, so it's less not stealthy as a half elf is.
I'm stealthy, but woods are not really my thing.
Well, that's why I was wondering if, because I am very much not stealthy, and the full plate is very much not stealthy.
You can also fly in as a bird and then transform back.
Right. So if Huan and Akka go together, we've got Huan who's got, more of the stealth and, relevance of information, and Akka with the nature knowledge and troll backup knowledge. And between the two of you, hopefully we get enough information and we don't alert the troll.
Okay. So recon, go.
Yes, so we'll move closer to you and Akka go for recon, come back, tell us what the hell's going on. My bad. Tell us what's going on, and then we can figure out how we're going to go stab it till it stops moving.
No, that was a 5th level spell. I was like, maybe I could put it to sleep, but no, that's 5th level.
Okay, so if I hear you guys correctly, you want to sneak forward. Jarl said that he'll go with you if you want.
Oh, okay, right.
He appears to be pretty sneaky. I mean, he got pretty close to you guys, even without you noticing it.
I don't know. He also seems kind of loud and abrasive. Perhaps the people we know can be stealthy and quiet and
I don't want to get.
trust
in the middle of
their and trust their information to do the sneaking.
Yeah, I don't disagree. I don't want to fight a troll. He says.
Okay, so you'll stay here. So you'll stay here with us while they go to investigate.
Wait,
and
which group are you going with?
I'm staying
Stay, not
here
the
with
not stealthy.
Fury, the paladin. So you can stay near the paladin. I will stay at a distance if it makes you more comfortable.
He doesn't. He kind of gives a funny laugh, like, and then a totally straight face, and then he goes to picking out some stuff in his beard. So if this is, I'm assuming you got closer already, and then this is happening as opposed to first thing in the morning. Okay, so you guys are at a place where a copse of trees that looks like it's pretty protected. The weather is favorable today. It's not raining. It's not really cloudy. It's not super sunny, but it's still brisk. It's about midday. And if you squint your eyes and look to the west, you can see what looks to be like a ridge line. And there's some white gleaming arch that you can see. And then behind the arch and intermixed throughout the arch are little sparkling rainbows, I guess, is the best way to describe it. So if someone who has a knowledge nature can make a nature check real quick.
I can also read Druidic signs if there's words.
Okay.
I'll help Akka.
Okay. Sorry.
No, you're good. So 16 to aid.
6 aid, and nature is. I got a 19.
And add 2 to that. So you think that that's a waterfall.
Okay.
Okay, you think it's a waterfall.
Okay.
And then so when you get close into the copse of trees, Jarl promptly takes a nap, but probably not really sleeping.
Right.
He's been super antsy the last couple days. He says that he thinks the troll's lair is near the waterfall, and that if you make your way to the waterfall, the closer you get, the more alert you should be.
I'm going to, as we're getting closer to where the troll is, I'm going to grab a tree that looks fairly old, and I'm going to cast plant voice on it so that we can talk to it.
Okay. You can sense it's less talking, it's more kind of a thought exchange. So you can
it says on plant voice. Let me pull it up real quick. Plant voice. You grant one plant creature the ability to speak, hear, and understand any of the languages you know.
Okay. So in a creaky old voice, it sounds like it might be a he, but it's probably hard to tell. Very deep. You picked an old elm tree, probably as big around as my arms or as big, branches up in the sky.
Yeah.
Speaks very slow.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, yes.
And everybody else could hear it because it chose common. probably going to speak common. So, Dodric, sorry, Siri, the tree is suddenly talking.
I'm so sleepy. Why am I awake?
I asked the tree, Great Guardian, I am here to protect the forest from the troll. I was looking for information about its patterns, and if your kind have observed it in this area.
My eyes have been closed for so long. Maybe you speak of the savage giant with the claws like this, and the tree branches snap forward and form claws.
Okay.
Leafless, long claws. Says, the thing has a hunger. It's always eating, but doesn't eat trees, so I sleep.
Okay. You know if it wakes during this time? Do you know if it sleeps during this time?
So are you asking if it sleeps during the day?
Yes.
The giant savage with claws walks during the day and the night, but how long is a day and how long is a night to one who sleeps?
You guys want to talk? Do you guys have any questions?
I'm not there. I think it's just you and Sherry.
No, you guys can all be there. It can be before you guys take off.
Oh, okay.
I mean, I don't know what Aka, I don't know what the intent was. Was it
All right.
before you guys all split up, or is it when you got really close?
It was to give forewarning, so that we
Is
know.
there only one?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a good question. Do you know if there's more than one?
I know all of my brothers and sisters by their knots and their twigs and their branches and roots, but your kind all look alike to me. So I don't know how many, or if there's only one.
So have you seen more than one hunger giant at the same time? Like where there are, like have you seen and there's
I
multiple?
see no, never more than one of the savage giants with the claws.
One.
Most likely. I doubt they would only come out one at a time if there were several of them.
Yeah. Okay. Anybody else have any other questions before we let the tree go back to sleeping?
Thanks, tree.
You have been kind and polite. You may rest beneath my bower.
Oh, well, thank you very much.
And the tree switches off. You can tell the sentience turns off, and the branches, if possible, grow wider. The foliage grows deeper. A nice gentle breeze kind of makes its way through the branches, and any mist or water that was in the air doesn't ever make it to the ground.
Nice. It's a nice tree.
Yes, trees can be very helpful. They usually are fairly wise.
So Siri takes out his axe and cuts up some firewood. There we go.
Oh yeah, we need some firewood.
No!
We'll dig in the roots here. Okay, so this is I'm assuming this is the point where the stealthy people are going forward and the non-stealthy and Jarl are staying back.
Yes.
What is happening?
Oh, I thought there was some rock and roll going on. Okay.
Sorry.
So who's going forward?
I don't know.
Thalia, I just out of just so you know, if you wanted to send your Raven forward, you probably could do that and maintain some sort of link with it. And that might provide an extra set of eyes that you might not otherwise have.
Right. Because my Raven is stealthy. I cannot.
Yeah, I only mentioned that because you haven't played a lot of Pathfinder, so I just want to make sure you have the opportunity to do something that someone who has played Pathfinder a bit would have knowledge of. So hopefully that's helpful.
Yeah, I'll send and I named my Raven.
No, you
Brent.
didn't. I'm calling your Raven Voldemort, the Raven which must not be named.
Well, now it has a name. It's
Okay,
Bryn.
what is it?
Bryn. Byrne. Bryn.
Bryn.
Okay, I'm on it.
I will send Bryn with Huan and Aka.
Perfect. Okay, so let's do 3 stealth checks. Tell me what the first one is, then tell me what the second one is, then tell me what the third one is.
Aka's gonna turn into a bird.
Okay,
Bird.
so don't worry about it. Ewan, you're on. Stealth check number
All right.
1.
Stealth check number 1 is a 25.
Okay, you feel like you're super stealthy. You don't feel like there's any way you can be noticed. So you make your way about a quarter of a mile. You don't see anything out of the ordinary except for a complete lack of animals that you can see so far. Some of the ground looks torn up. Some of the trees look, I don't know, droopy, not like decayed, but not healthy. And then same with the undergrowth. A lot of the bushes are look like they've been torn through or ripped up or trampled. It doesn't look like it's as natural as the previous woods have been. And for those of you that are flying overhead, there's nothing that looks like would present any immediate danger to Ewan, who's scouting ahead.
Okay.
And if you guys change what you're doing, since flight speed is generally faster than someone who's moving at stealth speed, then just let me know what you're doing so I can kind of change the perspective. Otherwise, I'm assuming you're going to stay together. So you have to tell me.
I'm just kind of like, fly ahead, kind of scout, and then occasionally, stop and wait for Huan to catch back up.
Okay, if that makes sense. Okay, so Ewan, make your second stealth check.
$28.
28 is successful, at least as far as you're concerned, it's successful. You feel very stealthy as you move through the underbrush. Again, if anything, it's becoming easier to move. There aren't any branches snagging at your clothes. The trees are spread apart in a manner that allows you to move from tree to tree. And again, there's nothing in the animal realm to alert anybody to your presence or anything. And then as far as the ravens overhead, it looks like it's still smooth travel between where Ewan is and the direction that Ewan's traveling towards the waterfall.
Okay. And the direction that we're going is stealthily. It's not that far, or it's not too far from where the rest of the party is.
Yeah, it's going to be half a mile. So running at full blast, even for heroic characters, it would take at least 3 minutes to run back. And that's if you're unencumbered and not trying to be stealthy. So probably closer for half a mile, probably closer to 6 minutes if you're, kind of trotting along. And for a mile, maybe 12 minutes if you're just walking.
Okay.
So that's about how far you are. For flight, again, it's only just a little bit faster, but you don't have to worry about clunking around or anything like that. So
Yeah.
Cut just a couple minutes if you're flying.
Okay. So then, yeah, I'll scout ahead again and kind of give the heads up if I see anything.
Okay, so you're not close enough to the falls to see anything yet, but this next time you scout ahead, you should be able to get at least a peek at them. So Hewan, make a third stealth check.
Okay. 24 this time.
Okay, so again, you feel like you're pretty stealthy. You do notice that there are signs of some sort of animal activity, something big, but it could be a troll. I mean, you don't know. But there's scat on the ground.
Well, if
there's
it's troll, we're looking for it.
footprints. There's claw marks. There's things like that, but you can't tell what it is. If you had survival as a skill, I might allow you to try to figure it out. But
No, it's like put me in a city and I'm fine, but I don't know stupid ruins or
so
woods.
you sneak close to the base of what on the map would be Wyvern Mountain. You can see through a break in some branches. You're kind of keeping hidden on the front side of the hill so that you can, keep your outline low and hopefully nothing can see you. And trying to be still and stealthy. And you can see that there indeed is a waterfall there in front of you. It's actually quite pretty, and it looks like that white arch is some sort of bridge. And in the pool below and surrounding the pool looks like some finished masonry or carved rock of some sort. So maybe some pillars, some stones, other things that might indicate that this was once a monument or something like that. And in spite of the fact that there's danger ahead, so to speak, it feels pretty peaceful here. And it's no wonder that though, if the wyverns were in this area, that they would be drawn to it. The water doesn't smell super sweet though, so like you would think. It's incongruent with what you see. It's just kind of a foul smell. And then, as far as the ravens in the air, you get a different perspective. You can see that near the bridge towards the top, there's what appears to be a giant animal of some sort. It's got black and silver fur on its back and seems to be rooting around, sniffing at the water's edge.
Okay, so is that on top of the bridge or?
It's where the arch of the bridge touches down on the other. So it goes from one side of the pool to the other. It's maybe 10 feet up off the surface, and it gets a little bit of a splash from the waterfall, and definitely mist from the waterfall. There's no railing on it. There's no tread. It's no stairs. It's just a delicate white arch. I mean, it looks like you could walk over it. I mean, it's a bridge of some sort, but it's very dainty.
Okay. Do you happen to have a map of this? Because this might be a time where having a map might be helpful.
Yeah, so it is not. Didn't come with the thing. I could try to draw one really fast, but
no, don't worry about it if there's no map.
Yeah, let me see if I can. You guys can make your way back to the group, and you can maybe tell the group what's going on. And let me see if I can find something that looks map. Let me just see.
Yep, and I continue to try to be as sneaky as possible on the way back because.
Right, don't want to trip and get away.
No.
Yeah, so if you make one successful stealth back, then I'll call it successful. How's that? But if not,
29.
Dang it. Okay. Yeah, so you make it back successfully, and you're able to tell the others what you were able to see, and
yeah.
There's indications of a troll nearby, but I did not actually see one.
I will say that I saw
What's that?
something that was large and hairy. Kind of, I saw the back of it and it was rooting around.
Near the end of the other side of the bridge.
Mm-hmm.
So how does this look, this map? Does it okay? Oops, what did I just do? Here, hold on. There, can you see that?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so there's no bridge on there, but on the left-hand side where there's what looks like a little fern bush is where one end of the bridge is, and that's where you see the furry creature. And then on the other side where there's the two rocks, one big one and a little smaller one to the southeast, that's where the other end of the bridge is. And
Okay,
then
so across in front of the waterfall,
yeah,
or
right in. Yeah, so like if you were to stand on the bridge and reach your hand out, you'd be able to touch the water.
Okay.
Yeah,
All right.
and so does everyone make it back to the copse?
yeah.
Okay, underneath the giant elm tree. Again, it seems very peaceful there. Hewen and Akka, if you want to relay what you saw, you can. And Thalia, your raven, Bryn describes to you what it saw.
Yeah. About the
Yeah, so I mean, it would tell everybody, but it doesn't share a bond with everyone, just with you. So you can relay what it says, but so there we are. Jarl is awake. He seems to have keyed in on you guys coming back, and he's interested to hear what you have to say.
okay.
Well, I said that it's not sleeping, so we should be very careful. Though of course it also doesn't sleep at night, so trying to
Right.
find a right spot to sneak up on it would be important. Because we could flank it for some reason. It was better.
Yeah.
So Jarl asks, he says, what are we gonna do? What's the plan? How are we gonna, what are we doing?
Yeah, we're gonna capture it.
Wait. What?
We were tasked with capturing the troll, not killing it.
But we decided that if we kill it and then just put it on the cart, we can take it back and it'll be alive later.
I think that's a terrible plan.
I also think it's a terrible plan.
There
Well-
we go.
Supposed to bring it back alive.
Unfortunately, our plans are a little limited. As
Part of the plan is the only required part.
Well, I don't know what to say.
unless you have other reasons or other ways to bring an entire troll back safely to a town.
As opposed to half a troll? Okay, what do you need me to do?
I don't know, what do we need him to do?
I think Siri is technically the paladin, which means the de facto leader.
You're all, what can you, where do your specialties lie? I know you're a trapper, but what can you do for us?
Well, I'm pretty good with the bow.
Sounds good to me. You want to just keep laying arrows into it?
Sure. Let's go. And he picks up his skins in his pack and he just starts making his way towards the waterfall.
Well, okay, so we got to look up the area.
Hold on.
Somebody grab him. He wouldn't like it if I touched him.
His adrenaline is running.
Just grab him by the back of the collar and just,
Just
hold
rough
on.
it. Scruffy.
Because we'll need to put people in areas where they have good lines of sight.
No, I know what it's like to be I've been in these woods before. I think I know a place. There's a little place that's on the other side of the hill where you can keep your silhouette from showing and you can just look through the trees. I know just the spot.
Wonderful then.
That sounds, Hugh, and that sounds very similar to the spot you were just in.
Okay.
And if you wanted to, you could confirm that that's probably a good spot. But he seems anxious, like, like, let's just get this over with. Like, when you have to go to the doctor or you have to eat something spicy, you just gotta, let's go. That's what he's acting like.
Girls, I think we'd be more careful
He
about this.
starts pacing a little bit.
We'll move it. We need to move in slowly. Yeah, we don't have a for sure time when it will be asleep or not.
Having it asleep would be the best, because then we could like plant a sword in its heart so it stays dead, throw it on the wagon, and go.
But we don't know when it is asleep, unless we want to stand watch over it take turns between you and Bryn to monitor it and see when it falls asleep.
Maybe. Or get it while it's distracted doing something else.
Hey, Thalia, so when Bryn came back to relay to you, or in your kind of psychic connection, the way that the bird described or saw the ruins made you think that that's very similar to the watchtower that you guys saw earlier, as far as its architecture and the material that it's made out of and the delicate lines. It's possible that this was an elven built bridge at one point.
Okay.
But you can't tell. I mean, you trust Bryn's eyes, but it's hard to tell sometimes.
Okay.
And Hewin, being a half elf, you might be able to tell, but I don't know how much affinity you have with your elven side. Generally, rogues, have troubled childhoods, and urban rogues often don't have a lot of interaction with their parentage. So it's very possible that you don't identify very well with elves at all. But if you do, then I'll give you a chance to say, hey, yeah, that looked like elven architecture to me too.
No, I was raised on the mean streets of some human city. So
Santiago.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm gonna let you guys make a plan. I'm gonna listen carefully so that I can thwart it at any moment.
Well, you said that, Talia, you said that you have, what'd you say you had to prevent it from moving?
Hold monster.
Hold monster?
Mm-hmm.
Does that affect the troll?
It will, because, assuming it doesn't resist it.
Just a spell with a DC.
It does get a save.
Okay. Yes, do you have some spells?
My intelligence is really high, and so it gave me bonus spells. Assuming I read things right.
Okay.
And assuming it's evil,
What?
then
That's racist.
if we need to get in close combat, then we should. Alright, at least Siri should be fine.
technically it's specious.
It's speciest.
So I have a question to the spells.
Yes.
Then. So if you have if you have bonus spells, but your character can only go up to a certain, so like let's say your class.
Yep.
You're limited to only level 3 spells.
Yeah. So like your bonus, for example, might give you a bonus 4th level spell or a 5th level spell, but if your character level, being level 5, isn't eligible for casting a 4th or 5th level spell, then you don't get it yet. That's a good question.
Well, but when I looked at the intelligence modifier for 5th level, that's what it said.
Right. Yeah, I don't, it doesn't, let me see why it doesn't. But for me, just because if you can't cast a 5th level spell, then you don't have access to it. It only allows you to cast that level spell.
Okay, then I'll get rid of those spells. I was just looking at I was, told to look at intelligence.
Yeah, no, that gives you bonuses, but only at the spell level you're allowed to cast.
Okay, well
Not-
then
not to
never
make
mind. That
Not
goes
to make
that
things
plan.
harder for us,
That
but
does
if,
make it harder. I mean, what?
if I could use my wisdom bonus to get a level 4th spell, I would like to do that. But so that's why I wanted to clarify.
Yeah, so like the ability modifier for 20 gives you a +5 for the ability, and a bonus 1st level spell, a bonus 2nd level spell, a bonus 3rd level spell, and 4th and 5th. But if you go to wizard or witch or druid, for example, just really quick here.
Okay, well now I know. Okay, so moving on. So we don't have that as an option anymore. So we
Okay.
have to find some other way to hold it.
Yeah, right. So you cap out for druid, you cap out at 3rd level, and which I suspect is going to be likely to be the same.
Yes.
Sorry about that.
No,
That's a great question. I was looking at Hold Monster, and I'm like, oh, maybe they got a spell, like a scroll.
Sorry. Okay. I just wanted to double check. Sorry, Jeff.
Yep, you're good.
In that case, I do have shifting sand.
And
What's
it's
that?
not.
Yeah, what does that do?
It is a 3rd level druid spell.
Yeah.
And what it does is pull it up real quick. Basically, I change I make an earthquake basically.
Ooh, fun.
Yeah, it's a standard action, 3rd level druid spells, and I can cause earth or sandy surfaces to shift and turn, so basically create an earthquake, and then anybody in the area has to make a reflex save or they become entangled.
I like it. Okay. That's a good one. Sounds like a good spell.
Well, it's not necessarily like an entangle or something like that. I do have essentially a taunt to make them come towards me regardless of where I'm at with the party. So
yeah, and then it says that if they are currently entangled, quote unquote, and they save again, they go prone, and they fail to save again, they go prone.
That's nice.
And then I also can move them around. It says, as a move action, if you move the area of shifting sand up to 10 feet, creatures that are entangled or prone in the area are carried along with the earthquake in the same direction as possible.
Yeah, that's great. That's a good spell.
That's pretty cool.
All right, so I can do that to make it harder for the troll to move around. Obviously, try not to get in the area of effect, but because then you'll have to roll for your own reflex. But if the troll is pretty large,
Honestly, I still think instead of battling the thing, keeping an eye on it, wait for it to fall asleep, and then somebody go in and coop it.
Mm-hmm.
well, either way, that's an option in terms of like getting it off its feet.
Mm-hmm.
Just in case that goes wrong.
Right. It's always better to have multiple ideas, multiple plans.
Yep. All right, so shall we go find the troll?
Yes, we can go find the troll.
Okay, so let's have ice. What are we doing with horses in the cart?
You can just kind of leave them by the elm tree and
Fine.
with the elm
Mhm.
tree.
Yeah, best
Uh,
way.
Okay,
Kind of climb up to.
yeah, they're likely to be safe until you're all killed, and then they'll probably die to some animal in the forest that's super hungry. But you can leave them there if you want to. Yeah, that's good.
Well, it's either that or move it towards the troll when.
No, I'm with you. I'm just teasing.
So did we?
I'm sorry, Thalia, good.
I was gonna say. So was the plan that we're going to have Bryn and Akka go and monitor the troll until it seems like it's well distracted. Like we move closer. Bren and Akka monitor the troll until it looks asleep or distracted, and then we move in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
How many times or how long can you use your wild shape?
I can only do once per day. But
Oh.
So I don't know if you can do it and then go back to Tengu and then go back to being a raven. I don't know if it's limited in duration.
Okay, so then maybe just Bren go and monitor it,
Yeah,
and then
just
we'll.
probably Bren.
Okay, so I'll have Bren go and monitor it,
Okay.
and let us know when it looks like it's distracted or asleep.
Okay, so the raven goes forward. It's getting close to mid-afternoon right now. By the time Hewen and the rest of you crept forward and crept back, it's been about 3 hours, so it's now 3 p.m. ish, and it appears that the badger is just still kind of sniffing around and snorting around the
Wait, it's a badger?
lakeside with the fur and the white and silver stripes and the black stripes on it.
I thought that was the troll.
Yeah, it isn't. It's a big badger.
We never actually does. We just heard stripes and furry back and
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, but it's clear it's a badger now. So where it wasn't clear before, it's clear now. Now, whether or not the troll wears a badger's fur on its back and walks around on all fours, I don't know. I mean, it's possible.
Right. Okay. This is still Bren that's flying around, right?
Yeah. So, but you're pretty certain that through Bryn's eyes that this is a badger.
Okay.
Whatever it was before, whatever vantage point you had, it wasn't as clear as it is now.
Okay. I will have Bren continue to circle around, seeing because there was evidence of the troll in this area.
Yeah, for sure. I would say so. I mean, if you describe to Jarl what sort of things you found while you were scouting ahead, then he would confirm that as far as he knows, that's very troll-like, and that's why he doesn't go in this area. There's no animals, and the landscape is destroyed and mutilated. It's like very angry, this thing.
Right. Okay. So, yeah. So I'll just have Bren keep circling, trying to look for more fresh evidence of the troll or find the actual troll.
Okay. Yeah. So in this case, there doesn't seem to be a troll as much as there seems to be a badger. Now the badger is 12 feet big. I mean, it's giant. It's not little. So I mean, it's the confusion between whether or not this was a troll or a badger. There's no confusion now, but it's still a giant badger. And
so there. Are we getting the opinion that there is no troll?
That if there's a troll in this pond or clearing or this area, you haven't seen it yet. But Jarl seems to think that the troll's lair is in that immediate vicinity, and with the ravens flying overhead, and in particular Bryn, doesn't see signs of what would be a lair. Now the side of the pool is muddy, so there's like footprints and slick spots and other evidence like maybe bones and that sort of thing. But that could very easily just be where the badger has been. You can't see like troll prints; you just see the fact that there are tracks.
Okay.
But as far as like if there was a lair, this is where I would want to be.
Right. But
does the muddy footprint seem near the waterfall?
So you're thinking back, yeah. So Hewen, you're thinking back when you were on the ridgeline and you were peering through the trees. You think you remember that there were tracks all around the pond, both up against the the cliff edge. I'm calling it a cliff. It's not. It's maybe 30 feet tall. The cliff edge and around to the front of the thing. So yeah, it circles the pond.
But that's the Badger Prince, right?
Well,
Right.
Hewen can't tell. She when Hewen was there, can't remember. And Hewen's not there now, so Hewen can't tell you what it looks like now.
And Nguyen couldn't tell you the difference between troll tracks and badger tracks anyway.
Yeah, and in this case, if there were troll tracks and badger tracks, they would be muddled together. So maybe, but it also could be, alligator tracks and ostrich tracks. It's hard to tell. They're not, but I mean, it could be, but they're not.
How high up is Bryn going? Like, can Bryn go down lower and see if there's things down and around the pond?
Are you asking Thalia or are you asking
I'm asking
me?
Dahlia. I'm asking Dahlia.
Yeah, I mean, I'm part of me is starting to think that this is just a crazy old man who has no idea what he's talking about, and there was never a troll when he sent us on this crazy mission.
Part of me is thinking that there's possibly a cavern behind that waterfall.
That's also an option, but I don't know if I can send Bren through the waterfall.
Yeah, just imagine there's not a cavern behind it, just right into the wall.
Right? That would be bad.
Yeah.
So yeah, I can fly Bren closer to the mud, have Bren go closer to the ground, and see if they can differentiate between.
Sure.
What sort of tracks there are, and if there's any evidence of an actual troll anywhere around.
Yeah. So Bryn flies closer to the ground, still staying as safe as possible. The badger notices a bird, just like any animal would notice another animal at the a watering hole. Kind of snorts at it indifferently and goes about its business. Go ahead and make a perception check, Thalia. Actually, everyone make a perception check.
Everybody?
14.
Yeah, everybody. So
13.
Thalia, it's still hard to tell. It looks like there could be troll tracks, having never seen a troll track, like specifically, who knows, but there are definitely tracks that look like they're bigger than what the badger's feet look like. So where the badger's feet are long and narrow with long, sharp claws, there are others that are wider and shorter with long, sharp claws. Does that make sense?
Right. Okay.
So it's hard to tell.
I got a
Yeah.
22. on that.
22, Hewen, what'd you get?
20.
Siri, what'd you get?
13.
All right, so Hewen and Akka, you notice that Jarl's gone.
Charles gone?
Yeah. Siri, you have no idea what they're talking about.
Like, whoa, there's another guy? What the heck?
That was the hunter guy, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So he's no longer sleeping next to the tree, or he's not in the horses, and a quick look around, you can't see him.
I'm going to guess he bravely ran away.
Sir Robin.
Decided to go fight the troll himself.
I don't think he would be that silly.
He hasn't seemed to have a whole lot of.
Common sense.
Well, in
not
the
a-
interest of self-preservation.
So
I guess we should move up then.
Yeah, because I can't do much
Yeah.
more.
What time is it at this point?
like 3, like in mid-afternoon.
Okay.
There's
Yeah, so
limits on what we can do here, so we should move up and try.
yeah, it's hard to tell how long Jarl's been gone.
Yeah.
But it can't be more than like 30 minutes. But you also know that 30 minutes is plenty of time to get far enough away that it might be difficult. I'll tell you what, Akka, do you have survival as a skill? If so, can you roll on your survival? I think that you do.
So I don't want to have to deal with the badger as well. Do either of
Yeah,
y'all
I'm good.
druidy types like can make friends with animals so it doesn't attack us?
I can.
I'm not actually a druid.
You got
You're
plant
still
spell.
nature-y thing. You
Okay.
do the nature
Just want to
thing.
remind you, just in
But
case.
am I? But am
I
I?
know I present myself as a druid, but I'm not actually a druid.
I can make it firmly.
You
Okay.
talk to trees and you do magic. It's druid to me.
Okay, so let's have that survival check, Aka, real quick.
Survival check was a 20.
Okay, so you can tell that Jarl has been gone for anywhere from 10 to 20 minutes, and the tracks that you've been able to identify as belonging to him are moving in the direction of the waterfall.
Told you.
So he has at least a 10-minute up to 20-minute head start, if that's what he's doing.
Hack the troll. Try and find the troll.
Maybe the troll will eat him and then get sleepy from, carbo crash, and then we can kill him.
There you go.
Well, either way, we should move up closer to the pool.
Okay.
Yeah, at this point, we gotta go.
There's a lot of tryptophan in hunters and trappers, I hear, so maybe take a little nap. Okay, so let's do stealth checks for everyone really quick. I suspect you're trying to move quietly, but if not, we'll see if the badger gets any advance warning.
Stealth, huh?
33 for Hewan.
Nice.
4.
Yeah.
Clank, clank, clank.
Nice.
Yeah. So I'll sneak up on you. Clank, clank.
Oh, did you already fail your stealth check?
I got
yeah.
a 4, so
Yeah,
yeah.
you really good. Okay, so you guys are moving towards the. Oh, nice job! You are super stealthy. You're so stealthy that you
No one
can
can
clearly
hear
hear Siri not being stealthy.
Yeah, you're just not able to be heard over my
If anyone
clanking.
was listening, it would sound like only one person was walking, and it was Siri.
Blundering through the woods.
Yep,
He's half plate armor.
the tank is tanking for sure. All right, so let's do Bryn relays through its telepathic link that there's something moving along the ridgeline, and is not nervous is what it is. It kind of gives you the idea that it might be something that you're familiar with or at least tolerant of.
Mm-hmm.
And after a couple of passes and sweeps, it hits Jarl, taking what looks like to be a position to try to shoot the badger.
Dang it, Jarl.
You guys are still like maybe 5 minutes away. 5 minutes is a long time.
Yeah.
Well, I have woodland stride.
That increases your movement through difficult terrain,
Oh, okay.
but it doesn't affect your movement speed. It just keeps you from being tangled up if it's underbrush or quicksand and stuff like that. But you guys can still, your stealth is a little bit questionable right now. If you wanted to hustle, you could hustle. Maybe make it there in 2 minutes instead of 5, but
No.
okay, so Bryn relays the fact that the mountain man has what appears to be loosed an arrow in the direction of the badger, who is now intently looking into the ridge line to see what made that noise. You guys are about a minute away now.
I guess
And
we're fighting.
yeah, you guys are super close. After a careful minute, Bryn relays that that the badger has been struck by an arrow and is now charging into the ridge line, splashing through the water and clear, and is essentially asking telepathically, "What now? What now? What now? What now?"
We'll let the badger kill Jarl while we see if there's anything behind the waterfall.
Uh-huh.
Said the good character. Okay, yeah, keep it up. Let's see what happens with that.
I never claimed to be good.
Quick possession by a demon.
Go try and defend his dumb butt.
Okay, so as you guys make your way to the ridge line, the opening, the badger is on top of Jarl, trying to bite and claw. Aka, make a nature check really quick, please.
Okay. Uh, 21.
How much? 21?
Yeah, 21.
Yeah, this is a honey badger, a giant honey badger. And so, you know what they say about honey
Badger
badgers,
don't
right?
care.
They don't care. Honey badgers don't care. So, you know that this animal will fight with ferocity, relentless, not stop at anything, fearless, and you know that your animal empathy probably will not work.
Stop it.
Yeah.
Do they get distracted easily?
Well, I don't know. I guess you'd have to try to distract it, and I'll tell you if it's distracted or not. But it's, I suppose, like any animal, if you poke it, it's going to turn around, type of thing.
Well, because my thought had been to cast dancing lights, like right in front of it, so it's got
That
four
seems
little.
distracted enough by itself.
Yeah. So right now, he's definitely singularly focused on trying to eat. Bless you, on trying to eat Jarl. And so if that's distracted enough for you to do something different, then that's, then that
Bless
probably is okay. If you're trying to distract it so it stops eating Jarl, then that might be effective.
Yes, I am trying to keep it from eating Jarl. I'm trying to buy us time.
Okay, so here's what we're going to do. We're going to roll initiatives. So on your character sheet, it's going to say it's a d20 plus your dexterity bonus if you have one, and plus any other, if you have a feat that changes your initiative.
No.
Oh,
13 for Siri.
12 for Hewan.
How much for Hewan?
12.
Well, Siri, did you say 13?
Correct. I went up the rogue this time.
There's a hill for you to climb if you want. I'm sure your
I
party
have.
You take off your armor and then climb the hill if you want.
You
No. It's too
for whatever reason didn't train me in climbing.
Too soon.
So.
Too soon.
22.
For who?
For Talia.
13.
Okay, let me just
My dex bonus is 0.
make some quick calculations here. Okay, so the honey badger is mauling Jarl. Thalia, you go first. And
Okay.
then the honey badger is going to go right after you, and then Aka, then Siri, then Hewan, then Jarl, and then starting over.
Is it in range for my bow?
Yep.
Okay. How far away is it?
It's outside of 30 feet.
Okay.
So within range, but not 30 feet.
Okay. Well, because I've got I took point blank shot as.
Oh, nice. Right now you're outside of 30 feet. If you wanted to take a shot and then move closer, then
Yeah,
you'd be
I'll probably take a shot and move a little closer.
Yeah, then you'd be in melee range.
But I don't want to quite be in melee range. I just want to be just inside that 30 feet.
Yep, I recognize that. Well, you can move to within 30 feet if you want. So
yeah,
whatever you want.
Okay, move to him just inside that 30 foot. I still kind of don't want it to charge at me.
Got it. So you're 25 feet away.
Right.
Got it.
Okay, because that gives me bonuses to hit and damage.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And I will try and shoot it. And hopefully I don't roll like crap. 16.
16 does hit.
Woohoo! 5 points of damage.
Nice. Still very much alive and a little irritated. It's starting to look around. This is what happened the last time it got mad. Was somebody who kept poking it. So the honey badger's looking around. But he's gonna try to maul Jarl one more time. Jarl's not looking like he's in good shape. But it looks like the honey badger is able to bite him, but comes away with a mouthful of regular badger, if you will. So kind of like a little crazy cannibal thing going on. But it doesn't look like Jarl's bit. He's still trying to squirm around, but he's pinned underneath the honey badger. So Akka, it's you.
I mean, when we're done, feel free to yell at the hunter for instigating this entire fight.
Yeah, hunter.
For the creatures that technically didn't need to be fought.
Mm-hmm.
It was just minding its own business.
Mm-hmm.
just eating bugs. Yeah, honey badgers, they don't care though.
All right. So, is it my turn?
Yes, ma'am.
Take yourself to cantrips or weapons. Okay, while she's figuring out what she needs.
I'm gonna create water,
Okay.
and I'm gonna dump it on the badger.
Just like a little splash.
It's 2 gallons of pure water.
Got it. Is that a 0 level spell?
It is a 0 level spell.
Okay, so the honey badger is suddenly splashed with water, is very confused. It doesn't know what it's supposed to be doing right now. It's got something underneath him it wants to eat. It's got something behind him that's poking him in the back like earlier, and now the honey badger's wet. So a little irritated. I'll give you guys a little bit of a the honey badger a little bit of a negative because he's distracted, but he still looks like he's intent on eating Jarl. So Siri,
How far away am I at this point?
you're
from the-
exactly 30 feet away.
Exactly 30
Yep,
feet
so
away.
you can move anywhere up to 30 feet, or you could charge, or you could run, but then it changes what actions you can take.
Yeah.
Look at you and I do the bird drug.
And you said we were poking in the back, so it's facing away from us, or?
Yeah, it's just I mean it's a giant badger. It's like
Yeah.
giant, right? So
Yeah, I'll move up to it.
okay. He's still eating Jarl, so you can go ahead and make an attack.
Sweet. This is gonna be hopefully a good roll. This is with my great sword out. I don't have my shield and longsword out right now. Oh my gosh, a 20.
Like a natural 20?
Yeah.
I believe you.
I
believe you.
You can't see from there.
I don't believe you. Okay,
So
roll it again.
goodness. Oh yeah, I can
See if you
confirm.
confirm the critical.
11.
Okay, so no.
Well, I don't need to do the extra bonuses for the roll, right? Because there's a 20.
Correct.
Sweet. For 14 damage.
That's great. Still up, and clearly not interested in Jarl anymore. Hewan.
I kind of look at the melee, say, I wanted it distracted. I'm going to sneak down and see if there's anything behind the waterfall.
Got it. Okay, so the waterfall, you can make it most of the way to the waterfall, but you can't make it all the way. So next round,
Okay.
I'll let
I
you
said I'm moving stealthy. Do you need another check from me?
not right now, because it's like right now you're fine.
Okay.
And then the behind the waterfall, at some point, you'll have to tell me if you're going to get in the water to get behind it, or try to get it onto the bridge and reach behind it, or something or other. So just be thoughtful of that, because I'm going to ask you. Okay.
Yeah.
So you're at the base on the right hand side of the map. You're at the base of the arch on that side. So where those two rocks, those two little rocks are. So most of you are kind of engaged in what's going on, but you notice that Hewen is moving towards the bridge. And is that it? Are you drawing a weapon? Are you hitting anything else? I mean, there's some things you can do simultaneously, which is why I'm asking.
Well, I'll have my bow out just in case.
Okay. Jarl takes his turn, and he's trying to encumber himself and fails to squirm effectively. We're at the top of the order. 6 seconds have passed. Talia, what do you do?
Okay, I have a question.
Yes.
Hexes, are they like cantrips? They can just be used however many times?
Yeah, so in the portion of the book, it's going to talk about each particular hex and how frequently you can use it, but it's going to be like 3 times per level or something like that. Let me see if I can't grab it really fast.
Okay, because I didn't see anything about it.
Yeah, let me just double check.
Oh,
I played a couple witches before, but I've never worried about it so much. But I want to make sure I give you the right information. So the hex.
Like on fortune, the fortune hex, it says once a creature has benefited from this fortune hex, it cannot benefit again for 24 hours, which implies that it can be cast more than once in a 24-hour period.
Right. So let's see here.
But it doesn't say anything about how.
That's fancy, whatever that is. Sorry, I got something played in my background here. Hex is a standard action. Just make sure. And then what is it what hex are you trying to use? Fortune?
Well, I mean, I realized
as an example.
Yeah.
Yeah. So which one are you interested in using? And then I'll help you sort it out.
Either ice plant or fortune.
Okay.
I guess fortune if it doesn't look like it's about to charge me.
Got it. Yeah, I think that hexes are gonna wear off, because I can't imagine that once you cast it, it's gonna stay.
Well, yeah, they definitely wear off, because it says it only lasts for the round. But can I then cast it again and again as need be?
Yes. So,
okay.
So let me just double one more check.
They worked more if they worked like cantrips, or if they worked like normal spells where like you have.
No, so like this is how some combats work, right? So you'll do the misfortune hex, right? And then it lasts for a round. And you can cast it, or you can do the hex as many times as you want, but it ends after a round. Right. And if you do the cackle hex, it keeps all previous hexes in place that would have otherwise ended, but you can cackle every time too. So yes, you can hex as much as you want. It's like a free spell, and some of them are good and some of them are bad, which
okay.
I mean, it's
cool.
Good or not. So it is up to you right now.
Yes, then I will, and I know that they get cast as a standard, generally speaking. So I will use my action to cast fortune on Siri.
On Siri?
He's the one who's engaged with the badger, right?
Yep, he sure is.
Um,
What does that do for Siri?
it will give you a you get to re-roll either an ability check, an attack check, a save, or a skill check, but you have to state before you roll which one you're going to re-roll and keep the best. So in essence, it's an advantage for 1 round. You get to
Okay.
roll.
So just a point of order. So when you're picking your hexes, once you select them, that's it. So it's not like it's a free, you pick any one that you want, you get a hex, and that's your hex. So like
Right,
your
yeah.
first level hex is 1 hex, your second level hex is another hex. So unlike cantrips, you can't just pick whichever one you want. So I think that you're tracking that. I just want to make sure.
Yeah. I jotted down which ones I wanted.
Perfect. I'm excited. Okay, so that's your turn.
Yes.
So next is the honey badger. Let me just decide what the honey badger is going to do. The honey badger is going to attack Siri. Siri, the honey badger rolled a 1 and missed you completely. Claws and teeth snapping, and doesn't hit you.
Nice.
And then Akka, it's your turn, and then Siri, you're next after that.
Sweet.
All right. I'm gonna toss one of my potions.
Okay.
To Siri.
You're gonna toss one to Siri, like, here, catch.
Yeah.
I got this.
Pop quiz, hot shot, catch.
I just want to make sure.
Just.
Yeah.
Thanks.
I'm tossing a potion of bull strength to him.
Oh, nice.
Oh.
Which adds a +4 to his strength.
Yep, I love bull strength. All right, so let's do this. Since you guys both kind of go at the same time, you get Siri's attention. Siri, roll on your perception.
20, not natural.
Okay, so 20. So you hear Akka calling to you in their very distinct hey, look at me caw. Sounds like, look at me, look over here, over here. And you're compelled to turn and see what it is. It sounds important. Akka, make a acrobatics check.
Okay. Looks like a 20.
Okay, so you throw the potion in a direction that seems to be a nice trajectory for Siri to catch it.
Okay.
And Siri, make an acrobatics check.
Uh, 10.
And Siri fumbles it. It drops to the ground, but it doesn't break. So if Siri elects to on his turn, he could pick it up, but would forfeit his standard action to do so.
We're trying to be dramatic here, Siri.
Yeah, you know what? I turned around and was like, I'm gonna get it, and then it just like,
Clean.
No.
Yeah, it got him in a bad spot. It hit him right in the hands. Right
Bird
in the
sort of
hands.
looks at you with the head tilted, like, really?
It's like, come on.
This is your moment.
I
You
could
had
have
a
caught better
chance.
and I have feathers.
You had a chance. Okay, so Siri, what are you doing? Are you going to attack or are you going to pick up the potion? You feel like it could be valuable. As a matter of fact, Akka, did you say what it was? You told me.
Yes.
Okay, so now you know you have strength like bull if you drink that.
Is switching weapons a standard action as well?
Yeah, if you drop one to pick up the other one, then you can do it. Otherwise, sheathing a weapon and then drawing another weapon are two separate actions.
Okay.
So like, what are you trying to? You were trying to
Is
keep
it
your
is it
sword in your hand?
possible? Is it possible to grab the potion
Up off the ground.
off the ground,
Okay.
and switch to my longsword and shield?
I don't know. No,
No.
you can do.
Okay.
Yeah, if you wanted to drop your great sword, pick up the potion, you would be ready to drink the potion next round. Or if you want to leave it on the ground, you can draw your sword or your shield, whichever one you didn't draw.
Well, it's nearby, so if you wanted to try and attack first, and then if he doesn't make a dent, and then he needs the extra,
Sure.
you give him later.
Okay.
All right. This is the
Um,
longest 6 seconds ever. Okay, go.
Yeah, I'm going to see the potion and go, I think I got this.
All right.
And then attack it.
Okay, go.
Okay. And don't forget, if you want to be able to use the fortune reroll.
Oh yeah,
on the-
I'll use the fortune roll on the attack roll. Thank you for reminding me.
So it's pretty much you roll 2 dice and take the best one.
Yep, I rolled a 3 and a 9. So the 9
You might hit. You might
is
have hit.
total of 18. Oof. For 9 damage.
All right. Still up. Still angry. Still mad. All right, Hewan.
All right, taking this action to search the area, like under the bridge. How deep is the water? Is there a ledge over to it that I can just walk on? Can I look up and see if there's any way from the bridge to the waterfall that would make sense to go up the bridge?
Right. Okay, so give me a perception check, and then we'll go from there.
23.
Okay, so just kind of in that quick snapshot of time, you're able to tell that if you were to mount the bridge on this side, you would be able to walk over to the other side. And if you were to stick out your arms, you'd be able to touch the water falling. That's the first thing. The second thing is it does look like there's a recess behind the second waterfall. So if you're looking at the map, and there's the waterfall part on the right, which is closer to where you are, and the waterfall on the left, which is closer to not where you are, then the one that's further away looks like it could be a recess behind it. It's hard to tell. I mean, if you wanted to make a knowledge geology check, you could, but you don't have that as a skill. So it would be, I don't know. So, and as far as like from the top to the bottom, it looks like the only way to the bridge or to get to the bridge or access the bridge is definitely from the shore where you're at. And if you wanted to climb the bridge, it is a little bit steep and a little slippery, but it looks like it's very sturdy. Even though it's delicate, it doesn't look like it's in any sort of ruins. As a matter of fact, it looks probably like one of the cleanest and well-made edifices you've ever seen. This is a monument. This thing is beautiful.
Okay.
It just has a good feeling about it.
Okay, then I will head up the bridge.
Okay. As you reach the top of the bridge, it's about 20 feet. The mist and the spray kind of coats your body in a light sort of manner. It feels fantastic. You feel refreshed. You feel good. You feel rested. You feel like you could conquer the world. This is a pretty darn good waterfall. Like if you were to be, have to pick a place to live, you would totally live by this waterfall because this is an amazing waterfall. This is a nice bridge. As a matter of fact, you feel like you could probably just stay here if you felt like it. I mean, you're not compelled to. You can do whatever you want. So you got about 10 more feet of movement left. Are you going to move towards the other side of the bridge? Hang out?
Well, yeah, I wanted to see if I could see behind the water, the recessed part that continues on, or
Okay, what's your armor class? I know
17.
that's the best question ever. Okay, so on your character sheet, it's going to say flat-footed, right?
Yep.
So do you have? Let's see. You might have evasion, or
I do.
what's the other one that looks like evasion but isn't? I can't remember.
Uncanny dodge.
Nah, that's it. Okay, so from inside the waterfall, you are not surprised to see a long clawed hand reach through the water and take a swipe at your head. If you were to look at these claws, you would think very fondly of a large elm tree, which had long tree-like claws of the same shape and size. From inside the waterfall and over the sound of the waterfall, you hear a snarl, a growl, and then almost in slow motion, this giant head with huge fangs and ears pinned back and eyes that are kind of bulging with rage, gray skin slowly come out of the waterfall, teeth dripping with water, scraggly black hair, and this is indeed the troll that's coming out. And so you can try to make an attack if you wanted to, but you're going to be at a disadvantage because you have your bow out and you were surprised. So you can try it if you want to, or you can drop your bow and draw your short sword, or you can.
Good luck.
No, I'm going to beat a retreat and slide my butt back down the.
Okay, so you're going to have to go. So you'll have to go the other direction if you're sliding, like towards the fern. So the rest of the group is on the other side of the pond. Like if this was north, south, east, west, they'd be in the southeast corner. You're in the northwest corner. But that's the only way to go. So make an acrobatics check really quick. It's just to make sure you don't fall into the water.
Okay. $23.
Okay, so you slide safely to the fern with the troll not quite hot on your tail. So is that it for you then, I suspect? Do you shriek out in terror?
Well,
Do you yell, there's a troll?
Hey.
Actually, I probably yell, found it.
Yeah.
Right?
Jarl still can't make it out from underneath the honey badger. We're back at the top of the order. Talia, it's your turn. Then the honey badger, then Akka.
Just thought you should know.
Right. Okay. So the honey badger is still attacking.
It has a choice of who it can take a bite at.
Okay.
So it tried to bite Siri last time, and it might choose to bite Jarl this time.
Okay.
And then the troll.
And then we have the troll. And the troll is
our actual goal.
the troll is tomorrow's issue. Okay. No. The troll is 10 minutes from now issue.
Yeah. Next slide.
Right now I'm trying to keep Jarl from being eaten.
You know what?
So I will
Heckin, I can stabilize Jarl if he's about to die. So if we want to focus on.
Well, it doesn't help if he actually dies. So I will.
It's just a random mountain, man.
I will cackle as my move action.
Nice.
Which carries the fortune forward on Siri.
Yep. Nice job.
Nice.
That's the way I like to use it too.
And then before I start cackling, I yell at Theral, "Get out from under the badger and move!" And then I start cackling.
I almost want to hear you cackle just to make it official, but it doesn't. Yeah, it's funny. Witches don't have to cackle; it could just even be a regular laugh. But I appreciate the extra role-playing effort. You just add a +1 to your next roll, no matter what. You get a role-playing point there. So, yeah. So you look at Jarl, and he's looking at you, and he's like, "Yeah, duh. What do you think I'm doing?" And then, so,
And then-
yep.
But I still have a standard action, right? Because that was my.
Yep. The witch is powerful like that.
I will try and shoot the badger.
Nice choice.
Okay. I'm still within the 30-foot thing, so I've got the point blank shot bonus. So did I actually get a +1? Okay. So
Sounds
6,
reasonable. How's that?
7, 22 to hit.
22 hits.
Woo! Damage. 5.
5 damage does not kill the troll.
You mean the badger?
Yeah, the badger.
Whatever it is.
The badger troll. The troll badger.
Working on that one.
All right. So the honey badger is going to go. Let's see who it's going to try to eat. It's going to use both of its attacks. It gets a bite attack and then essentially what's a crunch attack. So it's kind of like a little pounce thing. So Jarl, it misses with its bite on Jarl and misses with its pounce and ends up crossing his legs up a little bit and looks like Jarl is no longer pinned underneath. So it goes up in the air. Have you seen the foxes that jump in the snow to try to get they pounce? Mm-hmm. So the honey badger is trying to do that thing to crush Jarl's ribs and limbs to make it easier to consume.
Mm-hmm.
And so it looks like Jarl might be free. If all he can do is squirm out of the way, he'll be ready to go. Mm-hmm. So Akka, it's your turn, then Siri.
Yep.
Okay, what is the so is there a tree nearby?
Yeah,
It's
I mean
the woods.
within reason. I mean you can look at the map. There's trees spotted here and there. It looks like that most of this area was cleared because it might have been some sort of elven thing at one point. But some of it's overgrown. What is it you're trying to do, and I'll help you figure it out.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Huan is by where the shrub is on the map.
Right, the fern over there.
The fern, okay, and that larger one next to it on the map.
Yep, I see that. Yeah, we can say it's a small tree, like a rose hips or like a huckleberry bush or something like that.
Okay.
But it's not like a oak tree or a maple or anything like that.
Okay. One second.
Yep.
Okay. How much is 30 feet in terms of like positioning on the map?
Yeah, so from the corner where you guys are at in the southeast part to the waterfall or the bridge is 60 feet.
Okay, so that.
Yeah, so it'll take, but you could run or you could do a double move, but then you lose your standard action. It becomes your only action.
Okay.
And running is in a straight line, so you would end up in the water and it would defeat your purpose. But a double move would get you to the base of the bridge and then to the top of the bridge. But then that's all you could do. You'd just be standing at the top of the bridge. I hope that makes sense.
One second. All right, I'm gonna hold action.
Okay. What's the trigger?
I see the whole troll.
Yes, you do.
Wait, what? I see the whole troll already?
Well, the troll has emerged from the waterfall. So it used the standard action to try to attack Human, and then used its move action to come out from the subterranean sub-waterfall cave and out onto the bridge.
Oh, okay. So it's on the bridge?
It is on the bridge and getting ready to chase Human, apparently.
Okay. Then my trigger will be whenever the troll steps on land for the first time.
Okay, so if that's okay, that'll happen this round. So I'll just remind me when I say, and the troll is on the ground.
Okay.
Okay, Siri, it's you, and then Ewan, then the troll, then Jarl.
How hard does this badger look?
I don't know. Do you want to take 6 seconds to do a knowledge nature, or do you want to just keep whacking it until it's dead?
I'll just keep whacking it.
Okay. I don't know. I mean, it looks like if you were really lucky, you could probably kill it. But if you're unlucky, it looks like it probably would survive not being hit.
Okay.
Yeah. Sorry.
It's
the first time you've ever seen a honey badger, I think.
That's probably true.
What you do know for sure is it doesn't care.
Just for some reason, you get the feeling.
Yeah.
Right. Roll to attack.
Don't forget you still got fortune.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't. I already rolled. But
Roll a second die.
For great swords, criticals are 19s and 20s, I think.
Okay, you must.
So I rolled a
one of
19.
those. Okay, roll again.
Can I choose the double roll for the crit confirm?
Sure. That sounds like a good idea.
Right?
I rolled a 14 as the highest.
14 hits.
Yes. Okay.
It's unlikely there will be a honey badger after this. I'm no expert. Honey badger's going to be like, I care.
Is it for great swords? It's double. Is it just double die damage or double everything?
Yeah. So you double the die, double your strength, double your.
Okay.
Whatever.
Okay.
So if you roll once, you just multiply it by 2.
Yeah.
After your adjustments. Why do you have like more than 2 dice in your hands?
Okay, so I don't roll the dice itself. I just double the 2 die that I would normally roll.
Right.
Okay, that's what I was confirming.
Sounds like you have like 8 dice. I'm like, this isn't Shadowrun, bud. Put it all
No,
away.
two die.
Nice try.
2 die.
Yeah.
Rolled a 6 and a 2, plus an additional 6. So 14 times 2, 28.
And the honey badger expires in a slump over Jarl, pinning his body back to the ground, and he will try to extract himself from the completely eviscerated honey badger, who does now suddenly realize that he cares.
Can I now pick up the bull strength potion, or do I still have to wait for that?
You can do that next time.
Okay.
Okay, Ewan, troll is on the bridge. A quick glance behind you shows that this might be a she is coming after you.
That what?
I bravely run. Well, I run around the pond towards my party.
Okay.
That means I move a double move, so I don't run into the water.
Yeah. No, that's good. Okay, so you are now. I'm sorry. You are now closer to your side of the group. You can, if you wanted to drop one weapon and get ready to pull out another one, you can, or you can try to stow your bow, or you can get ready to knock an arrow. So next round you're prepared to fire.
I'm going to stow the bow.
Okay. So next round, you'll draw your weapon and you'll be able to attack if it's supposed to. So that being said,
It's like,
okay.
and of course, I'm yelling, "Hey guys,
It's
here it
still
is!"
Oh, I found it. That being said, the troll in its entirety steps out onto the bridge. Even though it's a very delicate bridge, this 1,000-pound behemoth steps onto it steadily and comfortably. Has to be like 14 feet tall. And again, the head of this thing looks like the skull, except instead of being bare and black, it is covered in grayish green skin, damp, wet, slimy, discolored and mottled in some places, maybe like a frog would be. This troll appears to spend a lot of time in the water. Skin, like I mentioned, is glistening and what have you. It steps down the bridge and onto the ground,
Okay.
triggering Aka's action.
All right. So as soon as it makes like solid contact with the ground, and keeping in mind the position of where Juan is, I'm going to do the shifting sands.
Okay, cool.
And it is a 20-foot spread.
Okay.
And then the creatures on it have to make an acrobatics check or a reflex saving throw.
Okay. Okay, do you have is there a target that the roll has to beat? Let's figure that out. It's going to be the difficulty or the.
Yeah. Let's see. What does it say? Let's see. I think it's just going to be my spell DC, right?
Yeah, so when you cast a spell, it's going to be 10 plus your caster level plus your bonus. Eric, does that sound right?
Then it's going to be third level spell. So its save DC will be 18.
Got it. Okay, so the troll seems to be taken off guard and surprised that the otherwise very stable land mass that she is used to traversing is shifting under her feet. Can you please describe to me the spell so I can make sure I give her a...
Yeah, it says you cause an earthen or sandy surface to shift and churn within the area. It says creatures entering or beginning this turn, their turn in the shifting sand must make a reflex save each round or become entangled until the beginning of their next turn.
Got it. Okay. So right where that, so this is how we'll measure it out. See the tiny little rock into the pond?
Yep.
Back to the start of the fern.
Yep.
And then encompassing the majority of that big fern, that's where the shifting sand is at.
Okay.
So in the middle of that square is where the troll is, and it looks like she's entangled in the sand. And in this case, it's kind of a muddy sand. It's a slurry, and again, probably not something that she's used to.
Right.
Yeah.
So
and then it says entangled. It says impedes movement. Creatures move at half speed, cannot run or charge. Takes penalties to attack rolls and penalties to dexterity.
Yep. in this case, she's stuck. And next round, she'll try to free herself. And if she can't make her acrobatics check, then she will continue to try to move towards you guys to attack.
If they attempt to move while entangled, they must make a second reflex save or fall prone.
Okay, that's awesome. I appreciate that. That's a good spell. Okay, so the troll squeals and snarls in fury at being slowed down. Jarl, let's see if he can get up. Jarl gets up. He scooches himself out from underneath the badger and kind of looks at the honey badger and says, "Oh, Hedgie, poor Hedgie." And then that's his turn. So we're back at the top of the order.
You know this better?
Talia, it's your turn.
You knew this badger. Why did he shoot it?
I know. I am trying to.
As a free action, I yelled at Huan and say, "Hey, book it."
Right?
So Hewin double moved last turn. So Hewin is closer to you than to the troll.
Okay.
Yeah. So out of danger from the shifting zone.
Okay. Works for me.
Okay. Talia.
Yep. Sorry, confirming.
That's okay. No, I want you to be able to make a informed decision. I just didn't know if you knew it was your turn.
If it says duration 1 round per level, does it mean per my level?
Yes.
Or spell level?
For your
Yeah. So if you do fortune, you don't have to use fortune again because it's going to last for 5 levels. So you can do fortune and cackle, and don't even cackle because it'll keep going for 5 levels. I don't know if that's what fortune does. And then you could do ill omen as your next round, and then you could do prehensile hair as your 3rd round, and then cackle, and then all those things stay in play. But I don't know which ones you're talking about.
Fortune is only 1 round. No, I was thinking of, because how long is it stuck in the quicksand?
It depends.
Yeah. It's the spell technically lasts until the creature's next round, but he became entangled, so he has to untangle himself for at least another round. And if he doesn't do that, then she'll fall prone.
Okay. Because I was going to cast Aggressive Thundercloud over top of it.
Okay.
As my standard action. I will cackle as my move action.
Yeah, perfect.
Fortune
You got the hang of it. I like it.
As my move action for Siri. And then Aggressive Thundercloud is my standard action. It's a medium range, so 100 feet plus 10 feet per level. So it's definitely, I'm assuming it's definitely in range.
Yes, it's in range.
Yeah.
It makes a 5-foot diameter sphere. It'll last for about 5 rounds. It does have a saving throw, reflex.
Oh wait, yeah, mine. Oh, okay, sorry. It's us for 1 round per level. So yeah, so mine's 5 rounds
Yep.
too. Yeah.
I gotcha. Okay, so the troll failed her saving throw.
Okay. So then it takes 3d6
What?
lightning damage.
Get out of here.
It's a crackling spherical storm
No,
cloud.
I totally believe you. Okay, so roll your damage.
It just sits there and shocks the.
Yeah.
Well, at least for 5 rounds.
Now, I would suggest nobody else going in there because it does damage to any creature.
Thundercats, and then just.
Yes, both spells are area effect diameters.
So this is just for a few rounds.
Just don't touch it.
Back and throw stuff at it.
It's okay.
What
I
a
can
great-
use around
what a
some during
great
my bow
battlefield.
strength.
That's a great battlefield control pair of spells right there.
5 points of damage.
You rolled 3d6?
Yep. I rolled a
Ouch.
3 and 2 ones.
Yep, you deserve
Ouch.
that for having such a
Ouch.
good spell. Okay.
Ouch.
Aka, it's your turn.
Well, hopefully I'll roll better next time.
Let's ask the chat for some rerolls.
Right?
Yeah.
Also, there's still that boon of the crazy deck thing that we need to do.
Yeah, if she
Oh,
might,
yes.
Oh yeah.
yeah, Ewan might need it. It depends on how fast the troll is. Ewan almost needed it early. That would have been a bad day.
Yeah, anybody besides the thief doing that probably would have gotten skewered, which is why I do it.
Right?
Okay,
Okay, so-
Aka, do you need some help with something?
It's your turn.
It is your turn.
But I held my action. Is it already back to my turn? Even
Yes,
though I held-
because
okay.
you
Yeah.
held your
Yeah,
That
how
would-
their action is just like a wait till you take your turn after.
Yeah, it's just you don't hold it. You don't move down the order. You just moved for that one round. So you're
Oh.
back in your normal spot.
Then I will. I assume we're all kind of going to be waiting for the troll to get to us. Is that right?
Are you
Sounds
asking
good
me
to
or the
me.
rest of your group?
The rest of the group.
I'm not planning on going in those 2 spells. So
Yeah, I know that part.
In your plate mail, have fun with that.
yeah, my greatsword.
The human-
Just,
Human Tesla coil.
Let's see. Okay. I'm gonna hold action again, and I'm gonna ready another spell.
Okay, what's the trigger for you, or you just let me know? Okay.
Yeah. I'll if it manages to get close to us.
Okay, Siri.
Siri, at the very least, wants to pick up that potion.
Okay,
That's on the
you
ground.
got a potion.
Okay.
That's time. Drink it.
Yeah,
And
pour it on
then
the honey badger.
yeah, she's like, "Hey,
Hey,
Aka,
wait a
how long
minute.
does this last again?"
It's a full strength. Let's see.
It's significant. It's like 10 rounds.
Yeah, I think it's like almost for like an entire encounter. I think.
Yeah, that's generally how it goes. I got it.
1 minute per level.
Yeah, see, it's a bunch.
Oh yeah. Okay. I'm gonna drink it then real quick.
Boom. All right, so you're
Will you stop eating my shirt?
Yeah, I was gonna type it out and then we could post it in the chat.
Yeah.
so you drink the potion. Can you see what it does?
As +4 strength, right?
Yeah. So yeah, you can put it on your character sheet and it'll change automatically.
Yep.
Ewan.
Okay, well, I'd been running and stowing my bow, and I looked behind me and realized that it's kind of stuck and everything, so I pull my bow back out.
All right.
Shoot it.
Okay. Go ahead and make your attack roll.
All right.
Work together.
Right? We got
And then we
this.
say,
Let's see. And I roll a 1.
You rolled a 1.
Rolled a 1.
That's awesome. Roll it again. I like double penalizing people.
18 on the die.
All right. You do not break your bow or skewer your own foot. But for some reason, your slide down the bridge made your bow a little bit slippery. Maybe you're nervous how close to death you came. But you miss wildly.
Okay.
The troll's going to try to free herself from the
shifting sand.
shifting sand and does not make it and falls prone
Okay.
and bellows in rage. Rage, rage.
then we'll get hit by the other spell, right?
Yeah.
Or is that on now?
Yeah, so Jarl is going to, he climbs on top of Hedgie, and he yells, and he says, "Freythul, you old hag, give up!" He yells.
No.
And that's all he does for his action.
Okay, so maybe he just names all the creatures that he fights.
Hedgie and Freythul.
Right.
And then Akka, you were holding your action. If you don't act now, it'll go back to the top of the round. It's up to you.
That's fine.
Okay, so back to the top of the round. Dahlia, it's up to you.
Okay. You want to let the chat know that I'm typing it out?
Yeah.
I'm going to, because the cloud will do its thing. I guess, do we want to, I don't know if it gets a saving throw each time or.
Yeah, I suspect that it probably does. So I would go ahead and do, let's see, fail the saving throw regardless, whether want it to or not. Just realized that some of my chat window is going to pop up in that map here in a second. Sorry about that.
I was gonna say, prone makes them kind of difficult to move. Right?
Oh, did it fall prone?
It had fallen prone, yeah. The troll fell prone.
Buffs.
Just wow.
Okay, so Teza failed its, did it do its reflex save?
No, I said it failed. I'm sorry. I'll say it louder next time.
Okay, sorry, I missed that.
Okay.
Much better rolls. 6, 12, 15 points of damage.
Woo!
15, super grumpy, has not yet begun to fight.
Yep. Okay, so that is that going off, and then I'm going to cackle to keep fortune going,
Smart.
and I'm going to do something
Mhm.
impressive.
Mysterious.
Well, at the moment, we have it pretty much pinned down into that one little spot.
Right. I think now is a good time to.
I think it's been 2 rounds, so it lasts for 3 more rounds with Shifting
Mhm.
Sands and your Storm Cloud.
Yeah. So I think I'm going to go ahead and do some defensive stuff to be prepared. To be prepared. I'm going to cast Mage Armor.
Oh, clever. Okay. So just make sure you annotate that. So when I say, do I hit you? You can say yes or no. Bless you.
Yeah.
Okay, Akka, it's back to you.
Okay.
I'm sorry. Yeah. Fine.
Wait, did you skip somebody?
Nope, it's Talia's first and then Akka's next.
Oh,
And after
sorry.
Akka, Siri, Ewan, the troll, then Jarl.
Sorry, it's cold in here, Jesse.
It's fine.
Freezing.
It's not that cold. Picky, picky, picky.
Cold.
And this is why we keep the house cold. Because you can always put on a
I'm
sweater.
gonna go check on Jarl.
Okay.
Um, Well, I'm not focusing too much on the troll.
Okay.
I'm gonna. Is he doing pretty bad? Does he?
He looks badly hurt, but it's hard to tell. So he looks like a wild animal might look after it's been, mauled. But what is his blood and what isn't his blood might be hard to tell. But his furs are matted and soaked with saliva and blood and other gore associated with dying, and he smells worse than he smelled before. But he's definitely worse for wear, and you can tell that he's been bitten.
I'm going to give him one of the healing potions I got from the alchemist.
Very clever. Roll a d4 for me.
That way, I know they're healing potion, but I don't know which one is going to be good for him. But might as well just test it out on him. All right, 2.
Okay, so roll 2d8.
Roll a what?
I'm sorry, 2d8.
2d8.
2 8-sided. Yeah.
I got double 8s.
Awesome. That is fantastic. Jarl looks happy and mostly put back together.
Okay.
Yeah, that was welcome. He feels better. He looks at you, not distrustful, but now kind of with some better understanding. Like, okay, I see.
Cool.
Okay, Akka, is that all you're doing this time?
Yeah, I'll tend to him.
Okay, Siri.
I'm going to detect evil on the troll.
Evil.
Evil?
Yeah. Good. Good guess.
As a swift action, I'm going to use Smite Evil on the troll.
Nice. Do it.
And then if I can, I want to switch to my longsword and shield.
Yeah, that's fine.
Sweet. I can go hand to hand with this troll now, guys. Easy peasy.
Hopefully wait until the area effects.
Oh yeah, no, I'm not going in the magic.
No, the last one into battle is Siri. It doesn't matter if the monk is dying a slow lingering death or not. Siri will take his sweet time.
Listen. Different Siri.
Yeah,
I don't know what you're talking about.
All right. All right, give me some damage for your whatchamacallit.
Please block
Smite
it.
Evil just gives me buffs. It's not a like a damaging spell.
Okay. I thought smiting gave some sort of radiant damage or something.
No, it is a I just basically add bonuses.
Oh yeah, that's right.
attack
I remember.
rolls
Yeah.
and my defenses and stuff like that.
Yep. Okay, that's it for you. Hewan, take a schwack at this thing.
I set myself better, get a better grip on my bow, and try to shoot again.
Do it.
25 to hit.
25 totally hits. Do some damage and I'll take it off.
3 damage.
Nice. That wasn't very good. Okay. I'm just kidding. Okay, so Hewan, now the troll's going to go. The troll's going to try to stand up. And that's a 20 on the die. The troll stands up. But fails to extract herself from the shifting sand and is stuck in place.
Okay. I think that's what, third turn? So 2 more turns?
Yeah, I got a ticker. Jarl, feeling better, retrieves his bow, and looks like he's prepared to fight Freythul, as he's been calling her. And we're back to the top of the order. So Talia, it's you.
Okay, so back to the top of the round. It's my turn again?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So Um. mm,
Well, Jesse's thinking, since the troll couldn't exactly move, would I have gotten sneak against it?
Sneak? Yeah, flat-footed and unaware are two
Okay.
different things. Yeah, I mean, that's a good try. Seems like a reasonable question.
Okay. How injured is how is Thal looking now?
Jarl probably is not likely to die of his wounds.
But he's still kind of injured.
Not a ton, especially if Aka's looking after him. It might not be worth two people looking after him, if that makes
Okay.
sense.
Yeah, maybe not use all our healing on, the guy
Yeah,
who
you're good.
decided to run after a honey badger.
You should totally
We
heal
got a
the.
troll.
You might need to heal the Frey stool, so you never know. Like if you kill her, you might have to bring her back to life. So I would say.
Right. Okay. Well, I can.
You want to resolve your lightning right now?
Let's resolve the lightning first.
Okay, Freythul fails for saving throw.
Okay. This is what the
Third turn.
third turn.
Yeah.
6, 12, 15.
Fantastic. Still up.
Yep.
Crazy damage.
I will cast Fortune on the rogue. The
Nice. Ewan.
one.
Okay.
So one now has Fortune as well, and then I cackle.
Nice. Perfect.
Keeping.
Okay, so next is Akka, then Siri.
I berate Jarl for being silly and running headfirst into combat.
Okay, he seems properly chastised.
And I still kind of waiting for the area effect spells to
Got it.
go away. So
So just chilling.
yeah, I'm chilling.
Okay. And next is Siri.
All right. Siri is also just kind of waiting for area of effect things to be gone, but Siri is going to move up to as close as he can get without getting into the spell's effects.
You can get to the fern.
Is the fern in the effects?
Yes, you can get to the fern.
Okay. Well, I don't want to go into the magic,
Okay.
but like right to the edge.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Okay.
Okay, so you're just moving and hanging out.
I'll
You're like Obi-Wan Kenobi waiting for
I'll
for Darth Maul.
just what's that, Freythul? That
Yeah, Freythul.
you're all called her?
Yep, Freythul.
Hey, Freythul, when you can get up, how about you come over here?
Yeah, I'm already up. Growl, growl, growl. Okay, so that's an interesting thing that you just did. Okay. All right, who's next? Ewan next.
Ewan said they would be right back.
Yeah, that's right. Hey, so we're
Take a 5-minute break then.
yeah, well, let's do that really quick. And we're bumping up against 6 p.m. So at some point, let's after this particular combat, maybe we can break for another half hour or so.
Okay. So
Okay.
5-minute break right now, and then we'll
Yeah.
finish that, and then we'll take a dinner break.
That works for me. You guys are the best. Thanks.
Okay, so we will be back in about 5 minutes. We will finish up this battle with the troll. Maybe we can kill it without even actually really engaging it. And then after that, we'll see what happens. Okay.
All right, thanks.
go for live. And we're back. So we're going to finish up this combat with the troll. And then we will take a real quick dinner break. And then we will see what new disaster the GM has to inflict upon us.
Gonna make crap up.
Right?
Yeah. All right. So we left off. It was.
Huan's turn.
Yeah, it was Ewan's turn.
Okay.
And I know Ewan, if you need a reminder, the troll is no longer prone. The troll is still stuck in the shifting sands, and Siri has taunted the troll to the point where the troll might have to respond to that.
And you now also have the fortune hex on you as well.
Okay. And is there still a lightning thing going on around it?
Yeah.
Okay. Then I guess I'm still shooting it.
So don't forget the fortune lets you re-roll an attack, an ability, a save, or a skill check, but you have to state which one you're going to use the re-roll on before you do it. So you roll 2 dice.
I'm using the re-roll on the attack.
Okay.
Let's see. 2 and a 15, so 23 to hit.
23 hits.
3 damage.
You are a killing machine.
Yeah.
I mean, every little bit counts. At some point, 3 will be enough, but 3 is not enough right now.
Just using a regular short bow against a troll is not very effective.
I'm with you.
What I got.
The troll is going to try to extract itself from the shifting sands, and
We were nice enough to shoot it.
And takes 1 step out in order to attack Siri in madness. But first, Siri, I need you to make a will save. Because the troll is she's gonna growl in your face and try to intimidate you. Yeah, she doesn't. Sorry, don't even bother.
Well, even then,
I rolled a 1 on the die, so even if her intimidate check failed.
Would intimidate be considered like a fear effect?
No.
Okay.
I mean, it's a martial effect. It's not a spell or spell-like ability. So
Yeah.
I reject your logic. Okay, and substitute it with my own. But still, she is going to try to attack you. And let's see, how is she going to attack? She's going to bite you. She's going to claw you.
I think she can
She's going to bite and claw you. Sorry, you're holding.
She doesn't like have a club or something?
No, claws.
Should have brought a club.
So, because she spent her move action trying to get up, she is just going to get 1 attack, and she's going to try to bite you. And again, her head is as big as your torso. Her teeth are at least 6 inches long. Does a 12 hit?
No.
No, but she has a really strong strength, right? Like all trolls do.
Sure.
Just see what it is. Does a 20 hit?
No.
What? All right. Okay, so that's the end of the troll's turn, and Jarl draws his arrow back and fires in the direction of the troll. And Siri, arrow careens off your shoulder piece of your armor and goes flying into the cliff.
Oh, man.
Oh, man. For those of you who noticed, Jarl's shot was wildly inaccurate and hit Siri in the shoulder, but it didn't do anything. We're at the top of the round. Talia, it's your turn. Then Akka, Siri, you and the troll and Jarl.
Okay.
Okay. So it is my turn. I am going to cackle.
Well, you should also probably.
Oh yeah, let's resolve the lightning thing. This is round 4. So does it make its reflex?
Does not.
She takes 9 points of damage.
What? All right, carry on.
And then I will cackle to keep the fortune up on both Siri and Huan.
Right.
And then I will. How's it looking? Is it looking still?
I mean, it regenerates. It has regeneration, so it's hard to tell. It's slimy, but it's looking, let's say, half.
Okay, I forgot it has regeneration.
Well, it's not, in this case, it's not instant generation. It's just over time it generates. Well,
Okay.
I don't know, maybe. We'll see.
Does necrotic damage do anything with regeneration?
So trolls are generally immune to even fire and acid at some point. It stops the regeneration, but they can still continue to regenerate afterwards. So necrotic damage is largely the same.
Okay. And we don't want to completely like shut down its.
That,
We're kind of counting on it to regenerate a little bit because
right.
we need it to come back after we've killed it so we get paid.
Nope, I agree.
Okay. So I'm going to, I think, cast Gloom Blind Bolts.
Oh, that sounds crazy. Tell me what it is.
Okay. So it is stop it. I create 1 or more bolts of negative, not necrotic, negative energy infused with shadow. Pulled from the shadow plane. I get 1 bolt plus 1 for every 4 levels beyond 5th, so just the 1.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a 3rd level as well. Okay. So I get 1 bolt, and then it does 4d6 damage. It's a reflex save.
Okay, let me try.
Or wait.
What?
Oh no, the reflex save is for if it gets blinded. I have to do a ranged touch attack.
Okay.
Okay, so that is my ranged attack. But it doesn't get any armor bonuses.
Okay. It has natural armor, so it's gonna just be 16.
8.
An 8 misses.
Yeah.
But make sure you're getting your spell slots as you cast spells. Just pick them off.
Yep, I'm tacking them down.
Okay, that's it for you, I suspect.
Yeah.
Akka, you're next, then Siri. So she's out of the sand right now.
Okay, so she's out of the of the
Correct.
area.
Yeah, last round she was able to step out.
Okay. I will just to kind of give backup to Siri. I'm going to cast oh no, I can't because it has to be around me. Sorry. I might move up close. I might move up next to Siri.
Okay.
Yeah, fancy. when the druid goes to battle, you know it's bad.
What happened to this whole statement of if the druid goes into battle,
Yep,
something
That's
wrong.
okay. I like it. Go to war.
I think in this case, it might be useful.
Okay, so you move up. Aka, next round you'll be able to move into range. Right now you're just close, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Okay, Siri and then Huan.
Okay. Siri is going to. I'm assuming I'm in range now because she's in range of me.
Correct. Well, she has reach because she's big, but yeah, you can hit her.
Okay. So I'm going to attack.
So you got a pile of bonuses right now.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Let's see. 23 to attack to hit.
23 hits.
Awesome.
This might be a short melee. I mean, you have to do a bunch, but still.
Well, I did a bunch.
Are you going to tell me what it is, or do I have to guess?
It is 27 damage.
Wow, that's a bunch. Not enough, though. But she doesn't look very happy. As a matter of fact, she's going to take her full attack next time and try to kill you.
Bring it on.
Yes, that's what she says. Okay. Huan, then the troll.
Okay. Is it still shifting sand, still lightning, and all that sort of fun stuff?
Yep, one more round.
Okay. I'm going to.
Yeah.
You said she's out of the sand.
Yeah, she's out of the sand, but the sand is still there.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Is there room to maneuver behind her without being in sand?
No. No, and I don't think, I mean, she's right on the edge of it. So to get behind her, you'd have to be in it. And I think you would lose kind of that mobility. CJ, I can't hear you.
That's because I haven't said anything yet. I'm thinking.
Oh, okay. Got it. I'm looking at the screen and watching your lips move. I keep forgetting there's a big delay. I'm like, what? I can't hear. Oh, no.
The thing of it is the bow doesn't really do much. Like I could poke it with a toothpick and do more damage.
I think you
Oh,
can
that's-
hold your action until the
Just that I'm
sands
gonna.
are gone.
Yeah, I will put the bow away, draw the sword.
Okay. I like it. And then are you holding your action or just waiting to see what happens?
Yeah, holding action till I can, safely get around behind it.
Okay, so you could, if you wanted to move up in front of it, but I might be suggesting that because I want her to be able to hit something. Maybe.
No,
Okay.
rogues do it from behind.
Okay. Funny. Okay, so that's it for Huan. The troll is going to try to hit Siri with its full attack. A 10 misses. A 9 misses. A 17?
Nope.
Yeah, but plus 8?
I think that's 25. Still no.
Yeah. Dang it. All right. I'm going to
Wow.
change this to a demonic troll. Now. The demon troll. Okay, so Jarl's turn. Jarl aims his bow indiscriminately. And Talia, an arrow goes zipping by your head.
Not helpful.
Yeah,
And
this guy, man.
And top of the round, Talia, it's your turn. Then Akka, it'll be Akka's turn. So last round for lightning, right?
Yes.
Rolled a 5 on the die, so fail.
Okay. 4, 8, 13.
13 is really good. Freythul does not look happy at all. As a matter of fact, she's looking a little panicked.
Hey, who on?
Yes.
Where are you?
Was standing near y'all guys. I said waiting for an opportunity to kind of roll in behind it so I could backstab you.
Cool. Move closer to me while you wait next turn.
Okay.
I have a thing I want to do, but it's a touch. But I can't move because if I move, I can't cackle. And if I don't cackle, y'all lose your fortune.
Gotcha.
So you have to come to me.
I forgot I had fortune.
Come here, come here, come here.
Pretty much. I just start waving you over as I'm cackling evilly.
Hurry up, hurry up.
I don't know if I trust that at all.
Okay, Talia, what is it you're gonna do? We did the lightning. Lightning gets damage. What is it, your action?
I will cackle as I wave Huan to come over to me.
Okay.
And then I'm going to is somebody engaged with the troll in melee?
Siri, and I think Akka's moving close.
Because I don't want to set you guys on fire.
No, you do.
Fire, schmire.
Well, because I've got burning hands, but if you're close, it's a cone burst, and I don't want
I'd rather not take that.
to. Okay, I will just shoot it with a bow then.
Go for it.
Is it in the 30-foot range or not?
Yeah, well, you probably would have to move a little bit. I mean, I think you're still farther. No, what did I say? No, you're outside of 30 feet.
Okay.
I would have to say.
Yeah, no, that's fine. I don't want to move because I can't cackle if I move.
Yeah, I think that you were 30 feet or 25 feet away from the badger, and now
Behind that. Okay.
further away. So maybe 55 feet. Something.
Okay. So 11 to hit.
11 does not hit.
Okay.
I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
So with my potions, because my potions can mimic any castable spell that I can cast.
Okay, which ones did you prepare ahead of time? I mean, that's the real question, right? So it can be any spell you cast, but if you don't pick what it is when you're making it, it's
Yeah, I picked because I can make 5 potions per day, so I'm kind of like treating it like I can prepare 5 more spells as long as I have the components and the
right.
Like the bull strength,
Yep.
I made that.
Yep, that's a smart one.
I made contagion.
Okay.
If I toss it at the troll and it hits the troll and shatters, and the potion goes on the skin of the troll, but isn't particularly ingested, because it's a touch-based range, does that still count?
Yeah, I think that for the most part, potions have to be ingested, like the traditional way that a creature would ingest other things like food and drink. I don't know. I think that's probably pushing the envelope of, or I mean, you can try it and see if something happens, but it's not, you know that from your potion making that it's most positive effect, whether it's a negative or whether it's good or bad, is through the proper application. So there are some salves that are good to put on your skin. There's others that are good to inhale the fumes, and potions for the most part are best when they're imbibed.
Okay. Then can I get that
can I potentially get that ready in my hand, and then if the troll does another growl or yell, can I try and toss it in its mouth?
Yeah, we can try it. So you just want to be like a hand grenade ready to go?
Yeah. Toss it in its mouth.
Okay. Well, we know.
As long as I don't have to catch it, right?
Yeah,
Right.
or do catch it and it'll go into its mouth. Okay, yeah. So if you want to ready the potion and hold your action until the troll's turn, if the troll goes with a bite attack, I'll allow you to attempt to toss it in. And this is probably a fairly difficult, thing. So we'll pick probably a pretty difficult number that you have to roll against, and then we'll figure it out.
Okay, even if the fact that the troll's mouth is like huge.
Yeah, I mean, it's like throwing a baseball at the carnival, right? Sometimes you hit it, sometimes you don't. So in the heat of battle, in your 6 seconds of opportunity, and it's moving to try to bite Siri, and you're moving to try to toss it in and not hit Siri. So we'll come up with something reasonable. I won't make it impossible.
Okay.
Because I like it. I like the style. That being said, Siri, it's your turn. Aka's holding their action. Sorry.
All right, I'm going to swing my longsword at it again.
Okay.
26 to hit.
26 hits.
Mm, 20 damage.
How much?
20.
All right. Freythul falls to the ground.
Oh, okay.
Dead.
Okay then.
So we're going to go out of initiatives to resolve the rest of this conflict. Everybody does like kind of a self check. Did anyone get hurt? Did anyone get hit? Is anyone dying?
Anyone injured?
I'm good.
Someone make a perception check. Actually, all of you make a perception check.
14 for Siri.
18 for Ewan.
25 for Aka.
26.
All right. You all notice that Jarl's gone again.
This
Well,
guy.
I'm not chasing after him again.
yeah.
He can get into a fight with a honey badger all he wants.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, he's gone, nowhere to be found. If you want to take the time to try to track him, you probably can. It's probably, I would say, he's a skilled outdoorsman and has good woodcraft and is likely to be able to blend into his surroundings. So if he doesn't want to be found, he won't be. That's up
Right.
to you.
No, that's
Okay,
fine.
so let's just briefly talk about what's going on, and then you guys can make a decision on what you want to do, and then we'll move forward from there. So in front of you is a mostly dead troll, a female troll, about 14 feet tall, again weighing 1,000 pounds or more. You're approximately, I don't know, half a mile away from the copse of trees and the friendly elm, and where you hopefully your wagon and horses are still there, because who knows if they're still there or not. And you remember that trolls regenerate at what's called a fast healing, and so in some instances they can gain up to 10 hit points per minute. And so you'll have to either have some sort of continual method of keeping Freythul incapacitated, or you're gonna have to keep killing her over and over again,
Mhm.
or somehow otherwise get her ready. And then there's a dead giant honey badger, and
We take its pelt.
this giant elven arch bridge that goes over the waterfall or near the waterfall. So
Right.
there you have it. I will wait patiently on you to tell me what you want to do.
Since it's basically unable to do anything at the moment.
It is yeah, incapacitated.
We need to borrow my greatsword.
Do we know if putting a sword in its heart will keep it dead?
We don't, but you know, I figure if you move it around a little bit, it'll do enough damage to kind of keep it dead.
Right?
It's a health regeneration. Is that based on its con?
Yes. If it
Okay.
so here are some things. So this is stuff you would have either heard from the wizard, or you would have heard from Jarl, or you might just know on your own, is that things like fire and acid, suffocation, starvation, things like that, halt the regeneration process and allow the troll to die, essentially. So if they die of those things, fire, acid, suffocation, or starvation, then they're dead. Any other form of death, their regeneration still is.
That includes dismemberment.
Right.
Correct. Now, so for dismemberment, the body part that is the largest will always regenerate the smaller body parts. So if you cut off all the limbs of a troll, it's not going to grow 5 trolls. It's going to grow 1 from the torso and head. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Like that's a good plan.
So yeah, if we dismember it, then just keep the torso with us. So you know,
Smaller to move around. How long does it take to regenerate body parts?
It's not going to be very mobile. I mean, I wouldn't
we're
try
gonna
to
toss
give
it
it
on the cart.
I wouldn't try to give it mouth to mouth or anything. But it's not going to move around. I think that's probably, in your estimation, that might be, a pretty good plan. Plus, it's all that weight less. You don't have to carry all that weight, 4 limbs.
Yeah, I was just say, what were you thinking?
Because I was thinking that I could force it to drink contagion and give it the bubonic plague.
I don't know if we can force feed a troll a potion.
Question. Because it's technically not like dead, does my Smite Evil still in effect? Because it ends when the enemy dies. Or the target of the smite dies.
Yeah, so the enemy is at -10. It had 20 when you hit it last. You did 20 points of damage, it's at -10. I'm sorry, it had 10 points, and now it's at -10.
So smite is no longer effect.
Correct. It is past the point of being dead.
Okay.
Yes.
But it'll regenerate. So it's dead, but it.
Yeah, but to have smite on, I have to use it again.
Okay. Well, we should probably start by hacking off its limbs. 1, to make it easier to carry, and 2, to keep it.
The idea of trying to force feed a potion to the troll seemed complicated.
Well, I think it was to knock down its con, so it has slower regeneration.
Yeah, the idea was to knock down.
I mean, do y'all want to try and give it bubonic plague and then hack its limbs off?
That'd be up to the druid with the potion. I don't care. I'm just going to hack its limbs off.
How contagious is bubonic plague to other people once the troll has?
It doesn't say it's contagious. It just says that.
The spell contagion's not contagious. Darn it! Oh, whoa, what happened? Sorry,
Hey, look, a new map.
Yeah, my computer wonked out. We're just going to leave it there. That looks good.
That's fine.
We're just going to leave it. I'm not going to touch it. My computer just flipped out.
Thanks for dancing.
So I think that the plan is hack off limbs, try and keep it from even if it does come back to life, not to move around very much at the very least.
I think that requires very little. It takes you several minutes to chop through the limbs, through the flesh, the muscle, the sinew, the bone, and eventually you have lopped off 4 of the troll limbs. It's still excessively heavy The skin and of the torso is slimy with sand and just its natural secretion and blood, of course, from being dismembered. So how are you? What's the best way you're going to get it to the cart, or vice versa?
Wrap some rope around it and drag it.
Yeah,
that's fine with me. I mean, just tell me how you're going to do it.
I've got a semi-solution to that in a second. But I'd also like to see if we can skin the giant honey badger, so we can get the fur.
I don't know. Do you have? I guess you could have taxidermy or hunting as a profession. No, I know you don't. But what I'm saying is, if you try to take the skin off, it's possible you'll damage it, which is fine. It just won't be as worth as much as if it's not damaged.
Can one of us, who has more of a nature knowledge?
Sure. Yeah. If you want to do a knowledge nature, then it'll at least be okay. First, you put the knife here, and then you cut here, and then you cut there. I would be okay.
16.
All right. Well, I'll say. Let's see.
I'll help with the 21.
21 helps. It brings the total from 16 to 18. And let me just do this really fast. All right. So you feel like you got a pretty good job on the removal of the pelt, but you nicked one of its glands when you were doing it, and it reduces the value of the pelt by 20%. So if it was worth 100, now it's only worth 80. Does that make sense?
Okay, that's fine.
Okay.
I borrowed Huan's dagger because I don't have one,
Nice.
and then I give it back.
Yeah. Here's your. I don't know why your knife is so stinky, but whatever. Okay, so
I guess
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I was gonna say, I guess we bundle that up or try and dry it out before we put it in the cart.
The pelt.
Skin? Yeah, the pelt.
For getting the troll to the cart in the first place, we have to drag it. I am just going to summon my divine bonded horse next to me. We can help that to help drag the troll to the cart.
Yeah, you don't have to be too careful. I mean, it's not like you're gonna make it any worse.
Right.
Yeah.
And then if need be, I'll just carry the pelt with me.
Okay.
Well,
yeah. So
dry out a little bit, so it's not quite so leaky.
Sure. Now,
yeah.
You guys, you are, you want to do anything else before you take off?
No,
I don't think so.
The faster we get this thing back, the less chance it has.
While they're skinning the honey badger, I want to go check out the cave.
Oh, I wanted to check out the bridge when I was done.
Okay, that's fine. So let's resolve that really fast. So I'm going to make an assumption that the troll torso and head are going to remain unable to walk away for several hours. At the very least, it's going to take that long to even become even the slightest bit of ambulatory, and even then, maybe crawling, maybe rolling. So it's not going anywhere. So you feel confident that you can do something different than sit and babysit the troll.
Okay.
So in inspecting the bridge, it is made by elves, and those of you that speak Elven are able to find some runes that describe the healing properties of the pool and the healing properties of the waterfall. And there's a little piece of history that talks about how if you stood on the bridge and reached your arms into the waters, that you would be healed. So that's it for the bridge. Ewan, you remember when you were standing on the bridge how nice it felt and how peaceful it was. Mm-hmm. So when you and Talia examined the Elven runes, you believe that that's probably why you were feeling so good.
So if we've
Cool.
got anybody injured, have them come stand on the bridge and put their arms in the spray. Got it.
For the cavern, it's behind the waterfall. So the waterfall isn't a tiny waterfall. It's large enough to have several hundred gallons of water, going over every second. And you feel that it might be difficult for you to leap from the bridge through the water into the opening. So a better option might be to get into the water and climb up, or maybe secure a rope to the top and climb down. But you're not getting in by going in the same way that the troll
did.
Yeah. So because of her size and strength, she was able to do that. But you don't feel like you can manage the same.
You don't have troll strength.
You can try it, but I don't think it'll work. And neither do you, to be honest.
Since I have the climber's kit, I'll try getting in the water and then climbing up to the cave entrance.
Okay. So you make your way. I need you to make 2 acrobatics checks. Just one to, when you get into the water, that you don't get knocked under as you're climbing, to make sure you don't lose your footing. And you give yourself a +2 for the climbing kit. You're not in any hurry.
Okay. Let's see. 17 for the first roll.
Okay, so you're able to get in the water and get a good hand and foothold to start your climb.
And then 20 for the second.
Okay, so you're,
Isn't
sorry, my family's the best. They just keep bringing me food. I've had like 7 meals already. They keep forgetting who brings me what. So, okay, so you make it into the den, if you will, and it's kind of a mixed bag. So with your half-elven heritage, you're able to see in the dim light. The inside of this cavern looks like it was at one point carved out of the stone, as opposed to being a natural cavern. And it looks like there's the remnants of some sort of altar with a fountain in it. It's been smashed. The water, it looks like it's spilling into the cavern, but it's not really going anywhere. So it's like a natural spring that, instead of coming up through a beautiful basin, is just kind of dribbling on the ground. The ground is covered in filth, both from years of disuse to 2 years of having a troll living in it. So whatever the water's effects might have been inside this portion of the elven edifice is unlikely to give you any benefit. You can try to slurp some up if you want, see what happens.
Death.
No? Okay. So there's also some of the, oh, thank you, son. Sorry, he's putting tomatoes on my salad. He's a pretty clever little guy. Thank you, bud. Sorry. So inside, though, there's other things that make it obviously combination troll den and elven temple. So if that's easy to describe, but whatever value the elven temple had at one point, whatever benefit it provided to those that visited here, it doesn't look like it probably has sustained a test of time. So there's a few artifacts, some dishes, maybe some reliquary that's, of value to some, elven scholars in the south somewhere. But picking up the shards of ceramics and things like that probably isn't worth your time. It does look like there might have been at least one human or humanoid victim over the last couple of years that actually made it into the cave. Probably half of it anyway, the other half in the belly of the troll. But there is a half-munched breastplate that appears to be made of mithril, so it's a valuable metal. But the breastplate, like it is not usable. You can certainly take it with you. There's also a masterwork scimitar, but it needs to be cleaned up and polished It may or may not be usable. It looks like it's a couple years old and has suffered from being, exposed to the water and the troll. Otherwise, there's nothing else of interest in this
I'll
this
take
cave.
both of those because, a blacksmith could probably use the mithril, and then, the scimitar might or might not be usable.
Okay. That
So-
sounds reasonable. So as you emerge, I just need you to make one more acrobatics check just to make sure.
21.
Okay, so you're good to go. You're back in the water. You've recovered all of your climbing gear. If you want to relay what you've seen in the cave, you can. If anyone
Yeah,
else
I'll let
wants,
them know.
if anyone
So-
else wants to go in there and check it out for themselves, they're welcome to. Otherwise, there's nothing else.
I feel like that's something religious.
Akka will cast air bubble on herself and then
Okay.
dive into the water to
Okay.
swim out of the cave.
Did you say to swim in the cave?
Swim up to the cave.
Oh, got it. Okay, so I'm sorry I wasn't. Yeah, I'm sorry I wasn't very clear. The cave entrance is in the air, suspended in the air, and access to it. You either have to climb up from the water, so climb up and out of the water, underneath the waterfall, or you have to jump through the water to get to it from the bridge, or you have to kind of rappel down from the top through the waterfall.
Okay.
Yeah, so if you're underwater, you can be underwater, and you can search around that pool if you want, but you can't get into the cave from under the water. You would have to climb up.
Troll might have thrown stuff in there. Since you're down there.
All right. Well, yeah, I'll dive in the pool anyways. I
Okay.
can't.
Okay, so I don't know if air bubble lets you see very well or not. I don't know how well it lets you swim. I do know that it lets you breathe. So
Yeah.
after some maybe some awkward flapping around underwater, you're able to get to a point where you feel like you're close to the bottom.
Okay.
And you can feel around with your talons or your hands or whatever you choose to use to poke around. And you think that there might be some shiny stuff down there, but it's hard to tell. It's covered with algae and slime. There are definitely lots of bones and bristle and hide and hair and other things that look like, the things that are harder to eat. And there's a certain foulness about this water, even though it's nice and cleansing by the waterfall. Down here at the bottom, it is troll dung. It's not awesome.
Okay. Well, I'll
So-
get some of the shiny stuff. I know that it's covering algae, but shiny
Okay.
stuff.
Yeah. Okay. So when you get back and you spend some time, you're able to clean off the handful of coins, and there's one looks like a bracelet and a clasp like for a cloak, and together they're probably worth 9 or 10 gold.
Okay.
I mean, it's all different, all different metals, and some of the mint is stuff you don't recognize. You don't recognize the stamp on some of these coins. So some of them are either old or they're foreign.
Okay.
But
That's
gold. You know gold when you see it. So
Then I will probably try and go clean myself.
yeah, that you might have to spend some time doing that. So the by the time you guys are done with all of this, it's bordering on nighttime.
Right. We need to go find a.
Yeah, I would say just from my perspective, the pool with its healing powers or the elm tree with its protective promise, both would be good places to set up camp if you wanted, or you can attempt to try to make your way back at night.
No, I think probably stay by the tree because the pool apparently draws creatures in. The pool's not too far away if we need the healing abilities, but I think I'd rather in the forest under the tree, away from.
Okay, and then I just need to hear your plan for the troll as it regenerates slowly.
I think at the end of as we're switching watch over the night, the two people can team up and make sure that the troll isn't going to go anywhere. All the limbs are cut off again and stuff like
Are
that.
you taking any precautions to tie it down, to somehow otherwise immobilize it,
Yeah,
blind it, gag it, anything?
I'd probably leave like daggers in its eyes. I mean, that seems kind of brutal, but I'm not going to come up with that idea.
I was gonna like leave the sword in its heart or something, but
We can tie a blindfold over its eyes and over its mouth. We can't really bind its limbs because we've hacked its limbs off. But I also want to make a point of like stopping as we travel every couple hours and
Just to
checking what's regrown and hack the limbs that have grown back off and then just drop them.
Yep. This is brutal, gruesome work that you guys are.
But it's an evil creature, so it's okay.
Yeah, okay. So here's what we're gonna do. I'd like each one of you to roll a 10-sided dice for me, please. And tell me what your results are.
10.
1.
A 1,
I got a 9.
a 9,
4.
a 4. Okay, so 3 of the nights are uneventful on your way back to Ravenreach. However, during one of the nights, let's do a D4 really quick. I'll do it. Who had the last watch? It was Talia, right? So Talia, while you're on watch as it's starting to become daylight, you see what appears to be a large animal at the edge of the firelight. But as soon as the sun starts to peak up, you lose sight of it and it disappears into the underbrush. You can't really tell what it was.
Okay.
But that was during your shift right before dawn.
Okay. If I had seen it near the firelight, I probably would have cast dancing lights over by it, which creates a light like torches.
It was. I don't know what the distance dancing lights was, but it wasn't in the edge of the firelight. It was just in the edge of the pre-dawn light that you thought you saw something at the edge of your vision, as opposed to the edge of the fire.
Oh.
Yeah, sorry about that. So too far away to really affect, but you took note of it because it seemed, it seemed different, but you couldn't tell what it was, and it could have been a giant badger.
Right.
It wasn't. So that you make it back to Ravenreach without any other hindrance. The guards at the town, Varo especially, is very pleased to see you and welcomes you in. He looks in the back of the wagon or the cart, and he kind of gives a gruesome look. The human guard that accompanies him retches into the shrubbery outside of the guardhouse because it is a bloody mess in the back of that cart.
Yeah.
Well, we'll cart back to the person who owns it.
We just give it back to him like, here you go.
So
We might lose some of our deposit.
yeah, so
Sorry.
it only takes a few seconds for Captain Thorn and Masterminder to make their way to where you guys are navigating the small crowd that is gathered around you and your gruesome trophy. The Masterminder reaches into his cloak and pulls out a wand and touches the body of the troll, turns into a mouse, and then he puts the mouse into a small cage with very tight gild, and he says, I have other business, but come to the castle to receive your reward. And then he turns around and walks off.
Oh, that's
Roll into a mouse.
He did.
all right.
So you make your way to the castle or to the tower keep anyway, and as promised, you were paid 2,000 gold. The owner of the cart is torn between wanting it back just like it is, or demanding that you don't give it back to him at all. There's some notoriety for you in town now as the Troll Slayer or the Troll Hunters. You can use that moniker for yourself if you'd like, or you can change it to whatever you like. Dieter comes to you and offers you your own rooms back. In fact, says that there are people that are coming from all over the place to settle in for the winter. So he has more rooms that he can sell, so that he gives you your rooms for free for a week if you like. The Gredis brothers approach you.
We've already paid.
He's still.
He
Well,
hasn't
yeah.
given money back from when we paid for a week worth of rooms.
Yeah, he's giving you maybe 2 weeks then. So
Okay.
yeah. So he's not cheating you. That's a good call though. The Gredis brothers steer clear. Obviously, you're somebody totally different than they thought you were. In fact,
I'm just waving at them whenever they look at us. Like,
they look off into the distance, or like, oh man, let's check their timepieces and say it's time to go. Shirella is hanging on to your party whenever you come into the Dancing Bear and wants to hear all the stories, and especially likes as you recount the killing blow that knocked the troll back into the scene. I don't think she's in love with Siri, but she does recognize strong, handsome man. And then I think that's pretty much it. Selfridge is happy that you guys made it back alive and tells you that you can have a discount in his store. When he tells you some of the prices, they actually sounds like it's more expensive than what you remember. And Levy, the alchemist, asks how the potions went, and if there was anything else you needed, he'd be happy to brew something up. Just ask him what it was.
I tell him that he gave me mostly bad potions.
No, they work. You should try one.
I'm like, I swill one of the sludge waters, and I'm like, I know for a fact that this is not a potion.
All right, which one of the sludge waters do you use, Swig?
no, a swirl.
Swirl.
Got it. Hold on. All right. So
It mixes and blows up.
yeah, no. So it tastes just like swill. I just wanted to make sure you didn't get that one that numbed your tongue by accident.
No, I didn't drink it. I
Like
shook it.
she-
I shook
Oh,
it.
I'm sorry. I thought you put it in your mouth and
No.
swished it around. Okay, I understand.
I grabbed it from my bag and I holded it up to him and I shook it. You know.
So
Yeah.
oops, sorry.
Not a real
Yeah,
potion.
he seems embarrassed, but he also stands by his product, and he takes a potion off of his table and he says, "There's nothing wrong with these," and he drinks it, and then you see his eyes kind of roll back and he falls to the floor snoring, and well, at least he's positively made a sleep potion.
So we still need to deal with the Huan was going to drop off the half mithril armor to the blacksmith, and I think the scimitar.
Yep. Okay. So
Yep.
I'll resolve that really fast. So the 1 copper ales on the house at the Dancing Bear. Whenever you go in, at least periodically. I mean, when there's other people around, it's for notoriety. You know, he's happy to serve you for free because it makes you want to stay there, and other people will come and see the heroes.
Right.
Ravenreach, when you're by yourself, though, he says, "Hey, I have to charge you. I got to make a living." So. As you guys are maneuvering through the town and getting your affairs settled, the first flakes of snow start to fall. You knew it was getting cold, but now it's really getting cold. And you hear people complain that winter is finally here. And with the winter, the mountain passes begin to close. And while they're still passable, they become more treacherous as time goes. It's comfortable in Ravenreach right now. You've kind of settled a big problem, and like I mentioned before, 2,000 gold in this small community is significant. So you can set yourselves up a little bit as comfortably as you like for the time being. Or if you want to cut ties with the community and try to run back to the south, you're welcome. But Captain Thorne does say that if you stay, you'd be more than welcome. You would get the hero's treatment. And then every now and then, if you wouldn't mind helping him with some of the more difficult tasks that his rangers are put up against, then he would really appreciate it.
Right.
So the mithril breastplate can be made into a piece of armor. So it can be made into, repaired into a breastplate or a chain shirt or a helmet or something like that. So how you guys want to divvy that up is up to you. Or she said that, or the blacksmith, whose name is Drunkard, that's actually his name. He said he would buy it from you for 50 gold. That's probably a little under, but I don't know. And then as far as the scimitar, he said he could fix it. It's a masterwork, so it's already got all the bones, but you run the risk of it breaking in combat. It's kind of brittle. So what that risk is, he can't say. I mean, it looks in good shape to him, but you never can tell because it's not his work.
Can we find like a sort of tailor or something to turn the giant pelt into
it would be a tanner instead of a tailor, but yeah.
Okay.
That would be no problem. Or you could sell it like it is in its raw state. Wouldn't be as much, but
I don't think any of us. I think just Huan got like winter clothes.
Oh, everyone else is. No, I think all of you got some.
Okay.
But yeah. So this is my suggestion. Then I think this is a good place to take a pause. When we come back, I can absolutely give you the next piece of the campaign arc, and then it will finish strong by around 10 p.m. How does that sound to you guys?
Sounds good.
Okay, you want to sign us out?
Yep. Okay, so we're going to take a quick 30-minute dinner break. And then when we come back, we will see what next crazy adventure we have. You know, maybe we'll all be sporting honey bear cloaks or something. So don't forget to tune back in 30 minutes, and we'll see y'all then. Bye. Okay, and we're back. Thank y'all for joining back with us or sticking around. We have fed our angry bellies and we are ready to get on with the havoc. And so while we were on dinner break, a $25 donation was made to have some of the players, one or more players, I don't remember how many, to drink random potion from the alchemist, doing
I think it was the
unknown
entire party.
effect.
Yeah, I think it's one each for each of us.
Yeah, but it's gonna be one of each with a totally random effect. Could be beneficial. It could be a detriment. It could be inert. We will soon find out.
The only thing we've been promised is that hopefully it won't be lethal or at a lethal time.
Yeah.
Beyond that, we don't know when we're going to drink it and we don't know what's going to happen.
Yeah.
So thank you.
I would just like to say for the DM's defense, I really can just do whatever I want. But I did say I'll try not to make it very lethal. Very
At
lethal.
least if you're going to kill us, wait till the end of the stream.
Yeah, but I'll roll up a new character with 5 minutes left.
Right.
Man.
Oh man.
So I want to say thank you to Dennis for that $25 donation. I love chaos. So, and if you've got any, we're in the last couple hours of the stream. We're still trying to make that the last of our goal. We're only about $40 away from our stretch goal on the donations. Wow. So if the donation menu is up. If you want to donate for something on the menu. Otherwise, if you've got an interesting idea, toss it out into chat and I'll pass it to the GM and see what they think or see if there's a price tag for your idea.
Yep, I'm pretty flexible as far as that goes. I would also like to point out the fact that I do have some freebies that I was able to secure from some very fine writers in the industry. I have a signed copy of Rats in the Cellar by Jeffrey Talanian. He's a well-known indie publisher of games. I have a signed copy of Grimmsgate, which is Matt Finch written. It's autographed by him. And then if you haven't heard of Levi Combs and Planet X Games, he has some pretty weird out of there stuff. He has a new adventure path called Escape from Skullcano Island. But I have a signed copy of his horror out of Hag's Jaw, which is a old school grindhouse type horror mixed with 5th edition. So if you go to my little stream area or my donation area, you can see those, or you can message me offline and we can make a deal. So anyway, that's also what I have. Anything else before we get started?
I think we're good.
I think that was it.
Awesome. So where we left off, the honey badger troll killers or troll maimers maybe would be better, have just returned to Ravenreach and received their sizable purse from Master Wizard and have been convinced to stay in the general area as winter nears in order to help Captain Thorne of the Rangers manage some of the more troublesome things in the region. As you guys kind of settle into a routine that includes visiting with town folk, getting pats on the back and having your 1 copper ales paid for by nearly complete strangers, reports from travelers are that the roads are becoming more treacherous, not only because of the inclement weather and the creeping cold, but there are trolls in the woods. And everyone that comes in from every direction mentions the fact that their camp was attacked or raided. And in some instances, entire caravans have gone missing. So it's possible that with the capture of the troll and subsequent imprisonment or experimentation in the workshop, that Freythul had probably more friends on the outside than was previously assumed. So with that being said, one evening when our bold adventurers are dining on some delicious stew and making eyes at the local townsfolk. Captain Thorne rushes in to find the group, and he asks if they can leave immediately on an urgent mission to investigate an attack on a vital wagon train that was headed north to the mountain mining camps.
More trolls?
No, I'm guessing so.
Was I able to get that breastplate reworked into mithril chain shirt?
Yep. So you can, now you're taking against the party funds, but if the party doesn't care if you have a chain shirt or not, I don't care if you have a chain shirt.
The lower chances of one of us dying is beneficial to everyone.
I just wanted to make sure that you knew that the
And
thief
so,
was stealing from you. I mean, what? I'm
Oh,
sorry.
we
I
each.
didn't mean to
Did
say
we
that
not
out
split
loud.
the gold?
Yeah, but the mithril plate
Oh, yeah,
is
yeah.
different. Yeah.
And that's fine. That's fine with me.
Okay. Awesome.
And well, I've got masterwork leather that can be sold and then split for party loot.
Yeah, I was just trying to cause trouble. Since we have trolls on the brain tonight, I just figured I would jump in and be a troll overnight. So
Gotcha.
all right, so what do you guys think?
Well, I think that if it's a vital wagon train, we should probably go help.
Yep, it's very important, and only you can do the work. The rangers are spread too thin. We can't go see what happened, and really it's just investigating, and hopefully you can figure out what happened to them. I mean, maybe they got lost, maybe they decided that they didn't want to continue north. I mean, it is difficult terrain. So if you'll just help figure out, in order to get to the Rough and Ready, which is the mining camp, it takes about 3 days, so they're overdue.
Okay. All right. We will go check this out. Were we able to get the honey badger pelt made into cloaks and sell off the?
Yeah. So if you, so the cloaks are kind of a golden, brown, black, and white stripe, and there's enough for everyone to kind of get at least a portion of that stripe. The portion of the hide that was contaminated by the scent gland was discarded as being unusable. But later on in that same week, you did see somebody walking around with a purse that looked very suspiciously like honey badger, and that person did not smell good. So anyway, so yes, you all have honey badger cloaks, which give you some armor protection in the event that something were to attack you through your cloak, but it's not going to give you any more protection than what you're wearing as far as armor goes, except for you, Talia, you can give yourself a 1 for armor class because the honey badger's hide and fur is the way it is.
I get armor.
It's armor? Or you're calling it armor? Oh,
no, I'm not calling it armor.
Spell failure, sorry.
I have a cloak. It is helpful. This is good.
Okay, so are you guys going to get ready to go? There's no need for you to have a cart this time. It's unlikely you'll have to, bring back the torso of any trolls.
Right, we're not asking if he has to bring it back, so we have to just stop its regeneration, kill it with fire.
Yep, I think that's probably the right answer. So before you leave, you get kind of another howdy do by everybody and pats on the back and good lucks.
Well, before we leave, since we do need to kill it with fire, I want to go by the general store and buy them out on oil.
You got it. So the good news is they have plenty of oil. You can't buy it all, though. I mean, the town still has to have some. So you get
buy as much as they will let us buy.
Yeah. So you get 6 flasks, 6 flasks of oil.
Okay.
And he gives you a handful of candles as kind of like a, just in case. He doesn't know what you're using it for, but
I'll tell him we're gonna start a troll fire.
Yeah. So he hands you that, and if you, and you already have a flint and steel, I suspect, in your adventuring packs, so he doesn't
Yeah.
give you any additional of that. He does say that old Levy might have some oil or some other combustibles in his shop, and suggests that you go visit him.
That's not a bad
Is that
idea.
If he has some
Wonderful
actual
combustible.
alchemist fire this time.
Yeah. Anything that'll set a troll on fire. Because it's big and we want to burn it good. So
All right, so you go, Akka, go ahead and make a perception check or a knowledge nature check, whichever one you want to do, whichever one has the higher bonus, I guess.
Knowledge nature.
Okay, so go ahead and give me the result.
Oh wait. Whatever. 27.
27. Okay, there's no alchemist fire in here. He lacks the basic components for it, and it's probably unlikely that he's going to be able to find them. And if he does, I don't think he's going to be able to make alchemist fire. So you're kind of stuck with what you had access to last time. But as because he feels bad, Levy looks at each of you in turn and hands you each a small flask with it's opaque. You can't see inside. It's stoppered with wax. You can't smell it or anything like that, and says, "Here, I want you to have these. Each one of you have one, and you'll know when to drink it." And then he proceeds to try to close up his shop.
well, before he closes up his shop, I ask him if he has anything that'll set a troll on fire.
He says, "Yes, of course, I have alchemist fire. You can have that for 20 gold pieces each."
Oh. No, we were looking for something different. Thank you though. And then we'll leave.
Yeah, don't forget, you'll know when to drink those potions anyways.
Goodness.
Goodbye. Goodbye.
You'll know when.
Right?
That's one questionable potion.
Yep, one questionable potion.
Yeah.
Okay. Then I think we've got everything. Head in the direction, head out.
Awesome. Okay, so we are moving forward with you guys trying to investigate the caravan.
Mm-hmm.
The Captain Thorne gives you a brief detail of some common areas where they camp, and says if you head north you'll reach natural places to stop each night as long as you stay basically on the cleared path. So the weather is bad. As a matter of fact, it's been raining the last 3 days fairly heavily. And even with your winter gear and your experience in the wet weather recently, it's still fairly treacherous. And there have been occasions where even your surefootedness has failed you, and you've ended up on your backside on more than one occasion. So
we're taking it easy, being careful.
well, it's just slippery and snowy and starting to get cold. So what do we think?
Well, does my woodland stride help with that?
Yeah, okay, that's a good example. So in the event that I say, okay, you need to make a skill check, just remind me that you have the wilderness stride, and then I'll adjust the target for you. Sound good?
I found the solution to my dilemma.
Uh-huh.
Yes. I had 3 feats. I took wild speech and I took natural spell because that's just kind of standard for druids.
Okay.
Which lets me talk while I'm in animal form with regular people, and lets me cast spells while I'm still in animal form.
Oh,
Right.
clever. Yep, that's a good one.
Okay. So those are just the standard ones. So if I was looking for something potion-like, because her whole thing is, brewing potions. But I was trying to figure out, because everything I was reading was most potions have to be either applied to the skin or have to be drunken in order for them to affect.
Okay.
And, that's not really what I'm looking for. I'm looking for a potion that I can use like a grenade.
Grenade potion.
And there's a feat called Vaporous Potion.
Okay. So it changes the method in which it enters the body. Instead of being ingested or going through the skin, it's inhaled.
Yes.
Okay.
And specifically that this means that that the potion can be consumed normally, but it can also be delivered by throwing it at another creature as a splash weapon.
Perfect. And so that's just like a regular thrown weapon. It'll use your dexterity as a bonus, and then you still have to hit it just like anything else, and then the effects of the potion would take place.
And then if a creature is in that square, it gains the benefit or negatives. It basically acts as if it ingested potion.
Okay, perfect. I like it.
Siri is going to ask Aka. He's be like, "Do you have any more of those strongman potions?"
Aka kind of tilts their head multiple times and does like mental calculations and says, "Yes, more. I make lots more."
Can I have one?
Lob them as grenades now.
So
It's like,
So,
increase strength incoming!
Yeah, just
what if she misses?
dramatic
Then a
style.
troll.
Yeah,
then a troll
misses and
gets it.
accidentally hits the troll.
Yeah.
let me have some in advance. That'd be great.
Yeah, you can't pull the cap,
I'm not the best. I'm not the best at catching.
No,
So
yeah. Joke, no.
though.
But that's my one. Now I can.
Now you can do what you've been wanting to do.
Yes.
I like it. Yep, that's a good solution. So, short of anything else, what do you guys think?
How far away is the caravan we're supposed to be getting to?
Don't know, but the town, the Rough and Ready, which is the mining camp, is 3 days away.
Okay.
Captain Thorne said there is a ranger outpost that's about 2 days away. It's a little bit out of the way, but he gives you a locally drawn map and kind of gives you the general location of it. So it's not directly on the same path as the Rough and Ready, but it does kind of cover that same general area.
Right.
As
Okay.
as more of like a afterthought, talking to the captain, Siri wants to ask him, have you ever heard of someone named Jarl that lives out towards the where we killed the troll?
Old Jarl, huh? Yeah, he used to be a ranger that was in my employ, and he just abandoned his post, and we haven't been able to catch him since. I suspect you ran into him, huh?
Yeah, he disappeared.
He's pretty harmless, but he is a ranger.
So not harmless.
He's also a little batty.
Every year we expect to find his carcass holed up in some bowl of a tree, but every year we hear signs of him. And every now and then he'll sneak into town and he'll trade some of his furs and then sneak back out with hardtack and supplies and new traps. We can't stop him. He's sneaky. It's like he's always asleep and then he's gone. So we don't know how it works.
I was gonna say now that I can do that, if you guys are in straits and I don't have a healing spell on me, I could just toss a bottle at you guys' feet and let it break, and then you guys can just inhale it in, get the benefits of the
Healing grenades.
Yep, it's good. The
Can
the
she
holy
throw her
holy
potion
hand
at
grenade.
somebody else? Her mystery potion?
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
you'll know when to take it. Okay. Unless you guys have something else to do early one morning, again with the hearty backslap of Iggy and the fond farewells of Shirella and the suspicious eyes of Minder up in his workspace, you guys depart town. You leave via a break in the palisade in the north wall, and you head north into the wilderness.
Into the woods.
Into the woods, into the unknown. So let's do a quick marching order.
Are we going into the woods again?
Yes.
Okay. You want me to lead you guys like I did last time?
Probably, yes. Similar
perfect.
marching order. Aka, then Huon.
And then Thalia, and then
and Sherry. Yep,
Mhm.
works for me.
Yes. Send the basically half feral druid to scout.
Okay, so it takes you about takes you a little bit longer than you thought, but you finally reach what appears to be a camping area. Excuse me, it's in the lee of a little tiny ravine, and you're able to huddle up against the cold, build yourself a small fire for warmth. But it's so cold, it's too tired. You're too tired to cook. You eat, but it's not a hot meal. And then you hunker down in the drifting snow underneath your tarps and tents, and you wrap up in your furs and your bedrolls, and you try to get a good night's sleep. If you choose to keep watch, the night passes uneventfully. You wake up very early in the morning. It's really just too cold. Bless you.
Isn't tight.
Yeah, that's why you cuddle for warmth.
Right? Share bedrolls.
In
Yeah.
do
So
that, Rogue. No.
the next
Survival
morning, you notice that the cold has dissipated a little bit, which is unusual, but it's turned the track into a muddy mess, a little bit of a quagmire. So you're not able to travel directly on the path, but just a little bit on the verge, where it's green and the snow is still a little bit thick. And when you're, I don't know, mid-morning, you know you're getting kind of close to the next place that you're supposed to camp, and you hear I don't know, kind of a lovely melody. It sounds like kind of like tinkling water and singing and peaceful, noises of small animals. Kind of like what you would hear if you're, walking into a field that's alive with life. It's a sound that you don't really hear very frequently, especially in the winter time or as winter is closing. If anyone wants to make a nature check, they can.
Yes.
I don't mind a bit.
19 for me.
Okay.
21.
So between the two of you, this sounds like a natural sound to you. It's unusual. It's not suspicious though. I mean, it could be this, this natural and peaceful. But it seems to be coming in front of you. And if you look at the map that's on your screen, you'll see what looks like a natural bridge over the river. And there's some falls off to the right-hand side. And if you look north, you can see some ruined walls that are no longer intact. But directly in front, there seems to be like a shallow depression. In the depression, it looks like it has at one point been used for fire. And then I need someone to make a perception check.
Perception.
Okay.
Probably Burb.
Yes.
Yeah.
Burb has eyes of bird.
Exactly.
I rolled a natural 20 and I get a plus 15.
Burb sees all.
Okay, so there's something not right about this area. It sounds extra natural, but doesn't.
Okay.
Like
doesn't look it. Yeah, like it's something's forced somehow. Like this is a forced naturalness.
Okay.
I don't know. That doesn't really make sense, but
No, it does. Like somebody's trying really hard to make it sound natural. So unless you really know what the natural should sound like, you can't hear the structured evenness of it, the careful placement of sounds that you don't get in nature.
yeah, exactly. So I need everyone to make a will save, and this is a spell-like. ability. So if any of you have resistance to that sort of thing, then just let me know.
I might as well.
I think that elves do. I think that paladins do.
Fear, diseases,
Nope.
I'm immune against. So if it's not either of those, then I still have to roll.
Nope. Yeah, this feels like a sleep and charm sort of thing.
Okay, so I'm immune to magic sleep effects.
Okay.
I got a +2 save bonus to saving throws against enchantments and effects. Enchantment spells and effects.
Okay. Yeah, I think that you're good. So I would take your +2 for your save. Everyone else needs to make a will save.
Does it count as Fae?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear what you just said.
Does it count as Fae?
No, does it? I don't think so.
And then will save is just a d20 plus the number next to will.
Mm-hmm. In total.
I get a +4 to resisting spell and supernatural abilities of Fae.
Okay, it's not a Fae, but that's a good call.
I rolled 17.
Okay.
Or I rolled a 7, but I've got a +10.
Well, do half elves get the immune to sleep things that the full elves do?
I can't remember.
Because no, here we go. Half elves are immune to magic sleep and get a saving throw or racial saving throw for enchantment.
Yeah, so go with the saving throw, but you're not immune. The benefit to your saving throw.
Okay, so that puts my total up to 4.
That's funny that you even asked. Yeah. Oh, hey, wait. Do I get the bonus or what? I need to add it in really quick. All right. What did everyone get? I need just to go through. So, Siri, you said you got a
17.
13?
17.
17. Talia?
22.
Okay, you're good. And then Aka?
17.
All right, you're feeling fine. So it's very strange. As you guys are hearing this chirping, chittering, babbling sound, you can all tell that it's not. There's something wrong with it. It doesn't seem natural. But Hewin's going all Sound of Music and starting to tra-la-la across the meadow towards the edge of the river.
I will move to try and catch Huan.
Okay, so in order to do that, we're not going to do any initiatives or anything like that, but we're going to do opposing strength checks. So each of you roll your strength and add your bonuses, and then tell me what the amounts are. Whoever's stronger wins.
19.
Uh-oh. So, Hewin, you said you had a 19?
Yeah, 19.
You're feeling super powerful. You really want to get into this water.
19.
Wait, you guys both got a 19?
Yes, I rolled a 19.
Get out of here. Okay, so whose strength is higher?
My strength is a 4.
I'm sorry, you both talked at the same time.
Sorry. Mine's a 10.
I think that...
Mine's 14.
Okay, so whoever has the 14 wins the battle and gets their way. So are we marching towards dunking, or are we saving our party member from...
I'll go after.
Marching towards a dunking.
As well.
Okay,
so... kind of butt heads, but I'm not about to let him just be targeted.
Okay, so the rest of you hear this sound. You can't figure out what it is, but it's definitely coming from the other side of the river, back where the camp looks like it is, and the ruined area. So you're going to have to run, Siri.
Okay.
Okay, so you run, you catch up with Hewin, and let's make opposing strength checks again.
I'll cast air bubble on.
We'll do and wait and see if Siri
Unnatural 20.
You got a 20?
Yeah,
16.
unnatural.
Okay, so what did you get? You in a 16? Okay, so
Yeah.
so Siri, you're able to tackle the much smaller, much weaker, and weaker minded. No offense.
You know?
Party member,
I'd say
and
so.
you pin her to the ground. She's trying to resist and get loose, but you're able to keep her pinned down. At about the same time, from the trees behind you, two young trolls step out into the clearing, and in front of you, two trolls appear out of some holes that are dug into the side of the hill near where the fire is, and they start heading towards the bridge.
They're young.
So yeah, the ones that are on the north side of the bridge are adults. There are females, and the ones that are behind you, behind the bridge, are both male but younger. So there we have that. So let's do some initiatives.
Oof.
We got oil, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, what are we looking like?
Say we got 8.
Okay, Talia, what do you have?
6.
6. Ruan, what do you have?
Ewan has 18.
Oh, that's nice. Aka,
13.
sweet. Oh no.
They all rolled
I
23.
don't always. Yeah, I was gonna say I don't always roll well, but sometimes I do. Okay, I just need a quick second. If you guys want to kind of come up with a strategy while I write down some notes.
Screen.
Oh, goodness.
Do I still want to go frolicking in the woods?
Yeah, tiptoe through the tulips and the whole thing.
Okay, well, I'm tiptoeing through the tulips and the whole bit in the air now because I'm being held by a paladin.
First, we need
Just like under the arm, just like,
Would a smack to the head clear that?
Cognitive recalibration works every time.
I'm thinking. Oh, goodness.
Well, I will. It's a cantrip. So I am going to have set my guidance cantrip onto my hand, and I'm gonna pop Huon in the back of the head really hard.
I think that sounds like a good plan. I'm gonna make you wait until it's your turn though,
Okay.
if that's all right with you.
Yeah, sorry,
I
I probably
think-
rolled initiative.
No, I get excited too, so don't worry about it. Okay, so
Yeah.
I don't know. I think Siri, you and Ruan feel really parched from your wrestling match. You feel like you want to drink a potion.
Goodness.
Like
Okay.
you really want to, like bad.
Oh, I
Siri,
guess
you
it's
want
time
to?
for that. He knew.
Yeah.
It's time for that potion.
Yeah. So Ruin, the potion that you drink has the effect of a potion of flying.
Okay.
Siri, the potion you drink is a potion of enlarged person.
That's exciting.
So you know your AC goes down with that.
That's fine.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but
so-
your
But I'm big.
damage.
Is massive. Okay, so that's kind of what happens for your turn. So even though you have initiatives, that's what's going to happen when you guys have.
What
your
are
turn.
the? Should I just look up enlarged person?
Well, yeah, I'm not going to do it for you.
Okay.
No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, if you look it up, that would be helpful. So it gives you a size advantage, it doubles your weight, doubles your height. You act as a large creature, so you do large damage.
Yeah.
And then it takes away from your hit points. And then as far as flying goes, Ewan, do you need me to look that up for you, or can you?
No, I'm looking it up now.
Okay. Yeah, so listen, you still feel like tra-la-la, but you are now a flying one of those tra-la-las.
You want to fly.
Floaty.
Now you're flitting and floating. Flitting and floating. Okay, so
I can fly.
the trolls go first. Their initiative, they get a surprise. Not a surprise round, but they have an advantage on their initiative. So the ones to the south move into position. They'll be able to attack next turn. And the ones to the north are moving to the northernmost point of the bridge. So that direction is cut off. You have next round, they'll have flanking bonuses, which if you're not familiar with, Pathfinder gives them a bonus to attack so long as they're on opposite sides. And even though you still hear the tinkling, twittering, chirping, babbling sounds, you can't tell where it's coming from. All right, so the trolls have moved. Ruin, you're in the chaos of drinking potions. You are now free from the embrace of Siri. Next turn, I would like you to choose to use the effects of your potion in a manner befitting of your current charmed state, and describe to me what you do for next turn. And Akka, it's your turn. Next
okay.
is Siri, then Talia, then whatever.
Okay.
Well, here he got big.
We got big.
Siri got big.
So I think that he's gonna be okay. We're in the middle of the forest, right?
Yeah, so if you look at the map, there's plenty of big trees and rocks and other crazy stuff like that.
Okay, I'm gonna cast Wilderness Soldiers.
Wilderness Soldiers? What level spell is that? I'm not familiar with it.
What was that? I'm sorry?
I'm sorry. I asked what level spell that was. I'm not familiar with it, so you'll have to describe it.
It's a level 2 spell. Level 2 druid spell. It does basically it makes the surrounding plants listen to me.
Okay.
I can only make a few of them act at a time, but it says it's a 30-foot radius from my center.
Okay.
And it can only affect plants that are near me in the 30-foot radius. And then during my turn, I can use a swift action and or a standard action to direct one of the plants to attack.
Okay. Awesome. So the plants that attack will attack on your turn. And I don't know what the plant's stats are or attributes, so I have to leave that to you. Is that going to be okay?
Yeah, it has all the information here.
Okay, awesome. Okay, so go ahead and take so that's your action. Do they get to attack this round, or do they have to wait?
I don't know.
So let's say that they're animating and getting ready to move in, and then between this turn and your next turn, if you could just look that up, that'd be awesome.
Okay. Because it just says, because I think that the casting the spell is a standard action, so
Right.
I think that's action.
Yeah. So I think that's probably going to work. Does that work for you?
Yeah, and then
It might not be raw rules as written, right? But
yeah.
Somebody donated me something.
Yes.
Yeah. So do you want to?
$2.
I'm going to make that uncomfortable. I'm super happy now. This is the real deal. Okay.
It was anonymous. So thank you, Anonymous, for the $25 to make this fight even more difficult for us.
Nice. I like it.
Well, I will bend the trees to my will.
Okay.
And they snap back and slap you in the head.
Funny. I gotta see what I got going on here. Sorry, just give me 1 second. I'll just catch myself up really quick.
No, you're good.
I'm not sure how to do the damage calculation for a large weapon.
It's gonna show in the. If you look it up, it's gonna say damage, and it's gonna say S dot or S tac or S dash M for small and medium. You get the same damage type, and then it's gonna say L for large.
It's only saying S and M though on this website.
Oh, got it. Sorry, I'm just looking something up really fast.
You're good.
Sweet. Okay, I got what I need to do. Okay, so Akka, that was your turn. Siri, you are now a giant, but you took the potion to become giant, so you'll be able to act next round. Talia, it is your turn.
Okay. And Huan is still. I'm singing in the.
Yeah, it's hard to tell because she's she's prone, and she'll have to get up in a little while though.
Okay, he's proud. If I do something that gives a bonus to a saving throw check, will that instigate a new saving throw?
Yeah.
Okay.
And she might get one anyway, but I can let you give her one instantly.
Okay. So I am going to put guidance on my hand, and I am going to smack Huan really hard.
Nice, like a wake up.
Yep, in the side of his head. I'm just gonna go, hey, dude, whack, get it together.
I like it.
Then
that completes your turn. Are you gonna move around or do anything like that?
I had to move over to Huan, because it's a touch range, which is why the smack to the back of the head.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I'll just move over near him, hit him with the guidance. He gets a +1 to a saving throw, and I will stay nearby.
Got it. All right, that sounds good. So there is some sweet sound coming from. Again, it seems like it's in the northern part of the area that's showing on your map, but it's hard to tell where exactly. It actually sounds like it's coming from everywhere at the same time. So, all right. So the two trolls in the north move across the bridge, and they look for a sizable target, and there's only one target of size. So they're both going to go after Siri, and then each one of the young trolls from the south are going to go after two targets that are to the south, and that would be Akka and Thalia, since Ruin's kind of hidden behind the bulk of Siri. Make sense?
Yep.
Okay, one of the trolls misses you, Siri. Does a 13 hit? Oh wait, hold on. Does a 17 hit?
No.
Okay, so both trolls to the north miss, and the young trolls, a 7 misses and a 5 misses. So the trolls are effectively useless, but they are in range now and will get their full 3 attacks next round if everyone sticks in the same spots that they're in. So Ruin, you are good to go about your merry way.
Okay, so I get to reroll my will save since Dahlia tried to
Yep,
wake
let's
me
have
up.
it. You tell me what your result is, and I'll tell you if you pass.
6.
Oh,
It's just
Okay,
like, come
you know what?
on.
Can I pay for a reroll on that?
If you want.
I pay for a
go for it.
reroll. Roll better.
Betterer.
Well, you're not there to bless my die.
Virtually trying to bless him.
18.
18.
There we
There
go.
you go.
You feel uncompelled, and the babbling and gurgling and chittering and chirping does not sound as natural as it once sounded. It does not have the pull of compulsion as it once did. As a matter of fact, you're pretty sure that this is some trick to get you to walk into the raging river.
I'm just going to donate a block amount of rerolls. I feel like we're going to need them.
So
Okay.
you're free from the compulsion, and you're flying suddenly.
Okay.
You're not exactly sure how that happened.
Nearest bad guys to me are the kids.
No, the adults to the north.
Rerolls are how much?
Okay. Then I will fly towards.
$1.
One of them's already attacking Siri, right?
2 of them are.
2 of them are.
The 2 young
Okay.
ones, right?
Yeah,
Or no, that's the 2 adults.
the 2 adults. Yeah, you can
Yeah.
get behind them if you wanted to.
Yeah, that's what I was going for. Get behind one of them that's focused on Siri and go for a stabby in the back.
Okay, you'll be able to do it next round. Not because you can't move and have a standard action, but your breaking of the compulsion took your standard action.
Right.
Okay, so next turn you'll be able to do that. So next is Akka, then Siri.
Okay, Akka. So the kids.
Yeah.
Where are the kids located?
Are they what? I'm sorry.
Where are the 2 young trolls? Where are they?
They're to the south, moving north. They're pinning you in that area just south of the bridge.
Okay. I'm going to make a tree that's closest to them.
Yep.
Make a bull rush attack on one of the kids.
A bull rushing tree. Okay.
The idea is that the tree trunk doesn't move, but it smacks with its.
Got it. Okay, so it's an
It's a
attack
lumpy willow.
that has a bull rush component to it. Okay, so make your attack.
And I'm trying to push them back.
Yeah.
All right. And then. $28.
A 28, did you say?
Yes.
Okay, so that does the work, and then as far as bull rush goes, I can't remember if there's an opposing roll that I have to make.
It says standard. If attack is successful, target is pushed back 5 feet. For every 5 which your attack exceeds your opponent's CMD, you can push the target back an additional 5 feet.
Got it. Okay, so the 2 trolls are pushed back 10 feet together, and they'll be able to attack next round, but they'll have to get through your tree first.
Okay, and that still does damage, right?
You cast the spell. I don't know what it does. No, I mean, I just don't know.
All right. Then I'm gonna roll its first damage then.
Okay. What does a tree do for damage? I don't even know.
It does 1d8 plus my wisdom modifier.
Okay, awesome.
As the tree pushes them back, it goes, "Leave me alone."
Right?
Stop touching me.
So 9 points of damage.
Okay. This might seem strange to you, but you feel like drinking a potion.
I feel like drinking a potion.
I think
Okay.
you do.
I will drink a potion.
Okay. The potion is a plant shape.
Oh.
And yeah, plant shape, and you are transformed into an archer bush. Let me tell you what an archer bush does. An archer bush is looks like a small mound of brownish green leaves. From its trunk sprout several thick branches, each covered sparsely with leaves, but sporting rows of needle-like thorns. The leaves have small pale buds of purple and gold. And the archer bush attacks by firing a cluster of thorns at any creature that's within 20 feet of your location, which happens to be the young trolls right now. So when it turns into your turn, I'll help you with your attack roll and damage, and then I'm not sure how long this potion might last.
Okay.
Sorry.
You're fine.
Okay. So for those of you who are close by, specifically Thalia, you notice that Akka is no longer present. In her place, or in their place, is a what looks like to be a very dangerous bush.
Ooh.
Crazy, right? Siri, you're giant. What are you gonna do?
I think I'm gonna roid up some more and have that bull rush potion that I was given earlier.
Okay.
Is there anything else I can do
Wait,
after
the
that?
what?
The bull, not the bull rush, the bull strength potion.
Okay, you took that one
I'm gonna take it now. Yeah.
and enlarge person.
Yes.
So your strength is like 26 or something.
Yeah.
Got it. Your plus is like 7. All right.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's it. You're definitely a target at this point, though.
That's fine.
Thalia, what is it that you want to do? Other than take a potion, which you're feeling oddly compelled to do.
Okay, so I will drink the potion. Actually, first
You're gonna drink a potion or no?
Yeah, I'm gonna drink the potion first.
Okay.
What's it gonna do?
It's not gonna be good. Okay.
So just.
Okay, so your potion is beast shape, and so you essentially polymorph into a large cat, not like a meow cat, but like a jungle cat, yeah, or a savanna cat, like a mountain lion or something like that. So you'll have to take a few minutes to look and see what kind of damage they do, but you are suddenly feline. And everyone's had a potion to drink, right?
Yep.
Of varying different help and hindrance. No poisons. I tried to roll a poison, but I didn't get one. Okay, so you transform into a puma or into a panther or into a mountain lion or something like that. And that ends your turn. The burbling, babbling, chittering, chirping stops. And for those of you who are sentient and have eyes, unlike plants, you see from near where the thing is, it's kind of it's very strange. It's like a mix between a horse and a badger and a hyena. It's really hard to tell what it is. Its coloration is like a black and brown and gray. It looks like it has horse's hooves, a lion's tail, badger's head, a hyena's body. It's very strange. But when it comes out, you can hear it talk. It can say, "Lay down your arms and lay down your weapons. You have nothing to fear," in a perfectly mimicked human voice.
Ah.
Okay, so the trolls are gonna go. Huh?
Can I sense motive on that? Or do I need to wait for a turn?
You can do it as a instant action if you want to.
I'm gonna do that.
Okay.
Oh, 10.
Okay, yeah, you totally have no idea. But it sounds like mimicry as opposed to sentience.
Yeah.
So this has to be something that this creature has heard before. Okay, so one of the trolls misses outright with a 1. The other one does a 17 hit. No, still. Well, I don't know. Does it?
For me?
Yeah, 17.
No.
Okay, and then the 2 trolls to the south, they both lost out on hitting the crow, or the tengu rather. They don't know what to do with this strange-looking thorny bush, but they know well enough to stay away. And then there's a wild cat in front of them. Again, not really sure what to do. But one of them has a successful hit. I rolled a 20 on the die.
Ow.
Yep. And so because this is their full attack, I'm really sorry, Talia, but you get the full attack.
Okay.
At least with one of the attacks. The other 2 missed. So let me just double check really quick on something. So hit with the one of the claws. And then let me see. This isn't going to be comfortable. 7 points of damage.
Oh, that's not bad. Can I assume my hit points are the same?
Yeah, hit points are the same.
Okay.
Okay, so that's the trolls. Ruin, it's your turn. You're flying, and what? Did we lose Ruin?
Go on.
Ruin.
I know.
Ruin.
An R,
Get
it's a
behind one of the ones that are focused on Siri
Okay.
and stabby in the back.
Okay, roll to hit. You get a +2 because you're flanking. So +2 to hit for flanking, and then if you make a successful attack, you get to do your backstab damage.
$31 to hit.
Oh, that might do it.
Yeah, I was 1 off a crit. It sucked.
That's significant.
Let's see. Oh, I've got to do. $14 damage.
14. That's 3d6. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Just take a quick note. Is that all you do?
1d6 plus 3 for the short sword, and then 3d6 for the sneak attack. So yeah.
Okay. I mean, but not. Is that all you damage you do? Is that all you do this round? Sorry about that.
Like it's unless I can stabby again, yes.
No. Okay. Just in case you wanted to say, "Hey, I'm behind you." I'm just kidding.
Well, no, not really.
No, but I got you.
I think they might have noticed, due to the excruciating pain radiating from their back now. But
Yeah.
It's also a literal giant in front of
Yeah.
them.
I don't know what's going on. I'm so confused. Okay, Akka, you are an archer bush. So what you will do is you will roll to hit. You will add your dexterity bonus, and if you make a successful hit against their armor class, then the thorns that you fire will do 2d8 points of damage.
Wow.
Yeah, and adding my dex.
I'm sorry?
I add my dex.
Yeah, your dex bonus. So if you just roll on the 20 and add your dex bonus.
18.
18 will hit. And I'm going to give you the opportunity, since it's a spray, you can split the damage between the two young trolls, or you can concentrate it on one, whichever you choose.
I'll split the damage.
Okay, so D8 for one and D8 for the other, okay?
Okay. Grab a D8 real quick. Seven for one and 4 for the other.
Okay. Okay, good thing. And you can, since you're a patch of bushes, you can move like 1 foot if you want, but that's okay. Yeah, that's your full move. You don't feel like this is wearing off right now. I will let you direct the tree one more time. After that, I don't know if your plant-to-plant sentience is going to work.
Okay. Then I will have one last chance. I'll have the tree hit the
To womp them.
Yeah.
Okay, womp away.
I got turned into a jaguar.
Sorry, I lost my dice.
I'm supposed to be a witch.
I got stuff in the back end.
She's a tree now.
She's a tree.
Yes, I am sure. That is a 4.
A 24?
Yeah.
A 24 hits. Go ahead and do some damage.
Yours is
11.
losing. When he dies.
11 damage.
I heard you. I'm sorry. She's like, I said 11. Dang it. Write that down. Okay, so that was Akka altogether. Siri, you're still El Gigante. You have 2 trolls in front of you, adult trolls. One of them looks more hurt than the other, but they both look fairly relaxed.
Okay, I'm gonna smack the one that I've got one on the other side of.
To get your extra bonus.
What's the flanking bonus?
I'm sorry?
Do I get a flanking bonus for it?
Yeah, plus 2 to hit.
Plus 2 to hit? Okay, sweet. 12, 15, 26 to hit.
26 hits.
Sweet. Do this. 7. Sorry, I'm like not thinking right now.
No problem.
16 points of damage.
Okay. Let me just break that down. Okay, still up. Talia, you are now a sleek and fearsomely muscled
Jungle.
savannah cat. Please tell me what you choose to do with that amazing and awesome transformative power you have.
Okay, I'm Savannah Cat.
Oh yeah, just just a wild cat's fine. Whatever.
You're done with the jaguar.
Mountain
Okay.
lion. Yeah, whatever you want. I'm letting you pick.
Wow,
Okay.
there's
Jaguar son.
Yeah,
Okay.
jaguar, mountain lion, leopard, puma, largely all the same.
Yeah, I just grabbed
Panther.
Jaguar because it's what I saw.
I like it.
Okay. So I look at myself. I'm a jaguar. I look up at the nearest troll.
And decide to eat its face.
Yeah,
Kind
do it.
What size are trolls? Are they medium?
They're large.
The
Large.
large.
Yeah, the young are 12 feet or 10 feet or so, and about the same size as Siri is right now, to be honest. And then the other 2 female trolls are larger.
Okay, so I can't do the grapple and rake usually. What does it mean by can make full attack? Does that mean like all of the attacks?
Yeah, so you should have bite, claw, maybe.
Yes.
Something like that. So you'll be able. So you roll to hit 3 times, and if you hit, however many times you hit, you roll the damage for that type. So if a bite, it might be like D8 plus 2 or something like that, and each of the claws might be D6 plus 1. I don't know what the entry for the cat is, so
Okay.
you'll have to help me figure it out.
Yeah, no, that's fine. Okay. So I am going to make a charge pounce towards the nearest troll.
Okay. So both of them have been injured with both the archer plant and the archer bush and the whomping tree. So if either one you pick has already been hit, just for your planning purposes.
Okay. So I move up to twice my speed, which is now 40 feet.
Yeah,
so I move 80.
You can close the distance easily. Since they were trying to hit you, you don't have to run or anything like that. You can just pounce.
Yeah. So I charge at them. I then pounce at them. And the pounce allows me to make a full attack action.
Okay.
Including rake. Oh, okay, because rake is, I guess, a higher damage than normal.
Do you need me to help look it up, or you got it?
Well, I found it. I'm just interpreting it.
Okay, got it.
I can't do rake unless they're grappled at the beginning of the round.
Got it, which they are not.
Right, but it says under pounce, can make a full attack, including rake attacks, if the creature also has the rake ability.
Oh, got it. Yeah, let me just look at it really fast, okay? We'll make a quick ruling.
Okay. Because it does have the rake option, but generally speaking, I have to be grappled, and I can't grapple them because they're big.
Yeah, okay. So pounce applies to a variety of different animals with a variety of different tactics. And so one of the tactics might be rake. So if your Jaguar has the rake capability, it could include the rake as part of its full attack, as part of the pounce. But if there's a different prerequisite, like the target must be grappled first, you don't get to do the rake.
Okay, cool. I just needed to know. That's fine.
That's
okay.
it.
So I can do the 2 claws and the bite.
Yep. You guys are killing machines right now. I'm gonna have to throw in that $25 hiccup here in a minute.
And that one of my feats is flanking foil. So just in case one of the trolls, like they're flanking me, the one that I hit is no longer flanking. Like it doesn't get the bonus anymore.
Got it. Okay, sweet.
Okay, so first 1 claw.
Okay.
10.
10 is a miss.
Yep. Second claw. 11.
11 is a miss.
Oof.
Then I go for the bite.
Get him.
Much better. 22.
That is a hit. So go ahead and do your bite damage and tell me what the result is.
11.
That is fantastic. The juvenile troll is relentless, though, because he knows he's just going to regenerate as soon as you kill him. So he is fearless. Fearless, I tell you. Is that the end of your turn?
I believe so, because I moved back.
Yep. I just wanted to make sure there wasn't any meowing you wanted to do. So the thing that weird crossbred looking horse, hyena, lion, badger thing crosses the bridge and tries to bite and stomp Siri. actually not Siri, but tries to bite or stomp the flying Ruin. How high off the ground are you?
I'm level with the larger troll's back. So
Okay, so this thing won't be able to reach you. So, but you get an attack of opportunity because it passes underneath you in order to get to Siri. So
Okay,
go ahead and
nice.
take, yeah, just a regular normal attack. And I will tell you how that works out for you.
22 to hit.
22 hits.
Okay. 7 points of damage.
All right, noted. And then Siri, this thing comes around the corner of the two trolls and tries to snap at you.
Okay.
I rolled a 10, so I suspect the snapping is not going to happen.
Probably not.
Let me just do something really quick here. From some trees in the western part of the map, 2 arrows come flying into your general area and stick into the ground somewhere near you.
Hope they're the Rangers.
Okay, so that's the end of that round. Back to the trolls, 2 of them attacking Siri. I rolled a 20, Siri. That's an automatic hit.
Uh-oh.
Not to confirm, and then the second one misses, but it's the third attack is an 18 plus 5. It's a 23 hit.
23 hits.
Okay, so that's 2 hits. And then the other one, no. Okay, so 2 hits out of 3 for the troll. That sounds magical. All right, so a bite in one of the claws. That is, for the bite, you take 8 points of damage. And for the claw, you take 9 points of damage. 17 points of damage.
Okay,
Write that down.
I did.
Okay, dang it. Okay, so the trolls in the south are both going to try to attack the jaguar as they see that's the only target for them to attack. One misses with his bite and one misses with his claw. I seriously rolled 3 7s. How come I'm not in Vegas? Okay, so one of them misses 3 in a row. 5, 15. Does a 19 hit? I suspect it does. So, and I got 2 19s. So those are 2 claws.
On who won now?
I'm sorry. The 2 juvenile ones are attacking Thalia in her cat form. And one of them missed all 3, and the other one scored 2 hits with his claws.
Okay.
Yeah, so this is likely to be a significant emotional event for you, Thalia. So I just want to prepare you a little bit for that.
Okay, I'm ready.
Okay. Yeah, so you take 19 points of damage.
Total?
Yes, for the 2 claw attacks.
Okay. I need healing.
Are you meowing yet? Okay. I'm glad you're not dead. Okay.
I'm not dead. I'm just yelping.
That's it for the trolls. Ruin, you're next, and then Akka, Siri, Thalia, and
I'm a tree.
I can't do anything. I'm a cat.
Okay. How do these trolls look in front of me, like the one that I stabbed?
you got to keep stabbing.
Gotta keep
I
stabbing.
mean, yeah, there are certain feats and certain spells that allow you to kind of get a feel for what your enemy's clock looks like, and friendlies too. Anyway, you know what their natural functions are like. So you can just tell that they're hurt, and I'll break it up into they're hurt a little bit, they're moderately hurt, they're severely hurt, they're almost dead. So these guys look like they're moderately hurt.
Okay.
Yeah.
Since they're still focused on Siri, I'll backstab the one that I backstabbed earlier.
I think that works.
24 to hit.
That hits.
$18 damage.
Holy guacamole.
Good stuff.
Yeah, the troll that you just stabbed looks extremely hurt, but still alive. Okay, so that was Ruin Akka. It is your turn. Please roll to hit with your arrow thorns.
It's something. I'm working on. So plus dex,
Correct.
15.
15 does hit. So roll 2d8, and you can elect to, like I said, concentrate on one or mix it up with the other.
And they've been taking the -1 to penalties on their attack rolls, right?
Yeah, they rolled 19s the last time, so otherwise they haven't had a chance to get close.
Okay, because it says that the targets take -1 penalties on attack rolls, saves, and checks until the thorns are removed.
Yep, I'm with you.
Okay.
Yep, they're doing their best, and sometimes they pass and sometimes they don't.
All right. So one gets 6, one gets 4.
Awesome. These guys also look more than moderately hurt.
Both of them?
Yeah, both
The
of them look.
That are
Both of
attack-
them, yeah, both of them are more than moderately hurt. If moderate was halfway, they're more than moderate. How's that?
Okay.
Well, I mean, I had been smacking them with the tree.
Yeah, it's been, yeah. So I'm not sure what the spell is, but I'm thinking it's hard to control a tree when you're a bush.
Yeah.
So yeah, sorry about that. That was a great use of a spell, and I spoiled it.
That's
Actually,
okay.
whoever paid me 25
heck?
bucks spoiled it. I didn't do nothing. Okay, Siri, you're up.
I'd like to detect evil on the weird horse dog thing, whatever it is.
Okay, you can do that as a instant or bonus action or whatever it is, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's evil.
I'd like to declare a smite evil on it.
Okay, you feel very smitey.
And then attack the one that is extremely hurt, the troll.
Okay. You want to hurt the one that's close to death.
Yes.
Okay.
Group damage. So how we're gonna get through these people.
For 18 hit.
18 hits.
Sweet.
Spell lasts like a minute
Does it?
per something. I think per class level or something like that.
I don't know how long I'm gonna be a cat. Oh, it was polymorph. I could look that up.
Yeah.
10,
Yeah, it's 1 minute per level.
or 12 damage.
12 damage. The troll in front of you collapses into a blubbery heap and expires noisily with a gurgling, spittle, pink foam coming out of its mouth. Gross, Siri, gross.
Yeah, that's disgusting.
Yeah.
You got one of the trolls?
Yeah, so one of the adult trolls is down.
Okay.
5 minutes.
So Thalia, it's Thalia's turn now.
Yep. Okay, I'm going to attempt to. How many actions do I get a turn as a jaguar? Like the pounce gave me full attack, so I could do all 3 things.
Right. So I think that the general rule is you get a standard action and a move action and any sort of instant or instantaneous actions. So if you want to move and have an attack, you can, or you can take a full attack.
Okay. Do I have one melee in range where I could do a full attack?
Yeah. Yeah,
Okay.
they both just womp on you or tried to womp on you because they don't recognize the bush as a threat. They only see a jaguar and they know that they're supposed to, fight against things that are fighting them. So
Okay, then if I could do a full attack and do the
Yep.
2 claws and a bite, then I will do that.
Yep, you can.
Okay.
Hey, Eric, seriously, stop yawning. You're 20.
Yeah,
20.
but like,
Come on.
but I had like 4 hours of sleep and
No,
like
that's
up
your
18
fault.
hours yesterday, and like I
That's
don't
your
know.
fault.
It definitely is, but I'm
that's
just
too much
telling you why I'm
Minecraft.
yawning.
Okay.
21 to
just
hit
kidding.
first claw.
Yeah, 21 hits.
And they take the whichever one was closest to me. Actually, probably the one who did the most damage to me recently.
Yeah.
Take 7 points from the first claw.
Okay, still up.
And then a 25 with
That
the
hits
second
a lot.
and then 6 points of damage.
So just still up.
Okay. And then 24.
That hits. Yep, that's awesome.
And then 5 points of damage.
Oh, so close. That juvenile troll is super hurt, but still vicious, and it wants to eat your face now. So Thalia, that's your turn, and
I am going to die.
it's possible. And then good night, guys. Oh, you're not going to, you're just saying good night. My kids, they're such good kids. Okay. Except for Eric, he's not really good. So Siri does 21 hit.
21 from
Wake up.
what?
Huh? What do you mean from what?
Is it the troll or is it the dog thing?
I'm not telling you.
Well,
I know it matters. It's from the dog thing.
then no.
Dang it. What a wasted attack. Okay. Let's try. He gets to try to get you with the hooves too and misses. And then let's see. This is very strange. Ruin, you get hit by an arrow that's coming from the bushes. It just kind of plunks into you while you're kind of just sitting there doing nothing. And you take 9 points of
And hit an
damage.
AC of 18.
I'm sorry?
Hit an AC of 18 because mine went up with the mithril chain.
Yeah, I with the bonuses I exceeded that. So
Okay.
you take 9 points of damage.
Yeah, gotcha.
And you can't tell where this arrow is coming from. But 2 of them were fired at you, 1 of them missed, 1 of them hit.
Ow.
Okay, so the trolls are going to attack now. There's 2 of them, or there's 1 that's super hurt, so 3 altogether. So 2 of them, or 1 of them is going to attack Siri, and misses with the bite, misses with the claw, misses with the other claw, and then the other 2 are going to attack. Well, 1 of them is going to attack Thalia. Miss. Oh, you're so lucky. So now the other one's going to attack. An 18, does an 18 hit?
Yeah,
Hey,
because I can't use magic to boost my AC.
what?
Because I'm a cat.
Does a 6 hit? Does a 6 kill you?
6 points of damage?
Yes,
Does
ma'am.
not kill me.
Okay, you take 6 points of damage from the very injured, extremely close to death troll's claw, and you are thinking to yourself, if you would have just done 1 more point of damage to that thing, then you wouldn't have taken 6 points. So it's your own fault.
I rolled a 1 on that die.
I'm just saying, you were super close. So, okay, so that's it for the trolls. Ruin, I need you to make a fly check for me, please.
Okay.
You're going to check on your skill charts, and it's probably going to be an untrained skill. I don't know if it has an asterisk next to it, but I don't think it does.
Flying is a skill.
Yup.
Flying is a skill. It does have an asterisk next to it.
Okay, so that means you can use it untrained. So go ahead and roll and then add whatever bonus fly is attached to, and I think it's Dex. And tell me what you get.
It's Dex, so 17.
Okay, so you are in a generally upright position when your fly spells potion wears off, and you fall 6 feet to the ground. Make an acrobatics check to see how.
According to the fly thing, I'd float gently to the ground 1d6 feet.
Well, lucky duck. Well,
Huh?
You're 6 feet up, so it sounds like you make it just fine.
Yeah.
So you're now on the ground. You can take a standard action.
I pull out a flask of oil and dump it on the dead troll.
Okay, that sounds good. And then next round, you'll be able to do something with that. And Aka, you're feeling less plant-like and more bird-like, but you think that you can probably fire off one more volley of needles before you change back into your normal self.
Okay. I need someone to shove a healing potion down my throat before I die.
I will. It's 21.
21 hits. So go ahead and do 2d8 damage.
10.
10 altogether.
Yeah.
Okay, do you split them between the two?
I think isn't one of them down?
One of them's almost down.
I was like 1 point short.
Oh, okay. Then yes. Then
Okay, so
6 and 4.
okay, got it. So one of the juvenile trolls that looked extremely hurt collapses to the ground, and the other looks pretty hurt, but looks like he might be able to stick around for just a little bit
Right.
longer. Siri, that's weird. You're no longer giant.
Oh,
Yeah, you can take.
let me get my AC back.
Yeah, get your AC back and make sure you take off all those strength bonuses, and then tell me which one.
Survive like one more turn. Yes.
I'm trying.
You're so close.
I've got 7 hit points left.
You're almost there. Oh, I can kill you. All right, good.
How far away am I from Dahlia right now?
You're not too far. I mean, the trolls were on opposite sides, pushing you towards the middle. So technically, you could be close enough to disengage. The troll would get an attack of opportunity if you were to go lay on hands.
Yeah, that's fine. I'll go lay on hands anyway.
Does a 15 hit?
No.
Okay. So you're able to disengage from the troll. And now what do you want to do?
I'm gonna get to Thalia and lay on hands.
Okay.
Thank you.
You will be healed for
Please tell me you smack her in the forehead.
9 health points.
9. Okay. Nice job.
Oh, jeez.
Is that it for your turn, Shorty?
Right.
40. Wow.
Is it or not?
I think that's all I can do.
Oh,
I did.
hold on. I forgot to give the thing an attack of opportunity too.
Oh yeah, the little dog
Is it
thing.
20 hit?
No.
Dang it. It's gonna.
My
One of
AC
these
is
times
even
it's
higher
gonna.
now against it.
All right. Well, a 20 is still a 20, so let's see what happens. Okay, so next is Thalia. You're feeling a little bit refreshed, but you're feeling just slightly less frisky than you were before, so it's likely this is your last round as a cat.
Okay, well, I'm going to do full attack on whichever one is still alive.
There's a juvenile right in front of you,
Okay.
and he is still
Full
alive.
attack. 22
22 hits.
for 5. And then 21.
Also hits. You guys are rolling pretty good.
4, 5.
Okay.
And then 14.
14 misses.
Yeah.
Sorry. Okay, that's it for Thalia. The thing that's badger, dog, whatever, is going to turn and try to attack the now ground-bound rogue with a bite attack and a stomp attack. It has like a hooves. Does a 15 hit?
Nope.
Does 21 hit?
21 hits.
Okay, so this is the hooves.
Dodgy.
Yeah, run. Okay, so this is going to be this will be bludgeoning damage. So let's see. 7, 10 points of damage from the hooves.
Okay.
So it's
Yeah,
looking pretty.
I'm gonna throw my card trick now.
Oh yeah, okay. So the deck of, sorry,
Deck of dirty tricks card.
Yep. So the Bill Webb's deck of dirty tricks. Can you read to everyone what your card was? Do you want to do that, or do you want me to say what it was?
You can, because you actually pulled it.
I can, because I pulled it.
Yes, because I don't remember exactly, except for.
That's okay. So the name of the card is "It's Only a Flesh Wound,"
and
it allows you to reduce the damage that you take by half.
Okay. So I only took 5 points.
Nice. And that's a good use of Mr. Webb's card. I'm happy that worked out for you and that you didn't die a slow lingering death.
Right?
Well, I'm not glad, but I suspect that it's well used.
Mm-hmm.
And then does Thalia, does a 22 hit you?
Yep.
Okay, you take 7 points of damage from an arrow that comes flying from a copse of woods in the west. So either someone's a really good shot or a really, really bad shot. So you can't,
It's probably what's his name?
Jarl.
Yeah, it's probably
Probably
Jarl.
Jarl.
Trying to help.
At one point there was 2 arrows though, so it might be different people.
Yeah, there's
Maybe he tried to shoot 2 at once. Who knows?
all right, so back to the 2 trolls that are alive. One of them, the female troll, looks very alive, like hardly damaged at all. And she misses with her bite. She's trying to bite it. She's trying to bite it ruin. Miss, and miss. And then the other troll, the juvenile troll, is trying to, suddenly has a new target in Akka and decides that that's going to be who he wants to bite and claw. Does a 17 hit you?
Yes.
Okay, so 17 hits, so just help me remember that. A 2 misses and a 7 misses. You, all of you, for 7 points of damage. The juvenile looks like he's going to fight to the death as well. Okay, Ruin, your turn.
I set the downed troll on fire.
Yep. One of the female trolls that has been killed is engulfed in flames. Inky, black, sooty, greasy smoke starts filling the air just in the local area, and the sound of flesh crackling and burning takes over any of the natural sounds in the area. So the babbling brook is no longer as peaceful sounding with burning corpse.
Imagine it wouldn't be.
Gross. That's gross.
Very.
Okay. Anything else you want to try to do?
I still have one adult near me plus the weird thing, right?
Yes, that's correct. And they both look like they're aiming at you.
Well, I will move over to my companions.
Okay, so two things. One, you're behind them, right? So you're on the bridge side of them, and your companions are on the other side. So in order to move past both of them to get with your companions, they would both get attacks of opportunity. You can attempt to do some acrobatic moves through the space, but if you move through threatened squares, then it provokes an attack of opportunity. And since there's two opponents in your way, they each would get a free attack. I know, it's not pleasant.
Okay. Well, then I will just keep an eye on both of them.
Hold out both your hands. All right. Who's next? Set one of you idiots on fire too.
Because my tank, who was,
Yeah, he's just doing whatever he
Tank
wants to
and
do.
the healer, man.
wandered off.
It's like, oh, look, a kitty. Aw.
Oh, the kitty's hurt. Let me wander off and leave the rogue all by themselves.
Akka, you are in Tengu form. You thought it was pretty cool to be a plant for a little while, but you are so glad to have full control of your faculties. You can't wait to do something. What's it going to be?
Yes, I was down with the communion of being a plant because I enjoy plants, but I will continue the theme of being a plant.
Ah, awesome.
Cast Vine Strike on myself.
Okay.
Adds to my so my claws, because I took racial trait that makes my claws, which has the talons, considered an unarmed strike.
Okay, cool.
And this goes as a bonus to natural attacks / unarmed strikes.
Okay.
And heal basically vines and stuff and spikes burst from my hands.
Awesome. I like it.
And so it does an extra d6 points of damage with it.
That's really great and fits well with your character. I love it. Make it happen.
So I'm like, oh, I'm back. And it sprouts spikes out of my body. And I'm like,
right.
Let's go.
That'll teach you.
All right. Now, see if I can hit somebody. 15.
15 hits.
Okay. So I do 2d6.
All right, let's do
it. 9 points of damage.
Man, you know what's going to happen next round, right?
What?
You're going to take 6 points of damage because you failed to kill it this time by 1 point.
I
can tell already. As a matter of fact, just knock off 6 points right now. We're not even going to roll. I'm just kidding. Is that all you have?
That was my attack.
Awesome. You need to move, or you're good where you're at?
I'm good.
Okay, Siri.
I'm good.
Your work is largely done, it appears.
Yeah, I'm done. This is no. I
Go help the rogue.
think I'm gonna cast a spell. The spell that I have is
Save the rogue.
yeah, well, kind
Okay,
of.
good.
No, It's a nice call.
Okay.
And I'm going to cast it on the
It's your only spell.
dog thing.
Okay, so it's a Lucrata.
Oh, what now?
That's a Lucrata. Is what
Lucrata.
it's called. But you can call it a dog thing if you want.
Okay, I'm gonna cast it on the dog thing.
Okay.
And it can compel an enemy to come and fight me. On its turn, the target moves its speed towards me, avoiding like danger, so it won't walk into fire to get to me.
Yep.
And then as it walks into me, I get an attack of opportunity.
I like it.
It does have a will savings throw to negate.
Okay. What's the DC, do you know?
I don't.
Okay. Well, I'm borderline in the mid-teens, so. I mean, if it was low, I wouldn't have said anything, and if it was high, I would have said, "Oh, be fast."
Yeah. I'm not sure. What's the what's like a normal spell DC?
No, I don't. It's 10 plus your caster level plus your whatever bonus affects your spell is usually what it is. That's okay. It wants to come fight you anyway, so it's going to do it all the same. But as far as the attack of opportunity, we'll talk about that when it happens. So does that mean it comes right now? Or does it come at the beginning of next round?
I think it says on its turn. So whenever its next turn round is.
Okay, got it. Okay, that makes sense. So that's what you do. Thalia, it's your turn. You are also feeling very much like yourself and not much like a cat anymore.
Okay, so I'm myself now. I can do magic again?
Yes, you can.
I'm going to heal myself.
All right, like cure light wounds?
Cure moderate.
Okay, so just roll the appropriate dice with the appropriate additions, and then you can add that back to your character sheet.
Yes. Let's get me off the verge of death. That sounds like a plan. And, 15. I feel much better after that.
Awesome. So that's your turn, and on the Lucrata's turn, it moves towards Siri. Ruin, you get an attack of opportunity as it departs your area.
Okay. 20 to hit.
20 hits.
7 damage.
Okay, I'll mark that down. It's still alive and grumpy. If this thing hits, it does really good damage. It just doesn't have a hard time getting it to hit. Okay, and then Siri, you get an attack of opportunity.
Okay.
Just heads up, it's 9:27.
Yep, we're on a good pace right now.
Okay.
Yep. Thank you.
Oh, it's a terrible roll, but it's still plus crazy amounts. 17 hit?
17 does hit.
Sweet.
I enjoyed being intrigued.
Do I treat this as my first attack against the smited enemy, or do I not because it's attack of opportunity?
Yeah, you can.
Okay.
For a potion that you would earn a trade.
Mm. 24 damage.
Holy guacamole. Still alive, but not by much. Another attack like that probably would knock it That being said, it does get to attack you, so it's going to try twice to attack you. I rolled an 18. Hold on. 19, 20,
better have a
21.
+8.
A
Nope.
21.
Mm-mm.
Dang it, I'm going to roll a 20 now. I'm going to lie if I don't. Oh, a 20. No, it's a 3. So missed on both attacks. And then 2 arrows come flying into the general vicinity of your group and thunk themselves into the ground near your feet.
That-
So that is the end of that turn.
The rat-
Yes.
There's 1 troll left, or 2 trolls left, so they're going to take their attacks. One of them's going to try to attack Ruin. Does a 17 hit? I can't remember.
Nope.
Those were the Ace Ventura.
Okay, so misses with all 3 attacks. And the juvenile one, this is the one that I'm hoping will bite Akka for 6 points damage. That's a miss. 15, 19 hit.
Something attacking me?
Yes, ma'am. A 19 against Akka.
Sneezes hit. Okay. A breath of fresh wind hits.
I rolled a 4 + 2 is 6. I didn't even fake that. All right, so you take 6 points of damage from the troll you should have killed last time. Again, it's not my fault. I mean, this is
The heads up there.
I think that's your fault. So, I mean, I don't make the rules. Okay, so that's the trolls. Next is Ruin, and then Akka, then Siri, Thalia, and then Luprata.
Okay. I guess I will make an attack against the troll that is fighting me,
Okay.
mostly for self-preservation purposes. Ooh, and a natural 20.
That's a good hit. So roll it again. Let's just confirm whether or not you confirmed
Okay.
it.
24, back up.
Yeah, what was it on the die?
15.
That's good. You can roll for double damage.
Okay.
Roll a die, add the bonuses, then double it.
Yeah. Uh, 10 damage total.
Not fantastic, but that's not bad.
Yeah.
No, that one. Okay, still up, very much up. Ruin, it's your turn unless you choose to do something else.
Looks like I put myself on the other side of the burning corpse.
So you can try to maneuver that direction. Just every round, just move 5 feet and just kind of circle around, and then you'll be able to, if it wants to keep attacking you, it'll keep, turning along with you. So let's say that you did that last round because you're a smart person, and you would have done that last round, and then you do it this round. So next round you'll be closer to your group and can move into their midst. Does that sound good?
Okay.
If you move more than 5 feet at a time, though, you're in.
It provokes, yeah.
Yeah. I just wanted to remind you. Okay, so that was Ruin, Akka. It's your turn, and then Siri.
Okay. I'm gonna kill the troll that's trying to kill me. Hopefully. 16.
A 16 hits.
Okay. Eight points of damage.
8 points of damage, and the juvenile troll collapses to the ground in a heap next to what's likely to be his brother. Good job killing siblings. You guys are the worst. You know that, right? Wiping out families of trolls. They're just trying.
I claim to be a good guy.
They're just trying to survive.
I win.
Okay, Akka, good job. Is there anything else you want to do this round? You have a move action left.
Pour the oil.
Move for. I want to back up from combat real quick.
Okay, you can do that. Next round, you'll be able to do something different. How's that? Siri.
I'm going to swing my sword at the Lucrata dog thing.
Yeah.
25 to hit.
That hits.
So is the only thing left is one troll and the dog thing?
I think so.
Correct.
Yeah.
Or and whatever is shooting at you from the woods.
Yes. Well, we'll deal with that later.
Yes.
16 damage.
No problem.
How much?
16.
Not dead, but pretty darn close. Pretty darn close. I suspect that if these beings had any sort of morale challenges, they would be long gone, but they're both fighting to the death. So, Thalia, it's your turn. And
Okay.
Then the Lucrata is going to go.
Both Huon and Siri are engaged with the two last bad guys besides the ones in the tree.
Correct.
Christ. Sorry. I got startled. I'm sorry.
It's all right.
Watch that happen. That's pretty great.
I peed a little. I'm okay, though. Thanks for nothing.
Is that correct?
That is correct. I'm watching the replay now to see what happens because I missed out.
Right?
Yeah.
So while Akka gets their heart to restart,
Funny.
I am going to go move. So I'm going to move. So I am within 30 feet of both of those fights.
Okay. Well, it's easy to do. They're both fairly close to each other all the same.
And once I am within 30 feet of them both, like kind of between the two of them, I am going to screech.
Ooh, I love that. That's a great hex.
Scream.
Okay,
Well,
tell me what it.
Well, not a hex, but yeah.
Oh, it's a spell. Sorry. Tell everyone what it does.
Okay, so I'm standing between the two of you, and then I just let out the loudest, most ear-piercing screech, just raptor. Yeah. And both of your enemies jump and drop their guard, looking around like, what is this? And both of you get an attack of opportunity.
Let's go.
Let's go.
Oh, wait, there's a fortitude save.
Nope. I'll keep the roll that I just did just because it was bad.
Okay, so they each get a chance to save with fortitude. Forgot about that.
Oh, and well, it's a death.
The bad guys get to save first.
They get to
the-
attack to resist that.
Okay,
fortitude.
so the Lucrata doesn't look impressed, but the troll does look startled. So that means
Okay,
Ruin, you get the attack of opportunity.
Sorry, I forgot about that.
Got all excited. I did roll a 3 though, so it's not.
Ah, perfect.
Okay.
It probably still would have hit.
Does 23 hit?
23 does it.
Okay.
A freebie, free damage. Do it.
7 damage.
7. That's good. Still very much alive. You know what you guys need? You guys need like a really
Emperor.
big damage dealing person to fight this troll. That's just,
Yeah.
I'm no
Okay.
expert, but that's how I would do it.
Sorry,
Okay.
I'm fighting the Lucrata.
Too late. Okay, Thalia, good job. That was a good spell, well spent. The Lucrata is going to take 2 attacks at Siri. 19 and a 19. Do either one of those hit? I don't
Total
think so.
19?
Yeah, total of 19.
Then no.
Sorry, my guy's saying goodnight. Good night, Kitty. See you later, Tater. Yeah. Sorry. Hey, go to bed. Sorry.
you're
Kids
fine.
these days. They're good kids, though. I'm glad they're both learning how to play Dungeons and Dragons, so I'm super excited. Yeah, my daughter. She's gonna write some amazing adventure paths into her day. I can already predict it. So, So Luprata missed, and then the trolls are gonna, troll is going to go miss, and a 19. I can't remember.
19 hits.
Yes. I mean, oh, for 5 points of damage.
Okay.
How are
And
you
then
doing?
from the trees, 2 arrows fly into the midst, and one of them hits the burning troll, and the other one plunks into a tree not too far from where you guys were at.
Hey, apparently these are stormtroopers, just the medieval version.
I feel like it's probably a machine firing these, not actual.
Funny. And then the last troll is going to attack Ruin and misses. Or did I already just do that?
You already did that,
You
yeah.
already
Fire
attacked
damage.
me.
I can keep doing it if I want to, though. Okay, Ruin, it's your turn.
Okay.
And then Akka, then Siri.
I'm gonna swipe at it again before I make my 5-foot adjust back again towards my party.
Yep, smart.
27 to hit.
Totally hits.
9 points of damage.
That's really good. Still up.
5 foot closer to my party.
Okay, so now you're close enough to interact with them and hide behind them and swap places with Siri if you wanted to, whatever. Okay, Akka, it's you, then Siri, then Talia.
Okay. So how does the troll look?
The troll looks remarkably well for as long as you guys have been fighting. So it's the one creature that's left that's taken the least amount of damage.
Okay. I'm going to throw. I'm gonna throw contagion at it.
So you're gonna throw what? I'm sorry.
I'm gonna throw my potion of contagion at the troll.
Oh, nice. Okay.
And it's a ranged touch attack.
Yeah. So I would just make your attack use your dex bonus. And then tell me what it is.
15.
A 15?
Yeah.
For the troll that's there, it does not. That does not hit. It has armor class of 16. Sorry about that.
It says on the thingy.
Yep.
What does it say? There's a throw and splash weapon. Let's see. If I miss the target, I roll a d8. This determines the misdirection of the throw.
Okay.
With 1 falling short and 2. Yeah. So.
Okay.
Okay, I got a 6. 2
Okay.
through 8 rotates the 2 through 8 rotating around the target creature or grid intersection in a clockwise direction. I count a number of squares in the indicated direction equal to the range. After you determine where the weapon landed, it deals its damage to creatures in that square.
Got it. Okay, so in this case, there isn't anything behind it, and I think that's where it splashes. Does that sound right to you?
Well, darn.
I'm sorry. But it's a good idea, so I suggest not walking through there and just kind of like taking a sniff. I think that's probably a bad.
Yeah, it says that if it doesn't get absorbed, it lasts for 23 plus 1.
What does
round.
contagion cost?
Or she wants.
They
There's a whole bunch of diseases it can
Plague.
Okay,
stimulate, but
that area is for 4 rounds.
that area has the plague.
Yes,
Okay.
that area is for 4 rounds.
yeah, I hope none of it gets onto that burning troll body and then it becomes airborne, but whatevs.
It is airborne.
I mean, like smoke borne. Okay, so that's Akka's turn. Siri, you have the Luprata in front of you. It looks like it's
I'm
really
gonna-
hurt. It's just begging for you to kill it.
Yeah, I'm just gonna smack it.
If you don't, I'm gonna it's gonna get you.
Um,
Been rolling nothing but 20s of practice. Except for that 7. But
okay, well, lucky for you, I rolled a 3 and still have a 19 to hit, so.
okay, it hits. That's a hit.
For 22 damage.
Okay, the Bukrata dies in a heap. It was already a mixed up animal. It looks even worse now that it's in 2 different pieces.
And then I'd like to move where the contagion potion is.
Like into it.
Into it.
Sweet. Super cool.
You don't want to do that. It's a bad thing.
I'm good.
I think he's immune to it. He's just showing off.
Yeah, I'm immune to diseases, and I'm just gonna make sure that it doesn't go anywhere by absorbing it.
Just roll around in it. Okay, that's Siri, Thalia, it's you.
I'm going to cast Fortune on Huan.
Oh, nice, good one.
Um,
So that's gonna ruin when it's your turn. That'll give you a bonus there.
yeah, the roll 2, take the best.
I think I've been using those dollar rerolls that you paid for.
Oh yeah, there's $14 worth of rerolls, so 14 rerolls.
I'll tell you what, listen, so because we're getting close to the end, if you guys don't use those re-rolls and you don't get to use the Bill Webb's deck of many things like change, oops, I didn't mean that, I'll buy those back. And so if you end up not using them, I'll donate the amount that you guys paid for that as a way to reward you for getting a reward that didn't get used. Does that make sense?
Or
So don't feel like you have to try to rush through them and use them.
Use
If
all
you
the
don't, you don't.
rewards.
Yeah, if you, I give $1 million. Okay. So where are we at, Thalia? Did you?
Yes, I cast.
You resolved the fortune.
Mhm.
Okay, so the one remaining troll. Sorry, hold on. You notice that no arrows that you can tell go flinging and flying into your circle of people. The one remaining troll tries to attack and misses all 3 attacks. And is
guys who are just
looking like it wants to run. Maybe we'll do so next turn. It's that fight to the death thing doesn't look as fun as it did when there was 4 of them. So Ruin, it's your turn. Don't forget you have the fortune.
Yep. All right, so swinging at it. 27 to hit.
That hits.
Is it one near enough to threaten it so I can get sneak? Or is it just me still swinging at it?
No, it's just you still. Close though. I mean, Siri's right there, but I don't know if Siri's threatening it. Looks like
7 damage.
Siri's trying to make some tainted s'mores or something.
Tainted
Playing with a campfire instead of fighting.
Tainted s'mores.
Yeah, he just wandered off and like, I'm gonna go stand in that smoke instead of, killing the troll that's in the middle of my squishies.
And if there was a monk in your party, he would kill your monk.
Only if it's a half orc one.
Yeah, half orcs. Definitely. You're such a racist.
All right, there's a
Decided
7 points of damage to the troll.
Okay. Still not enough to knock it down, but it's going to run next time, you can tell for sure. So if you guys are going to kill it, you got to kill it now. Or be prepared to chase it. Akka, your turn.
Whose turn?
It's Akka's turn.
okay.
So the arrows have stopped shooting us?
You didn't see any. It doesn't mean that he stopped. It just means that he stopped or he missed really bad, or he's doing something different. But you didn't see any arrows.
I'm gonna heal myself then. I'm gonna drink my potion of cure light wounds.
Okay, awesome. So go ahead and give yourself the D8 plus whatever it is and annotate it on your character sheet. You're feeling super healthy. Siri.
I'm going to move to the last troll.
Okay.
I'm going to declare my last smite
Okay.
for the day. And then I'm going to smack it.
Do it.
That's a high number. 32 to hit.
Yeah, that might. You're just showing off. Okay, yeah, 32. 32 barely hits. Barely hit it. So do some damage.
I'll be doing some damage.
This would be where the high number would come in for you guys.
For 23 damage.
Okay, so the last remaining troll crumbles to the ground. Its body touches the already inflamed body of that ruin set on fire, and now they're both in a burning mess with the contagion potion mingling in their fumes.
I absorbed that, so.
Okay, so it looks like most everything has been resolved with these guys. So we're going to move out of initiative order. And
Yeah, we still need to go burn the 2 juvenile trolls, but
Yeah,
now that
so-
the fight is stopped, I can go over and do that.
Yeah, the good news is they're close enough to not really, it's not going to take a lot of work.
Right,
to
the
come
one
around.
on fire, kind of roll the other one into it.
Exactly.
Can someone get this arrow out of my leg and possibly heal me a little bit?
Yes,
Oh, yeah.
once the troll is on fire, I can go over and work on healing you.
Yeah, now that everything's around us is dead, I'll use all of my channel positive energies.
Okay, so anyone that's hurt or injured or whatever should probably make that known to somebody else that might be able to heal them, and then that healing
So,
should.
Siri, first, what are you doing? You said you're channeling all your
The-
something?
Yeah, so I can use my lay on hands or use 2 of my lay on hands to channel positive energy.
Okay.
And each time I channel positive energy, all living beings within 30 feet receive 3d6 healing.
Okay, cool. I'm
Um,
nearby. I need healing too.
Yeah, so I'll kind of group us all together and then channel positive energy twice if need be, but do it once first.
Start with once. Yeah, let's do
Yeah.
the channel.
36.
Um,
And do you roll and we all get the same amount, or do we all roll our own?
I roll, you all get the same amount.
Okay,
Oh,
cool. Go for it.
So you all get, what is that? 11 healing for the first one.
I'm up
Okay.
to full.
I'm only down by 2 now.
I'm
great.
down by 8.
Right, and then I can just use a single lay on hands for 1. And then you get 2d6.
Okay.
Which is 9.
Awesome.
And I still have 2 lay on hands for the day. I love paladins.
Okay, so you guys burn the bodies fairly easily and scouting in the area. It turns out that these arrows and this archer was very likely to be Jarl. You believe that Jarl was actually targeting you since hit you more frequently than he hit other people, but is somehow a terrible archer. And whether he was trying to harm you or help you is immaterial, as he has disappeared into the woods and has left no trace. It's starting to be a little extra snowy. You guys are able to examine the encampment area and the little hovels that the trolls had dug out for themselves. And in it, you find the remains of what is very likely to be a caravan supply train. Scattered in the bushes are mining tools and other kind of supplies that are used in mining, so wax and tallow and things like that, chain, rope, buckets, pans. But all of them have been smashed into pieces. It appears that there are no remainders of any travelers or any caravaneers or guards. There are plenty of bones and lots of gore on the ground to indicate that they ate even the horses.
Okay.
So that's that. But there is 2 large kegs of ale that you find that haven't been consumed, and what looks like the wagon that if you were to spend a little bit of time putting it together, you could do that. At this point, you're closer to Rough and Ready than you are to Ravenreach. So if you wanted to load up the barrels of ale and head north to the mining town, it'd probably give you relief from the cold and the snow easier or faster.
Yeah, I would say let's put the wagon back together. Let's get the ale and search for any of the tools or anything that might have been in the caravan that's still salvageable. Tools, equipment, anything that they didn't break or destroy that we can salvage and put in the wagon, and try and get as much of the caravan to Ravenreach. I can't remember if the caravan was supposed to be going to Ravenreach or from Ravenreach.
I think it's going to the mining place.
Yeah, it's going to the mine. So it was bringing supplies from Ravenreach to the mine, and it got ambushed, as you can tell. So taking it to the mine would be a better completion of your mission than bringing it back and having them to.
Well, where's the mine?
It's a day's march north. So it's 3 days total between the mine and Ravenreach, and you guys are closer to the mine than you are to Ravenreach. I suggest that you can spend the rest of the day looking for salvage if you can, and fixing the wagon, then spend the night, and then spend the majority of the next day making your way to the mine.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. I couldn't remember where it was supposed to be.
Yeah, but you're doing a good job. That's the right way to do it. So the wagon is passable. It's not perfect, but it's going to carry the variety of different odds and ends that you were able to pick up. So if one pick was broken, the handle, and the next pick had a damaged pointy part, you figure that the 2 together could probably be made whole into 1. So you make the decision to put those things that you think can be salvaged into the wagon, and make your way to Rough and Ready. So let me just give you this really quick. Coming around the last bend at the top of the ridge reveals a small valley. Down below, a collection of small cabins and tents can be seen huddled in the snow. Closer by, a large 2-story structure built partly into the side of a hill abuts the descending trailhead. A wooden sign creaking on iron rings says Supply House. And as you descend into Camp Rough and Ready, a crowd of curious miners and mountain men flow out of tents and cabins to meet you. And they whoop and cheer and ask your names. And each one is quite excited at the arrival of the caravan.
Well, what's left of it.
Yeah, exactly. So this is a good stopping place and conclusion for this Ravenreach adventure. And if for some reason offline, if you guys wanted to continue this and go through the rest of the adventure path, I'd be happy to run this separately as a separate event. We can do it via Zoom or Roll20 or whatever. Otherwise, this concludes my portion of the live play. Do you guys have any questions or comments or?
No, I mean, when they ask our names and stuff, I'm like, we are the honey badgers, the troll maimers.
The troll maimers.
Troll maimers.
Yes,
Well, this is
spread our renowned.
Yeah, they give you a place in the storehouse, the supply house. They're sad to hear that the caravan was destroyed. At some point, they know that they're going to have more provisions. But as the snow sets in, even 3 days march to the south is a dangerous path to take. And even though you could make it, at least for the time being, you're very grateful for the warmth of their fires, the hardiness of their meals, and the comfortable, homey nature of the bunks that they provide.
Right. So, I think that's it.
I had lots of fun. I don't know, I don't know how frequently you guys get a chance to play, but I really did enjoy all of you as players. I think you interacted well as a team. I know that some of that's because you guys have a familiarity with each other and a love for this hobby that really is kind of blowing up right now. So I just wanted to say, from an old grognard type of guy, I really appreciate younger players being so passionate about this hobby that I really love. So,
well, thank you very much for running, for
yeah.
giving up an entire day to help do the extra life stream. And
yeah, it was a blast. I had lots of fun. Like I said, this is a good opportunity for me to do something I haven't done before, which is to run a game live. Been practicing looking at the camera instead of kind of looking off into the distance. So it's been a good opportunity for me. So anyway, that's it for me. Like I said, if there's extra perks that didn't get purchased, or that you guys didn't get to use, specifically your free rolls and the Bill Webb's deck, just tell me what that tally is, and then I'll buy those back from you in the spirit of helping out kids.
Sounds good.
Awesome. If you guys stick around a little bit after we turn off the live stream, I'd appreciate it.
Yeah. Talking to us, just us sticking around.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So let me get the stream closed down then. Does anybody have anything
thanks, guys,
before we close down the stream?
Oh, we need to thank all the people who donated to the cause.
Yes.
I know Ed was one. I know we had an anonymous donation.
Yeah, just to be clear, for that anonymous donation, the help me out, that was Jarl. I really was hoping he would hit you guys more frequently, but he's just not. It just wasn't feeling it. To kind of close that loop, he had a romantic relationship with the troll, so he didn't really want to have her killed, and he was sad that the honey badger attacked him and had to die. But oh well. Maybe you'll find him be able to exact your revenge at some other time.
I don't know. Why did he shoot the honey badger if he didn't want the honey badger to attack him?
I don't know if he did shoot the honey badger. When you guys got there, he was just being mauled by the honey badger.
No.
I mean, I know what he was shooting at it, maybe to scare it away, but animals are animals, right?
Right. Okay. Well, yes. So thank you to everybody who donated, either today or any of the other days. Ed, Dennis, the anonymous, everybody. It's all of the money goes to helping to the Children's Miracle Network hospitals, to helping kids out. We really enjoy doing these extra life things each year, the game each year. And every little bit helps. It's really exciting because I got on the ExtraLife page. If anybody else hasn't, they've got a big banner on the front of their page saying that this year, across all of the ExtraLife streamers who did stuff this weekend, they ExtraLife raised $12 million.
Holy cow!
Wow.
Nice.
Hospitals. So it a little bit here and there might not seem like much, but it adds up. It adds up a lot. So I'm really appreciative for everything. Thank you so much. Don't lean forward. So thank you very much. And if you haven't already liked and followed our Twitch or our Facebook or whatever, do so if you haven't already, because we do this every year. So look for our information coming out next year. And I think that'll be it. We'll be signing off now.
All right, guys. Thanks a ton.
Bye. Can't kill it. I can only wait.